Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 81, and a pretty special day for us as well, as we've been streaming every single day here on this YouTube channel, and we are about to hit, well, technically most of that has been streamed, I would say about 90% of it, whatever the total in this playlist is at this point. However, as of today, we have hit, if I can find where the number is, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. We will hit 1,000 hours in 5 hours, so we definitely got to go at least 5 hours today. Not sure how long we're going today, but because we have no real clear goal at the moment. But, well, obviously we have a clear goal, but I mean, we don't have a clear goal within the clear goal, if that makes any sense. Our clear goal right now is to finish every last non-combat to 200. This means woodcutting, carpentry, cooking, which we're technically doing right now, fishing, and forger. The only reason I'm doing that is because this should be ready any moment now. You ready yet? It will be soon. Well, I guess we'll wait it out. Oh no, is that worth doing? I might take it just because we're doing like a whole run. That one definitely isn't for how many it is. But, yeah, that's our current game plan. We're trying to hit 200 all non-combat. Of course, the main reason for non-combat is because, well, we're waiting on the combat rework. And then when we do, we're going to be going really hard on it. 200, 200, 500, 500. And honestly, I've been considering the 4 500. I've really been considering the 4 500. But yeah, we'll figure it out as it gets closer. The only problem with doing that is we are combat locked for like 3 to 4 months straight if we do 500 all combat. But I've been considering it. Obviously, we haven't done it yet because the combat currently is not quite released. Not sure what to really call the combat in the current state of the game. But obviously, we're getting special attacks. We'll be getting the skill tree. We'll be getting a ton of other things. At which point, it'll probably be, you know, that's when we're actually going to go all in on combat. But we don't know when that's coming. Could be a few weeks, could be a few days, could be a few months. Could be any time within the time frame of tomorrow to 3 months from now. So we don't really know, unfortunately. But today we'll be focused probably a little bit more on woodcutting and carpentry. I do have a poll currently going on if we should focus on all 5 of these remaining ones at once, or kind of focus 1 or 2 all the way to 200, kind of like what we did with alchemy cooking, in a sense. Well, obviously cooking didn't get to 200, but you know what I mean. We're primarily focusing on alchemy, doing a little bit of cooking, so on and so forth. Obviously, in the case of like woodcutting carpentry, that would be mostly woodcutting and doing a little bit of carpentry until we go all in on carpentry, that kind of thing. But, yeah, that's the current poll question for now. And we'll determine how we go about the rest of this grind. Oh yeah, we got lobster thermidor now. We haven't actually needed to make one of those yet, though. With that many needing to be made, we are not going to. We are not making that many of it, gosh. I still haven't gotten the first time bonus for. Oh, we need 7 of those, and I'll go grab all those, turn them all in. Are they all fine? Northwall? Northwall is the only absurdly annoying one here. I almost feel like abandoning it, but it is the very free one, so you know what? We'll keep it around. How many do I have to get rid of? I have 11, so 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's go buy everything else. I don't think I need to go do anything fancy with inventory. I think we can just head out there, buy everything we need, come back with it, go turn them all in, probably get a 5% pop because all my ones right now are for the forest. As today, we will be focusing a little bit more on the forest, if nothing else. This is mostly because I already have the tools upgraded. One bad thing with foragers, I still want to get both these to level 10. So I might have to farm some gold off stream or even on stream to go and get that done. But hey, one thing we could do to farm some gold, while it is very slow, I do need to XP from it, we could do cooking! The biggest issue with cooking right now, as far as like spam cooking, is my best option for profit for spam cooking right now. Where am I going? The best option I have for spam cooking right now is bacon sandwich at level 94. But at level 120, our XP rate and money per hour goes up quite a bit once we can make the better stew. So we're kind of in a weird position to try to spam the skill, as we're in an area where it is not viable to spam the skill. At least not yet. We're getting pretty close to it, though. Worst comes to worst, we could always throw some knowledge at it at some point. What's the other thing I need? What's it even called? I actually forget. Gennard. Give me one nice quality Gennard. I can't even fish you yet. But we will go and grab you. Apparently need 112 fishing. But hey, we'll get that soon. At some point, we'll be getting that fishing grind done. I don't think I'm banking them, though. Those things are so far away from a bank. I'm not sure what they're thinking with some of the fish with how far the bank is. I think the only fish I'm ever going to bank is the eel before max. We were going over it earlier as far as like the viability of banking any. And I think our entire grind to 200, the only thing we bank is the leopard eels at 186 all the way until 197. That is literally the only thing we bank to max. Or, you know, to 200 when I say max. You know what I mean when I say max. I generally don't mean 500. Let's see. Pseudo max. I don't know. Does that have a proper term in Brighter Shores? Does the community come up with a proper term of what level 200ing all means? Because I call it like pseudo max or something else like that normally. I think it's... Oh, wait, I forgot the stock. Because it's basically max level for the average person. Not too many people are going for 500 all. And if you are going for 500, you're only going for a few. You're not going for, like, all of them. As that will take you literally every last second of every last day for the rest of time. And most people don't have that much time. Even how much we're playing, we don't have that much time. Alright, we'll take this over here. But as of today, finally 1,000 hours. Also, hello Isabel. Hello everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful start of your weekend. As it is finally the weekend officially for all time zones. And gosh, it has been so cold lately. Or at least here in the United States. So I'm pretty sure most places. I guess you're south of the equator, in which case it's probably like summer right now. Because of the whole weird pole thing. Which I always keep forgetting about. Because in Australia and a few other places, isn't it basically summer right now? Let's see. Let's go make the stock thingy over here. Go grill our little bass thingies and go head out. Oh yeah, I need to go get a 5% pot when I go turn these in. Probably 2 of them. Because North Tower is way off route. The other ones we could definitely get in one go, but North Tower is in the middle of nowhere compared to these other 4. It's worth it since we already have the sandwiches made. But yeah, we've still been just as addicted as day 1. Hasn't changed after 1,000 hours. We've been streaming a little bit less just to give me some more free time, like every single day to do a few other things. But as far as actually playing it, we've still been playing a lot. Like, what are we at right now? 168 hours in the last 2 weeks. That's still a lot. It's over 80 hours a week. It might not all be streamed, but we're still playing it. Like, of that, I think only half of that was streamed this time around. Though we did stream a lot of the alchemy grind. Like, 95% of the alchemy grind was streamed. Alright, let me go get our XP pots. But for example, I did a bunch of fishing in Forager last night. I think we're at 57.57 earlier. Now we're at 65.59. As I was doing fish foraging. Which is probably the main way I'll be getting both of them up, to be honest. Oh yeah, I also banked a couple of these. I already had these banked from earlier. Now I'm starting to bank these so I can make them. I'm going mostly giving them to the alts, though. I'm not actually keeping them for myself. As I'm at a level range where it's not worth making. But it would be great for the alts when they hit that level range. As it allows them to go from 29 to 35. And that should be enough, hopefully, to get both of them through that level range. That's the only reason I'm banking them. What am I doing? I am doing XP pot. 2 of them. Grab one of you, and that should be way more than enough. Let's see, you're having a great weekend. You got your second Stella, and you're almost maxed out. And Puzzle Quest 3, really? Oh, gosh. Have they made maxing in that game a lot easier? Because last I recall, it was, like, multiple years per piece. I definitely got to revisit that game at some point. I just really haven't had the chance. There's a lot of things on my backlog of things we need to go play that I still keep not playing. Because we keep getting addicted to a different MMO. The other year was Old School RuneScape, which we're still playing. AFK and woodcutting, which is kind of funny. We finally get to double woodcut for once. But, or, you know, woodcutting in both games at the same time. But now it's obviously Brighter Shores. We have 1,000 hours in the quickest we've ever hit 1,000 hours in any game. Which, yeah, that's our new record now. It took 81 days since launch to get to 1,000 hours. Because our highest prior was about, like, 90-something days. When we ended up doing it for Animal Crossing New Horizons. And that was when it was at, like, peak pandemic time as well. Which obviously gives us a lot more time to play. Alright, where are we going? Back over there. Hey, we get a cooking level. It's the quickest we've ever hit 1,000 hours in any game. Not by much, though. By, like, 1 week. But hey, still beat it. 81 days. See if there's ever going to be another game that comes out that breaks it. I highly doubt it for a while. I can't think of any game that's going to be that addicting. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. To some degree, you almost can't beat it by too much more unless you just really hurt your sleep schedule. Because at most, you could beat that by, like, 1 week if you keep a healthy sleep schedule. You can beat it by way more if you don't keep a healthy sleep schedule, though. But, you know, relative to keeping a healthy sleep schedule, that's about as quick as you could really get it. Maybe, like, 1 week, 1.5 weeks quicker. Alright, what are we going for here? Little Lucy's over to the side. Big Sheen wants this little thingy over here. Oh, you spent a lot of money on it? Okay, that would explain why. Because I remember a lot of things in that game being pretty paywall-y. I think I spent like $100 the first year just for the membership thingy. I think I spent any more than that, though. I think I got like 1 month and then 1 year. So it was like 110 or whatever it was. And then I kind of stopped after I played it for like a year and a half. Or a year and a month. But I don't plan to stop Brighter Shores anytime soon. We went to 1,000 hours, now we gotta put an extra 0 or 2 at the end of it. Gotta go to 10,000, 100,000. I don't think we'd ever hit 1,000,000. Is that even possible? I don't think you could. 100,000's realistic, though. Okay, so far, I think the highest game I have time in right now would be, or, you know, across the entirety of its existence, would be counting all RuneScapes as one game. Because there should be over, like, 50,000 hours or something. Like, keep in mind, every second we've been doing Brighter Shores, we've also been doing that game. Like, it's counting all AFK activities and everything else as well. Which gives it a little bit of a biased number. Alright, let's go head over to Oaks. Also, I just realized I could have started Oaks from the other teleport. It's actually slightly quicker. At least to get into Cycle, but oh well. We didn't have access to this last time we were at Oaks. Alright, now I gotta remember how on earth do you cut oak trees. Obviously you just click on them, but I mean that in the sense of what their cycle is. We're about to find out. Alright, there's 2 in this room, right? Yeah, there's only 2. That one doesn't count. It's in like the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that tree doesn't count. Alright, do you get lefted here? You should. Yes, perfect. Okay, that's the exact tile we want to be on. If I'm not mistaken, you take these 2 trees and you take everything in that room, then you grab everything in this room heading back, and then you start back at the starting tree. And I think that's 6 trees. It's like 5 or 6. Oh, it might only be 5. That's fine. That means we'd bank every 20 just so we don't have to juggle on the ground. I guess if nothing else, that means we don't have to juggle our potions, which is great, because I hate doing that so much. Oh, you should probably take these 2 trees first. Yeah, it looks like it's a 5-tree cycle, unless there's a 6-tree cycle somewhere here. Yeah, I think you take these 2 first and then go for the other one. And then double back to here. And then start it over again. Oh yeah, that tree technically spawns in time now. That's interesting. That's something that didn't used to happen due to the old respawn system. But yeah, I think you take this, those 2, and then there. And then you bank them. It seems to be the way. I'll just bank them 20 at a time. And we'll be banking, like, every last log because I need them for the carpentry XP. Did I do any of the vault yet? I did a little bit of it, not a lot, though. I was mostly trying to get rid of all the dailies and weeklies. So that when I do it more later, I can actually focus on it. But no, I've been slacking on them lately. But I was trying to do more of the Tower of Doom event because the guild has a few less people. Also, how's the recruiting been going, by the way? Because I think we're down like 4 people out of 30. I know the player base hasn't been as high to go recruit from, which makes it a lot harder. It's been brutal, yeah, I could only imagine. Because this player base is about as big as Brighter Shores right now. Technically, it's slightly bigger because of the mobile version. But, at least on PC, it's like the same size. Of course, there's a lot more playing on console and mobile and everything for Gems of War, though. Because I think this game right now... Oh, yeah, I need to go put this onto... I will be dumping all this into woodcutting, by the way. Woodcutting and carpentry. However, I am putting this first level up onto smithing, as we unlocked a new smithing AFK as of today. I was doing that as my AFK last night for part of the night. I slightly overshot it a little bit, unfortunately, so we did waste a little bit of XP. However, yeah, we have the better activity now. We could run this for 13 levels all the way to 260. And we're just going to be buying it from the shop. It's a little expensive, and currently we are loaded on cash at our 0.2 gold. So, yeah, we are just swimming in money right now. So, hello, Owl! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, we are just absolutely swimming in money. So we could easily afford it and do not need to go out of our way to go make money. Otherwise, I won't be able to do the AFK tonight. Because we are so loaded with money right now. So when's trading coming out? I feel like so many people are going to want trading to come out because they want to go spend all the money they've been hoarding. I'm going to be doing the exact opposite and trying to sell so I have literally anything but negative cash. Because every time I look at it, it's like, wow, that number just keeps getting lower somehow. Like tomorrow I'll wake up and it'll be a bronze number with not even a single silver next to it. It'll be like 965 bronze with no silver. But hope everything's been going well, Owl. Oh, so you may notice we brought the 7% with us too. I will be using these on knowledge points, primarily. Like only on knowledge points. Ideally double dipping knowledge points. Oh, is the bank... Okay, good, good. I was going to say, is the bank all the way over there? No, it's right here. Almost oversaw it. Hey, Zapara's here. Welcome, welcome. You got 200 watch person yesterday? Nice. Huge congrats. Did you do it mostly through raid dens? To also get detective to almost 200? Because I'm actually locked out of doing it pretty much until the combat rework. Because my raid dens are at like 40% penalty right now or something. Like something absurd. So, until I get detective passively up, which we can now. That's the whole reason why we did the grind the other day. So if you're wondering, like, why on earth did we tangent for, like, 5 days straight, 4 to 5 days straight, going for, 287 detective? That seems like a weird number. But it's, we ended up going to wanted poster. And the main reason why we went to this wanted poster is every single time, 2 times per day, we get a really, really big detective drop that we'll see in 4 hours and 22 minutes. Which is also around our 1,000 hour mark, so get to celebrate both at once, I guess, technically. But, yeah, when we go take that, that gives us a level. Like, I think taking it 6 times is like a level at this range. It is so much XP, now that we have a good one. Because before we were only using the 197, it's not even a post-200 one. But now we're using a 287, so the amount of XP we get every single time we claim it is going to be so, so good. I think every, like, 3rd or 4th day for the next, like, week or 2, we will gain a detective level literally just from taking that, nothing else. Even if we don't train it at all. So it's going to be really nice. So we'll have a slow trickle of XP coming from there. And once we eventually get it to 315, we can start manually training it again. As we get the next better investigation, which will be more money per hour, as well as more XP per hour. Oh, you didn't end up doing it with detective? Aww. Yeah, luckily once they rework it, it's not going to be as bad though, because you don't get a penalty. But it is generally advised... Hey, Zapara is here! I just saw you in game. It looks like you're doing forging and or woodcutting over there. But hello, Zapara. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well as well. But yeah, right now, you generally want to do detective and watch person together. It shouldn't matter as much after the combat rework, though. Because after the combat rework, everything kind of scales up to you, so you're not going to have, like, absurd penalty. Because right now, if you try going down to, like, a level 83 raid den when you're level 200... You're going to be at, like, something like 70 penalty, 70%. But after the update, it won't be as bad, because you'll kind of scale down to the content. Or the content will scale up to you more so. Though we don't know that for sure. That's one thing we still don't know for sure. Is your level determined by how many points you have allocated, or what your actual level is? Because if it's based on allocation, that means at any point you could technically de-lower your level. Like, lower your level below what you're currently at. But if it does take the highest one, that will lead to some slightly awkward situations. Because if you're camping an area for a while without going to an obelisk, you'll constantly like, the things around you will keep getting stronger. But you yourself will not be if you don't go back to the obelisk. You're doing the goat horns? Oh, nice. Oh, are you banking all of them? Yeah, my plan for getting to 240... I was actually considering skipping goat horn. I'm not sure if you're guardian or not, because I forgot what class you were over top of your head. But I'm actually skipping goat horn here. That'll probably hurt a little bit, but for when we do bone right. But I'm just going to go knowledge it when we do. But I'm doing leeks at 208. So basically, go in there. I'm doing dandelions from 194 to 208. Might seem like a weird one, but they're really close to a bank. So counting bank time, they're actually better XP, I believe, than goat horn. I didn't actually double check the math on that, but I'm almost guaranteed it is based on how close the bank is. Like if you're banking dandelion compared to banking goat horn. Even with the tool upgrade at level 25 and 0% on dandelion, I believe we are still making better XP rate at dandelion. And these are also for fear potions, which you need for alchemy. So I figured I'd do all these because I care about alchemy a little bit more than bone rate. Like post 200 alchemy, I care more about post 200 bone rate. So I'm actually doing dandelions here. Then I'll do leeks at 208. And then we hit the golden zone of why we actually want to go and even bother doing post 200 gather, at least as a cryo knight. And that is these other two over here. I need these red clovers to make our plus 80 cryo knight. And then our thistle to make the plus 180, or sorry, 80 cryo knight. So that's like the main thing I would ever want to do post 200 gather for. And that would also be a lot of alchemy XP, of course. Everything I'd be doing it for is alchemy XP. Hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. You're on your last skill for 200 all. Nice. And you have true 200 all, too. You even did combat. Yeah, I skipped combat. I'm just waiting for combat rework at this point. It's too close for me to bother. There are a few that I might do, though. Like, when I do wall plant for Forager, for Gather. Forager. I was right the first time. When I do it for Forager, I might go kill the crows there. The only problem is the crows are level 60 and we're level 50. Which is a little bit of a level disparity. We can kill them, but it normally requires a heal. They're also really sporadic with how much damage they do, because they attack very slow but hard. Oh, you're a Hammer Mage? It's still good to get Bone Right up, though. Like, every class eventually needs them for tool upgrades. I just plan to get my 2 ults to AFK it. They're currently at 26-26. They have 2 of the 4 skills done for Lost and Found. I might even do a stream for it this Monday, we'll see. Or maybe the following Monday. But sometime soonish. I kind of want to do a alt recap, as both of them are really close to finishing Lost and Found. I think they got like 2 weeks left to like officially finish it. The dandelions are better. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't do the math on it, but they just felt better in like every way. And I care about the alchemy XP way more than I care about the forager anyways. The bone right. Also, thank you, Owl, for the support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Yeah, we do still have those $2 membership thingies. With all the icons and everything. And luckily, it keeps the capped amount as well. So when we had a ton of people giving us a ton of them at the beginning of Brighter Shores, we were able to add so many emotes. The original ones we had, some that I got from a friend a little while back, and a couple Brighter Shores ones. And of course, a little icon next to your name. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop ads. I wish it did. If YouTube had a toggle for that, I would turn it on immediately. But unfortunately, it doesn't stop ads. They want their cut of the ad revenue. There's something I wish YouTube would change with it, but they probably won't because of money. Because they actually make more money from ad revenue than they do from those memberships. I keep a lot more of that membership money than they take from ads. Because from ads, I think they take like 45% or something. Whereas whenever anyone supports us directly through YouTube, I believe they only take 30%. Still better than Twitch's cut, though. I'm pretty sure, doesn't Twitch still take like 50% from your subs or something? Like when someone subscribes to, whatever that's called on Twitch. I think you get like a better rate if you're like absurdly big. But us and most people aren't in that range though. Also, currently on the poll, it seems pretty mixed on if we should focus on 1 or 2 at a time or go all 5 up simultaneously. To some degree, we're always going to be doing a little bit of a mix. Because going forward, almost every hour, at least until 120 cooking, I really need to be checking the chef area. Like almost every hour on the hour. Also, by the way, Chino, what's your last 200, by the way? Well, I guess I could technically check. I assume it's cooking. As he finally finished that. Let's see. What is Chino's final 200? Oh, we're ranked 225 right now. Where's Chino? Oh, he's even higher. Ooh. Let's see. Chino's oh, he did finish cooking. Oh, he's doing carpenter. Oh, you saved the worst for last. Nice. You saved the worst skill in the game for last. Do you already have it banked, or are you just like acknowledging it and buying the planks and everything? Like, did you bank 200 or part of 200? Or did you just drop them on the ground? Because I plan to bank almost all of it. The only thing that will probably make us not bank all of it is I do plan to camp brambles a bit. which banks very little carpentry XP. I don't sure if we get brambles as of today unlocked. I sure wish we would, though. But we need level 94. We're only at level 77. It is doable, though. I think we'll be able to hit it today. Also, why do these 5% pots in my inventory for? There's no downtime on oaks. I guess the next trade there'll be downtime, hopefully. But there's actually no downtime to even use these potions. I brought them to go use in the downtime. But there is no downtime to use them on. Because by the time I reach this tree, it's already going to be spawned. But yeah, woodcutting carpentry, at least for now, is our main focus right now. The problem with fishing and forager is I've been doing them really, really AFK. And I'm not sure what that would look like on stream. At least it'd make it really easy to talk with chat and everything. But the way I've been doing fishing forager is like absurdly AFK. It's definitely not max efficiency. But it's just so chill. Is I've just been going to the fishing rooms, clicking on like every node in the room. And just dropping it all to the ground and then repeating over and over and over again. That's been how I've been doing fishing foraging. As I don't actually care to bank anything from forager. I think the only thing from all forager that I'm going to bank is from 197 to 200 when we did the blood nettle. Oh, and I guess the potatoes. But aside from... oh, and I guess the monument pieces, technically, since we're bringing them in. I guess there's a lot of things we're technically banking. But also a lot of things we're not. But no, maybe I'll do the wall plants. It's needed for, like, the second best healing potion. There's just some downtime in some of them where it's kind of worth it, like wall plant. You can also just be killing them and dropping them to the ground. It's really hard to tell if it's worth or not worth. No, I'm pretty sure it's not worth. Generally speaking, it is almost always better to drop on ground than the bank. It's just my Iron Man instincts is to bank every last item we ever touch. Even when we have trading enabled, I will still be playing Iron Man like in that regard for some things. Because my instinct when it comes to any resource node is must bank it. I don't care what it's worth. As long as we don't make, like, negative money banking it, we will probably bank it. Though technically you do make negative money from banking some things in the sense of the time that you could have had to, you know, be using instead of banking. I don't know, I still feel the need to bank almost everything ever. You did 208 gather with only go horns, you're starting to regret it. Yeah, it's really far from the bank. Even when I was doing the 200 grind, or, you know, towards 200, I only banked a couple hundred before I was like, okay, I'm just dropping all these on the ground. But yeah, for post 200, I'm definitely doing dandelions instead. Not necessarily because the goat horns are awful, but because I'd much rather have the alchemy XP banked. Because I don't plan to do post 200 bone right until we're forced to. Until there's a boss that requires it, or something like that. Or a raid where we need to go make bone right equipment beyond what our level 200 can do. I do not plan to actually get it up at all. 200 stonemason and bone right are going to stay like that probably for the next year or two. And this is a piece of content that forces it higher. So hello MK Jetson, thank you for the like, greatly appreciated. So hello Krydak, welcome as well. And thanks again Owl, by the way, greatly appreciated. You're forced by the bone right leaderboard. Actually, that reminds me, we're almost on top leaderboard for smithing, oddly enough. Where are we these days? Not that I'm trying for it, but who knows? We might accidentally hit it. There is a small chance we accidentally hit top 20 smithers in the game if we try pushing for it. I guess it's not accidental. But the highest person is 252. And by highest, I mean the highest to lowest person. So we could actually still make top 500 smithing. If I was to do it for any skill out of the release skills, it would definitely be smithing. Just because I need it for combat anyways. But yeah, if I was to go for 500 on any one of the existing skills right now, it would be smithing. Just because of how much it helps combat. As well as whenever raids and stuff come out, if it's anything like how he did dungeoneering. Cryo Knights are going to need high smithing to make their equipment in dungeoneering. Or whatever they're calling it. Whatever the dungeon slash raid slash whatever system is called. Like if he has one where you start from scratch, Cryo Knights are going to need that to make their gear. And the higher the better. It's the only thing that might actually force us to do Stonemason and Bonerite, is you might actually have to upgrade your stuff with the other two. And if that's the case, we can't go particularly high unless we bring someone with a high Stonemason and someone with a high Bonerite with us. But at least we got the Cryonite component covered for whenever we need to trio that in the future, or however that's going to work. Because whenever raids like that do come out, like way down the line in like a year, 2, 3 from now, you're pretty much going to require almost having max in your skill. Because if you're going to need all 3 components, like every single time you're almost guaranteed going to need someone with 500 Blacksmith, 500 Stonemason, 500 Bonerite. Technically 440. Because at that point you can make most everything. But it could also be a lower level, it depends how he ends up structuring it. There's just a lot we don't know about it, which nobody's done in the past with a similar mechanic. But obviously how he implements it in Brighter Shores could be literally anything. But I feel like everyone's kind of in the waiting room of when is next update coming? Or, you know, next, like, absurdly big update. Like, you know, trading / official Iron Man mode. Or, combat rework. Or, what's the other one after that? Actually, what is the... Oh, I guess quests in general just being added. Or, you know, more new quests. Something to actually go and target and grind for. If you don't already have, like, absurdly high level and everything. It can give you more of a targeted focus. If you're still in, like, the trying to complete all quests category of the game. Because that'll give more things to go out for. Yeah, Episode 5 is huge as well. Episode 5 is like the last thing coming out of all the things coming soon, though. Like, we're getting PvP before we get Chapter 5. Like, nearly every mechanic is coming out before Chapter 5. Like, 80 to 90% of what they want before launch will be coming out before Chapter 5 comes out. At least based on what we currently know. They could change that, of course, if it's, like, almost done. But from what we know, it's almost going to be the last thing that comes out in Early Access. Even though it's one of the, like, the most intriguing one. Because, yeah, I plan to go really hard on Chapter 5, but it's a good 3 to 6 months away. Like, it might literally be summer by the time it comes out. But yeah, I do plan at 500 all Chapter 5. I'm considering it. I am deeply, deeply considering it. As long as Builder is good. I'm also really considering the 500 all combat. We'll need to discuss that pivot a little bit more in the future, because I'm not sure if people would want to see 3 months straight of only combat, but, after the combat rework, obviously. But, we might be doing it. I'm still pondering on if we will or will not. But I'm actually considering 500 all combat. Not even just 500 Mindfighter and 500 Chronopolis, I mean, like, literally 500 all. Just start from guard and work our way down, as if the game just released. Like, pretend that the combat rework day is, like, literally re-release of game. And pretend we're, like, level 0 and just go down the line. 500, 500, 500, 500. I don't know, we'll see. Depends how good the combat rework is. And or special attacks and or everything else. And I will be dumping a lot of that into smithing mining along the way. So hello, Enolto. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, what am I putting this on? I guess save for later. I want to double dip this with my 7% potion. And I will be dumping this into, I guess, woodcutting initially. And then eventually into carpentry. But initially, this will be a woodcutting dump, so we can get to the better woodcutting rate. Which is what we're going to be doing a lot for the rest of these grinds. Is getting our better XP rate. This will make it so we bank less carpentry XP, but that's fine, because we're also going to be throwing... Hey, Nat is here. But that's because we're also going to be throwing a ton of, knowledge in the carpentry as well, of course. And if we're eventually locked out of both of them, what we're going to go do is cooking, or fishing, or forager, and do it that way. Probably cooking. Because I want to get to 120 cooking so we start AFKing it properly. Because I was trying to do bacon sandwiches on the Steam Deck, and it does work, but it is so clunky compared to doing stews. Like, I'd much rather be doing 23, 24 stews rather than the 11 or 12 bacon sandwich. It's just far more AFK, of course. You're excited for Stonewall Hill going to max combats and save gold for it? Yeah, I need to go do that part at some point. Like, you know, save gold. Because we are, like, dirt poor. We look like we just got out of tutorial or money stack right now. there's just so many things I need money for. The next thing I need money for is get level 10 tool in both of these. I'm not going to 25 them because we're too poor to 25 them. But I do need to go 10 them for like, what is that, 5 gold or so? To go get both of them up. But yeah, I need to spend the 5 gold of our non-existent gold on them. What I really should go do someday is finally go do merchant. I even do the merchant AFK from where we're at right now. I was doing the smithing one earlier, but now I can't even afford the smithing AFK anymore. So I think I have to go do the merchant AFK. And then start manually training it again at 233. So we can get the better XP rate so we can get to the next hide so I can start making money again. Because that hide's over 2 gold an hour. And I need that. Because if we do that for an entire day, we could afford almost everything we need before trading comes out. The only thing I wouldn't have is max pickaxe. As I do want level 50 pickaxe at some point soonish. As I want to start being able to do the mining, smithing grind directly rather than just knowledging it. Or waiting for the daily to keep giving us XP like we have been. Because honestly, most of my XP from 231 to 241 has been almost exclusively from this venture. Like 80% of it has been only from this venture. It's actually kind of crazy how much XP that is. It's the whole thing that kind of convinced me to go do the 287 detective grind so we can start letting that pile up for when the combat rework comes. Because by the time we get to Chronopolis 500 grind, we're going to need to have detective to be at least 344. Ideally, exactly 344. Which is something it is still a mile and a half away from. As at best, we can gain 1 level an hour. But that's why I'm letting the passive just slowly start getting it up. Or, you know, the venture. Just so we slowly build up XP over time. Like, today we'll gain a level for it. We'll get 288 today. It's not a lot, but, you know, it'll slowly start trickling up over time. Instead of before, we're just barely getting anything at all. I forget exactly how much more the XP drop was, but I think it's like 6 times more XP per time we take it in. And we take it twice per day. So it's quite a lot. I didn't get to see it when I was doing it last night. I actually set an alarm for it. Because I went to bed at around like 1 or 2 p.m. But I set an alarm for when the adventure was just because I wanted to grab it. A little overkill. I normally don't bother doing that. Just because we got the new shiny venture is like, ooh. It's such good value. I think it's like a good 15 minutes of doing this skill. In just like 1 minute of time, not even. You've been getting all your tools to 25? Yeah, same. That's the main thing that's been making us always so low. Is I have pretty much every relevant tool to level 25. The only few exceptions are these 2 forager ones and the sickle from Gatherer. Which I'm only getting to 10 rather than 25. But every other tool I've gotten to 25. Even the 2 detective ones. I didn't get the AFK one to 25 because I got to 10. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of them to 25. Actually, we finally finished the magnifying glass yesterday. That's where all of our detective money went, by the way, if you're wondering. How on earth do we have no money after doing detective? That's where it went. It went into a max level magnifying glass. Or, you know, when I say max, I mean level 25. There's basically 3 there's like 3 ranges that you get a tool to. 10, 25, and 50. 10 means you want a little bit of XP, but you don't want to spend anything. And it's basically the bare minimum that you should be getting every tool to that you ever touch. 25 is basically pseudo-max. Because that's when it starts getting really bad diminishing return. And 50 is pretty much true max, even though it keeps going further. The amount of money you have to spend to get it any further at all than 50 is 100% not worth it. As I believe, to get 5% from 50 to 100, you'd have to spend somewhere around, like, half a platinum for 5%. It is absolutely absurd. So 50 is, like, the true point of no return, where you're never, ever getting a tool above 50, pretty much. As the cost is just so astronomically high that you're better off just investing in 10% XP pots or something. As it would be cheaper just mass buying 10% XP pots and chucking them every 2 minutes than it would be to bother even going that high on a tool. You're using your KP on merchant while doing watch person? Nice. Yeah, knowledging merchant's an interesting dilemma. Because it's such a quick skill to train, but also it is such an annoying skill to train. As far as, like, the difficulty associated with it. So I've been kind of in a mix on if I should dump knowledge into it or not. I think I've only ever dumped, like, 3 or 4 knowledge points into it, though I have done a little bit of the AFK activities. Including tonight, because I can't even afford to do the smithing AFK. So I'm literally have to do the merchant AFK. Because nothing I'm doing today is going to make enough money. And even if I do, I'm probably throwing it into level 10 forager tools so we can start getting to foraging. So even if I could get some money scrapped together, it's just going straight into forager. You want them discounts? Yeah, the discount for leatherworker is basically required. Like, you could do it without it and you still profit. But if you're going to bother with leatherworker, you should definitely be doing merchant first. The only people that didn't do that were people rushing leaderboard. But realistically, you should always get the merchant for max discount when doing anything for leatherworker. There's just too much value left on the table for not doing it. It's not required, but it's kind of like pseudo-required. Because you're losing out on way too much value doing it the other way around. Unless you just adamantly plan to never ever do merchant or something. But even then, worst comes to worst, you can just keep letting them get up through ventures and such. A lot of them you can't really do until after the quest comes out later down the line. But there's a lot of merchant ventures that you can be taking as low as level 21. They give you a ton of XP. They can slowly let trickle up if you don't want to train it directly. It probably has the most ventures of anything in the game. Though half of them currently don't work because the quest is currently not in the game yet. Like the one for bricks and tiles. Which I do want to have up before we get to Chapter 5. Bare minimum before Chapter 5 we need 322 merchant. Technically 333 so we can have... actually no, that would be the next perfect hide. That's fine. Yeah, 322 is like the bare minimum. As I do want to have access to perfect bricks and perfect tiles in case they're viable. We don't know exactly what's going to unlock them, though. It seems like it's quest locked, but it could also just be storyline locked. It's hard to tell. There's either going to be a quest before Chapter 5 comes out that you can do that unlocks the venture where you can do bricks and tiles. Who knows, maybe even giving you a third venture slot. And, or it's just going to be unlocked when Chapter 5 comes out. And they'll simply just start doing deliveries then. Because the area to do it is in the game, it's just you can't currently do it. But it's either something with a storyline or something with a quest that will eventually give it. We'll just have to wait and see. Because that'd be awkward if that still doesn't work after Chapter 5. If it's something like even deeper in the storyline. Because getting bricks and tiles right now is super annoying, as you can only get them from chests at the moment in Chapter 4. So if they're needed for anything in Chapter 5 and that venture isn't operational yet, I'm not sure what they expect us to do. Because that's going to be so slow to get. And all of the AFK raid dens I did the last, like, 5 days, over, like, that 20-30 hours, I wasn't taking them, like, adamantly every single time. But in all the times I was taking them during that duration, I only got, like, a mix of 30-ish bricks and tiles. That's it. Most of them are pretty low rarity, though a couple of them were high rarity. But most of them were pretty low rarity. Like, if that adventure existed, you could get that in under a week. Within, like, 10 minutes just from doing the venture. Or, 10 minutes across a week. Alright, 78. What is our woodcutting level that we're trying to reach right now? We are trying to get to 84 is our target. And I will be dumping knowledge into woodcutting here. So we can get to our next thing. But before I do, I will be switching over to carpenter. So the way I'm going to do this is... We're going to go and do a tree, dump all the knowledge into woodcutting, until we get to the next tree. Then we go and teleport over to carpentry, go do all of the oak thingies, and then see where we are in carpentry. Then as we go do woodcutting, we dump that into carpentry to bring it up to where we need to be, and we rinse and repeat. If we ever get locked out of both, we then go do something in Chapter 1. That's currently my game plan. Also, we will be doing the cooking contract every single hour on the hour. I should probably start a timer for it. It's pretty easy to keep track of. It's 5 minutes after the hour. But we will be checking the cooking contracts every hour on the hour. Maybe not exactly on the hour, but you know, we do have to check it every hour. At least until 120 cooking. But also ideally until 200 cooking. We need to be much better at doing them. Do I have fun playing this way? Yes. Oh, I love infinite grinds like this. Hello, Rob. Hello, Exos. Are you afraid that once Jagex releases the huge sailing update for old school RuneScape, the Brighter Shore player base will drop so low that will lead to it closing down? No, I don't think that's ever going to happen. This is too big of Andrew Gower's passion project. He'll keep developing this, honestly, probably forever. I don't think he's ever going to stop. I don't think he really cares how successful the game is. He's doing it more so for himself and the community than anything. Also, I wouldn't even be surprised if almost the inverse happens. Where sailing and or corporate greed gets so bad in old school RuneScape that people try to find an alternative. And because they're not going to go to RuneScape 3, the only other thing that's kind of similar to it is Brighter Shores. And by then, in like a year or two, Brighter Shores will be a lot more further developed game than where it is now, where it's basically like a demo. An endlessly grinding demo. Oh yeah, we also finally get to do double woodcutting now. We haven't been able to do this yet. But we're woodcutting while doing woodcutting. And yes, we still haven't gotten Beaver Pet. We are at, where is it? We are at 75.3 million XP in woodcutting. To put that into perspective for Brighter Shores, imagine being at like 400 woodcutting and not getting like a single cosmetic after like 1,000 hours. Actually, that's not even a good example. Imagine doing post 500 woodcutting in Brighter Shores for a drop and still not having that drop after like several hundred more hours after getting 500. That's basically what we're doing right now. Still hasn't gotten it. We're like 3 times over drop rate. And yeah, it just refuses to drop. We will get it one day. Would be funny if it happens while we're doing the woodcutting grind. Because we're double woodcutting grinding right now. Someday we will get that pet. This was supposed to be like a 1-month grind while I was sick. And it's turned into a 1-month grind while I was sick, plus the entire duration of Brighter Shore so far. And it still doesn't have it. It was just a grind I needed to do when I was sick back in October. And then it went over into Brighter Shores because, you know, Brighter Shores came out when we were doing that and needs something AFK. And luckily this is something really AFK. And now I'm still doing it. Not because we're doing it because it's AFK necessarily. But because we're doing it because we're too deep in to back off now. We're over 1,000 hours in and still not there. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, Andrew Gower's already loaded. Like, he can make 0 from this game for, like, 10 years, and it'll barely dent his money. Like, he'd literally make money by not making any money. Because he probably has enough investments that, it's already enough just from that alone. Because he seems like someone who'd be really responsible with his money. Because I'm pretty sure he has more money, not less money, than what he got from when he sold Jagex. And he's also had over a decade to go gain even more money. Like, you know, the investments from his money. So he's probably worth over like 100 million. Even after everything he's dumped into development for Brighter Shores. You think he's close to worth over $1 billion? I'm not sure that high. I don't think he's a billionaire. I definitely think he's a low triple-digit millionaire, though. And he's bare minimum a double-digit millionaire. But no, I don't think he's anywhere near $1 billion. The ETA was about 27k hours to max all the skills to 500. Yeah, that's why we're not doing 500 all, by the way. I will be selectively getting 500s after we do 200 all. The main 500s I plan to do are every combat, because I think we are pivoting to all combat instead of just some. If we're going to go partially in, we might as well go all in. But I'm pretty sure we're doing 500 all combat, which is hard to tell based on our low levels, but wait for the combat rework, we'll get there. But I believe we're doing 500 all combat, 500 alchemy, 500 smithing, probably 500 mining support to 500 smithing. And eventually maybe 500 all Chronopolis, since 2 of them will already be 500 anyways. And probably 500 all Chapter 5, depending on the viability of Builder. So that means we're skipping, how many 500s is that? That means we're skipping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish 500s. We're skipping at least 8 500s then. It's still a lot though. Every 500 takes forever and a half. But we're skipping a lot of the slower ones. The only slow 500s I'd really plan on doing are mining smithing. Just because I need high smithing. And also, out of any gathering skill, I should prefer mining the most. Like, between woodcutting, fishing, all the other ones. Like, mining would probably be my favorite. But no, we'll see. Every 500 is like a commitment and a half in itself, though. It is not quick going for a 500. Though I believe that one estimation that you mentioned did underball it. Because I think they assumed every level would take, or that you only gain like 2 levels an hour. Which you can actually do quite a bit better than that. At least for most skills. There are some dead zones where you would be getting that little. But generally speaking, you're getting way more than that. Yeah, the ores are really good for mass doing, especially since queuable action. Stones are a little bit more annoying, though. But luckily, most stone is pretty close to a bank. Yeah, that's pretty much our game plan for woodcutting then. Keep dumping knowledge into woodcutting. Bank everything. Once we get to the next tree, go to carpentry. Do every last log we just did. Knowledge anything further we need to do beyond that when we go back to woodcutting. And if they both reach a dead end, we then go to anything in Chapter 1. Either cooking or fishing or forager. But I think that will be our game plan, just to get a little mix of everything in there. Because the poll seems to be pretty half and half. So we'll kind of do a mix of half and half. Or kind of be focusing woodcutting carpentry, but whenever we hit a dead zone in them, we go back to Chapter 1. Also, I will be doing every cooking contract every hour on the hour. Honestly, probably until we have 200 cooking. I really need to be better about it. I normally haven't been paranoid about it up to this point. But if we want cooking to be level 200 by the time these are 200, we got to start doing it. Because even if we do start doing that, I think this only gets to like 170, 180. Unless I start dumping knowledge into it or something while doing forager fishing. But it's probably better to dump them into the skill themselves while doing that. But honestly, I think out of any of these, not counting combats, cooking is actually going to be our last 200, oddly enough. I originally thought it would be carpentry. But the way that we're going about it, it's actually going to be cooking. Cooking will be our last non-combat 200. Just because there's so many big dead zones in cooking right now. When's our last really good item? Like the ones that don't require anything. This one is somewhat good, I believe. No, where's the other one? I think that one's somewhat good. I think we have the gather component for this. Oh, come on, do your woodcutting. Let's see. Yeah, the last really free one. Wow, 144. That is awful. That's gonna be a nightmare. Yeah, you basically have to knowledge it and use use contracts the rest of that way then. Because 144 is the last one that you can... Oh no, bacon sandwich at 170. The bacon sandwich to save us at 170. Oh, that's gonna be annoying though. That means you have to bacon sandwich to like 170 to max, not counting contracts. We're about to hit the chill zone of stew though. The final stew pre-200. Because unfortunately the other stew is like slightly post-200. At like 217. And I don't plan to do post-200 cooking unless they buff cooking like crazy. Which I do hope they give like hourly buffs or something from cooking. Like it needs something. Fishing, cooking, and detective all need benefits outside their chapter. They're the only 3 skills that still have no benefit outside their chapter. Other than money. But money doesn't count. Every skill gives you money in one way or another. Just AFK to stews. I'm not going to AFK stew from 120 to 200. I'll do it from like 120 to 130 or 120 from like 1 to 140 or so. But I am not doing it all the way to 200. That would take absolutely forever. Like if you thought Branoff Inheritance grind was bad, that would take forever and a half. Like, I think it would almost be a week straight of just doing stew. If you were to go from 120 to 200 with just stew. It's worth it to about 140-ish and then starts to fall off a bit. Yeah, there's something else too. I almost feel like dumping some knowledge into Forager. Not while we're doing this, of course. But we're at a plant that I don't really need at the moment. It's in a really awkward position that's hard to gather. Yeah, I'm still deliberating on what we're doing for combat when the combat merge comes out. But I'm actually been thinking it over, and I've really been considering 500 all combat. We're gonna go from like a skiller to a pure combat account overnight. The only problem with that is that means we don't do any skilling for like 3 months straight. Not like literally none, but very minimal. And if it is, it's probably like mining, smithing. Or a little bit of merchant leatherworker. Also, if the combat rework doesn't come out by the time we have 200 all, I do believe we're going on the mining smithing pivot. Just so we can get some better weaponry for when the combat merge does happen. Because whatever your main weapon making skill is. Also, why is there 3 people gathering the same AFK activity? I don't think I've ever seen so many people hoarding an AFK activity before. There's 3 people on it right now. That's crazy. But, what was I going on about? But yeah, smithing is basically an extra combat skill. Like, whatever your main weapon production skill is from Chapter 3. It's essentially just a second combat skill. But yeah, I'm really banking on the fact that time to kill after the update is way quicker. After special attacks and the skill tree. I'm hoping it's like merchant level speed or even quicker than merchant level speed. Because right now it's worse than merchant. But one of the reasons I've been doing so little combat is I've been banking on the fact of hoping that is actually quicker than Merchant rather than slower than Merchant after the rework. And keep in mind, you're going to get a ton of knowledge from it too. It might be the quickest way to get knowledge in the game. And you can dump knowledge into anything you need. Like smithing. Oh, so I'm still not sure what these 5% are for. I brought them with the assumption that I would be drinking them while doing this every 2 minutes. But because this tree has no downtime, it's actually not worth drinking. So it's kind of just been sitting here. I do need a 7% for when we double knowledge, though. But the 5%'s doing nothing. Luckily, it doesn't matter because it doesn't require any inventory space since we're doing 20 at a time. Or whatever we're doing currently. Yeah, 20 at a time. So I like how the pole keeps getting more and more even. Before you know it's going to be like a perfect 50-50%. But yeah, I guess we'll do a kind of bit of both. We are focusing a bit more on woodcutting carpentry today, though. I'm not sure to what level. There's the only problem with a lot of these streams when we are doing this is I'm not sure exactly what our level goal is at any given point. Like, what is, like, the definitive cutoff for today? Because honestly, we're just going to kind of keep going with it. And when we don't feel like doing anymore, we'll just grab dinner. I think that's my game plan for a lot of these days, honestly. It's just base it based on vibes. Maybe we just get hungry or something. It's like, it's about time. Let's go AFK fishing then after. Off stream. I do definitely want to get at least one tree upgrade, if not 2 tree upgrades, though. Ideally 2 tree upgrades every single time and get a double log upgrade. Which that today would mean we go all the way to 89 woodcutting. And so let's say hypothetically it is our goal. Because it might be. That means we need 89 woodcutting. And let's see. And 88 carpentry. That carpentry part sounds annoying. The woodcutting easily will get done. That carpentry component, though, sounds horrible, but we will do it. It must be done. But yeah, we do have to finally train the dreaded carpentry. Today, and honestly every day until it's 200. We'll be chipping at it slightly. There's only one person here. There was 3 people there earlier. Not sure why everyone is doing it. Oh, you know why? That's the level 20 log. That must be a bunch of people's alts account. Hey, by the way, how are you guys alt accounts doing? Are you guys playing any? Or, you know, on your 2 other profile thingies? Because multi-boxing's not allowed. But, you know, your other 2 profile thingies. Is my goal for them has still been finishing out Lost and Found, which should be in about a week or 2. Probably closer to 2. And then after Lost and Found, I'm just going to have them AFK their respective skill. One's going to get 500 stonemason, the other one's going to get 500 bone rate. And that way, if we ever need something, it'll have a little bit better access to it. I'll still need to trade people for the first, like, half a year. But by later this year, we'll be able to technically self-sufficient ourselves for anything in that regard. The only big issue is I do not have access to the bones or carpentry supplies for bone rate. But I will have access to the stones because of mining. So stonemason supplies I will technically have. The biggest issue will be the bone rate component. I'm still not sure how we fix that other than... anyone in chat have bone rate stuff? Any 400, 500 bone writers, combat, and or other things? Yeah, that's going to be like our only way around it. Because that's the only component I won't have particularly well, even after we have 500 on the 2 alts. I will not have access to good bones, and I will not have access to good carpentry supplies. I'll have the basic stuff that we get from 200 all. Like almost all of tier 5 other than you. But, yeah, as far as tier 6 bone rate and carpentry supplies, we're gonna have, like, none. And I don't plan on getting it anytime soon, if ever. So we either have to buy it from other people in one way or another. Either the raw material, or the item themselves, or something. Because none of my accounts are planning to get that high. Like, I'm not getting, like, 500 woodcutting, or 500 carpentry, or 500 gather. I do plan to do some post 200 gather, but not that high. Yep, someone's doing their crossbow against the big thing. It's kind of funny because you have infinite ammo whenever you do the AFK activity. So even though you have limited ammo right now, though, honestly, after the combat rework, based on them adding ammo there, it looks like you might have infinite ammo for everything. I feel like that's going to break a couple things, though. You do have a bit less DPS when doing range. But if you can completely negate the fact that you even need armor or anything, that's kind of broken. There's a lot of enemies you can kill without ever engaging them in combat if you had infinite ammo. Like a lot of enemies. Like almost 2 per chapter, if not multiple. Like even if you have to take like a 10 or 20% DPS cut, if you never need a healing pot or armor or anything, it's probably worth it. Plus, since you don't need all that durability, you can allocate all your skill tree to more combat-oriented things. Which might make out for any damage that you would have otherwise been losing anyways. But I feel like that's going to be the meta for most things. Literally just infinite ammo, everything, and just range everything. We're going to go from like an almost purely melee-only combat system to an almost range-only combat system. There will be situations where you tank, but you have to keep in mind, when the combat rework happens, Armor Maker is still months away. And especially if you're playing Iron Man mode, you basically have no armor. Like, even if you have trading, it's going to be too expensive to even bother with. But our lack of accessibility to armor is going to make meleeing a lot more annoying. As your access to good weapons is substantially better than your access to good armor. At least until Chapter 5. But we're going to have the new combat rework for at least 1 month, if not 2, 3, 4 months. Before Chapter 5 even comes around. And that entire time you don't have access to good armor. Or at least not easy access. You do have access to it, but it's pure RNG. You can't go out of your way to go make it yourself. The best you could do is buy it from other people if you enable trading. But it's gonna go extremely expensive. Like 3-star level 300, 400 armor is probably more expensive than like a 4-star 500 level weapon. Also, one other really funny thing with armor, too, is depending on how it works, like the armor proficiency and weapon proficiency, a lot of things about it we don't currently quite know. But you'll probably be able to wield around 140-ish armor without needing any allocation towards it. And if that is the case, then armors that are around level 140 to 160 or so are going to be so sought after. Like 4-star armor in that range. Is you'll pretty much be able to wield them by default, most likely. Without really need to allocate much at all, if anything at all. So whenever you're building like a pure DPS build, you would actually need that kind of armor. We do actually have one piece in that regard, oddly enough. We have a level 155 helm, I believe, for chapter 4. But one way that you can actually make your own is when you get higher drops from combat, you can combine them with other people's like absurdly low level drops. Like let's say they have like a level 18 3-star or something. And just combine those together in order to go make, you know, the correct level range. There's a good chance that armor around 140-ish, 4-star, is going to be more expensive than anything around like 200-300. That's because you might be able to wield them with minimal to no allocation into armor at all. Or is everything beyond 140 you'd probably have to allocate points towards, which could be points towards better DPS instead. Though that would be really funny if that does become the case, though. Or level 144 star armor is the most expensive armor in the game. Eventually 500 4-star also would be too. But the next most expensive might legitimately be 144 star. Depending on how the system works. There's still a lot we don't know about it, though. Oaks are so bad. Why no, I don't know. I was checking the XP rate on the wiki, and it doesn't seem that bad. I'm not sure what route they were running, though. This is the route I normally do. But I don't know. I was checking the woodcutting rate and the carpentry rate, and it didn't seem that bad. Like, it's definitely slightly worse than the average tree. But it's not so much worse that you wouldn't do it. The only one that seems so bad to not do is Poplar. Actually, when is our Poplar, by the way? I'll probably grab a little bit of it, but I don't plan to do that much of Poplars. Maybe like a few hundred, if even that. Yeah, 107 is our next Poplar block. We don't have to worry about that till tomorrow at the earliest. Because we're definitely not hitting that high today. I'm not sure what we do instead, though. I guess I could do either drop Poplar or do Juniper banking. The problem is I don't really need a lot of Juniper. They're in a really awkward location. The other alternative is just Bramble through them. And just do Bramble Suave. But I'm pretty sure that's worse than just doing Juniper or drop Polar. Because at that point you might as well do drop Polar. Or Poplar. I always call these Polars, by the way. If you ever wonder what I'm referring to when I say Polar log, I mean the Poplar log. I only realized as of a week ago that it has a P in it. An extra P. Oaks are the Carbonates of woodcutting? No, I would say those are Poplars. And even those aren't as bad as Carbonates. But no, these are pretty close to a bank. Carbonates is like 9 rooms away. But from what I could tell, poplars are the worst tree, if you want to bank them. Every other tree is pretty comparable. Them being split between so many rooms isn't too big a deal. The only big issue is every cycle I can only get 5 instead of 6. Whereas most of the other trees you'd be able to 6 cycle within the same time. So oak trees are about, what percent is that worse? Oh, they make up for it for how close their bank is though. But you only get 5 trees each cycle instead of 6. But the bank is a bit closer, so it kind of evens out a little bit. Though for Suave, it's like it's free gets though. And same as Bramble, because you basically never need a bank. But let me go bring up the woodcutting page. Let me double check. Because I checked it a little while back before we did the woodcutting grind. No, that's not what I typed in. I typed in the word woodcutting and it got me to wooden... What? There we go. Juniper's best? Last I recall, Juniper is pretty average, isn't it? Because all the up-downs make it a lot slower. Oh, I'm looking for right now. Where are we right now? We're at... There we are, Oak Tree. Yeah, we are here. Yeah, we did the math on this earlier, so this looks worse. You look at this right here, and you see that it's like 9% worse. But we did the math on how much XP you get from ash plank, carpentry-wise, compared to oak. And you get about 20% more XP for carpentry at the cost of 9% or so for woodcutting. So if you're looking purely at woodcutting XP, oaks look a little bad. But when you're looking at it collectively, as far as woodcutting and carpentry, you're actually getting more XP per hour from doing oaks than you are from ash plank. Ash plank on paper just looks better just because of the upfront woodcutting XP. It's about 9% better. But if you account for carpentry XP, it's actually slower than doing oaks. As the carpentry XP rate's like slightly over 20% at the cost of about 9% woodcutting. It's one of the other reasons why I'm dumping woodcutting XP into woodcutter, but also to get to a better tree. Well, the EXP rate takes into account that it's instant. If anything, that's actually a bad thing whenever they're instant. Because you're spending a lot more time banking it. The only upside of doing more ash is you get more shields out of it. And anything other than Guardians care a lot more about the shields. By this level range, I care more about the EXP rate. Maybe for tier 4 and tier 5 ash, I would camp them a bit more than oaks. As we do care about the shield material more than we care about these oak thingies. Because these oak thingies are only for carpentry. I mean, only for bone right. But, yeah, we'll wait for that on the higher tier, though. Because we don't really need a lot of shields around this level range. So might as well get the better carpentry XP rate from it. But yeah, I might do the ash the other way around at tier 4 and 5. But, actually, what tier Ash are we at right now? We're only at tier 3, right? So on the next one, maybe I would camp it a bit more then. But not on this one, because we just care about the XP at this range. Just so we can get to the better stuff. But yeah, I believe this Ash right over here... Isn't that tier 4 Ash? Pretty sure this is tier 4 Ash. And then we eventually get to tier 5 Ash. I need to double check how far tier 4 can go for some shields. Because they all use the same material, unlike a lot of other skills. Because I believe tier 4 Ash can go to 199. Which means that material actually is really good. Like this Ash log and then the other Ash log after it. The 125 and then the 184. I'm pretty sure both of them can make 199s. But this one just extending even further. But the current one that we have right now is not that useful. The tier 3 Ash Plank. I'd rather get the better Carpentry XP from this. But every Oak Tree after this, we would prioritize a bit heavier onto Ash Tree over the Oak. But this is the last level range where it's actually better to do the Oak rather than the Ash Tree. And if you're a Guardian, you would always want to do the Oak. Because you actually need this material. We're always going to do some amount of the Oak, though. Oh, so hello, Maximus. Welcome, welcome. Have I been doing Paloozas off-stream? Oh, yeah, I've been doing them off-stream. I haven't gotten that much grind into them yet, though. I've also been trying to get all the dailies and weeklies done so we can focus on it this weekend. But I'll be doing that off-stream. I haven't grinded, like, any yet, though. I mostly just wanted to clear everything else out so that we could focus on them later. While we go do, like, AFK fishing in Brighter Shores or, you know, active AFK. Yeah, I've definitely been slacking on them a bit since Brighter Shores. Because obviously most of our off-stream grinding for most things has been Brighter Shores. A little bit for Old School, but barely any. Now that leagues are done, I can actually just fully AFK Old School RuneScape as well. Though my membership's about to expire, so I'm not sure how we're going to go about that. Because I don't think I'm renewing due to recent transactions that has been, or transpirings that has been occurring. They've also raised the yearly membership by like 20, 30 bucks. And that combined with them trying to raise it even more. I think I'm just not even going to bother renewing. I just go all in on Brighter Shores as far as MMOs. I will still be AFK in that game, but I'll just be AFK in Castle Wars. To get my childhood dream done of full golden Castle Wars armor. I'm not even sure if a single hardcore even has it. Pretty sure one of them would have done it by now. But there might actually be 0 alive hardcores in the game that have full golden Castle Wars armor. It's completely free to get. It's not risky to get at all. It's just I highly doubt most of them would bother spending the time to do that. But you can do it completely in free-to-play. The rate that you get in free-to-play is currently the same you get it in Members Worlds. Unless they go and buff it, seeing all the people trying to do that. You finally finished Lost and Found? Huge! Congrats, Galaxy Beard. Nice. All quests done? Nice. Oh, you saved the best one for last. Yeah, my alt should be getting it done in about a week or two. We'll probably even stream it. I think 2 Mondays from now we'll be able to go complete it. They're currently at 26 for their second to last skill. And then they only have 1 low-level skill to go get after that. And they're done. But yeah, it's a great quest to finally have done. Gosh, every time I go here, I feel like there's a different person doing the 20 AFK gather thing. That AFK spot is extremely not worth doing, though, unless you're doing it on your ult. Even then, I'm not sure what you're trying to grind towards. There's nothing really that you would need really high gather for on an ult. There's a problem with getting super high gathering. Like, generally, if you're going to get a skill really high on an ult, it should be either combat or production skill. Ideally, a production skill like alchemy or carpentry if you don't want to do it on your main account. Or, you know, something like that. Armor Maker when it comes out in Chapter 5. Like, you generally want them prioritizing a production skill. Assuming you're enabling trading on all 3 of your accounts. You generally don't want them doing a gathering skill, because that means you actually have to actively play them. in order to get your value from their gathering skill. But you can get the value from them if they're doing a production skill without, you know, playing them that much. Because you simply just use them whenever you need the production being done. Like if you need like a really high carpentry component, you just, you know, have them go do it. Or if you need a really high potion, you just have them go make it, so on and so forth. It generally doesn't work that good for gathering skills because you have to spend a lot of time of them actually gathering, which is time that your main account's not doing anything. We're almost at our next double boost. That good 7% pot. And I think we're aiming for 84, and then we go to carpentry. Also, we'll be chucking the 5% every single time we do carpentry, by the way. And then, of course, saving the double for the 7%. Also, I was always joking in the past about a 12-hour carpentry stream. I'm not sure if we're ever going to need to during this grind. Because the way I'll be breaking up the grind, we'll be doing a lot of carpentry, probably a little bit every single day. Rather than one day where we're doing it for like 12 hours straight. It'll just be a lot of days where we do it for like a few hours. Oh no, we'll see. We might be able to get that joke 12-hour carpentry stream in at some point. Maybe towards the end. Because there will be a bit of a hole in our carpentry grind. So maybe all the way at the end there'll be a full day of carpentry. Like when we're at 200 woodcutting, but or only at like 170 carpentry or something. Yeah, that's the only way it could technically happen. Is if we're done with the woodcutting grind, but not done with the carpentry grind. Better if we go for 208 and 216. Because that allows us to do every tier 5 except for you. And if we do that, there will definitely be a day of 12 hours of carpentry. We would be forced to, due to the level range. Is 208 woodcutting 100% does not get you 218 or 216 carpentry. But no, we'll probably still do the joke 12-hour carpentry stream at some point. Whenever our logs get backed up, it'll happen. I do plan to do it somewhat evenly, at least at first, though. But eventually there'll be a day where I don't want to feel doing carpentry, and then we'll have a gigantic backlog. Or we'll have to do like a whole day of nothing but carpentry. But for now, we are going to try to keep them even. Just so we're not like completely overwhelmed. That way we only have to do one 12-hour stream. It's not going to be like 2 or 3 of them. Of just carpentry. But there probably will still be at least one day where we'll need to use it as a catch-up day. To basically clear the bank of every log. Oh, that reminds me, whenever we do ash planks again, or ash logs, we can actually do the better method. The only reason I didn't last time around is we were doing it with Gatherer. But every ash tree I need to do here 4th, since we have a higher Gatherer level, I actually don't need to do that one plant anymore. I guess Guardians might still want to, because they get the plus 80 Arbor from that. But as a non-Guardian, we don't really need to care about them anymore. We only cared about them initially for their EXP rate. Not necessarily because of the potion they make. So that means we can actually pivot to the better ash tree when we go do it again. The really good one right next to the rift. It's one of the things that actually makes it so good. Alright, when we're putting this into woodcutting. Boom. Boom. There we go. 81! I need 84. We're almost there. We're going for a double tree upgrade, and that'll be our first tree upgrade. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go check the cooking contracts at some point. Maybe I do that now, actually. I'll wait till this 7%'s over. And maybe do one more inventory after. But, yeah, then we'll probably go check our cooking contracts and just go check where they're at. I don't think we have to do a cooking run quite yet, but we will go... Oh, no, definitely don't. We have none. But, you know, just to get them in. Gotta keep poking at that EXP here and there. 200 cooking isn't gonna cook itself. Yeah, after this next inventory, we'll go check our cooking contract then. Though at this point, I should try getting it closer to the end of the hour. Maybe I'll go get like a 20-something minute one going. Let's see, where's our timer at? Timer, we need you. Oh, not what I wanted. I need to go make that more even and then make that like a 25-minute timer? Because I want to try to double dip the thing. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so that's timer is for double dipping our current contracts. Because we'll be able to do whatever is currently there. And then go get our new contracts immediately after, so we don't have to go there twice, just once. Because I want to minimize how much we have to go there. That way we only have to go there about once every hour and 50-ish minutes or so. Rather than every hour. Yeah, let me even this a little. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, that's our double dipping cooking contract timer. Gonna probably have that a lot over the next week or 2 or 3. Until that says 200 cooking. After it says 200 cooking, I don't care about it as much. But prior to 200 cooking, we do have to be a little bit more paranoid about taking all of our cooking contracts. It's fine if we miss a few. But it's the main thing that will expedite us to 200 cooking quicker. Because that's good at every level range. Doesn't matter what level we're at. It is worth doing contracts for. Whereas there's a lot of dead zones where manually cooking is just not that good. I do plan to do some post 200 cooking. Not a lot. But in case cooking's ever viable, I kind of want to have it. As they will eventually update cooking to not be the worst skill in the game. It's not literally the worst, but they will eventually give it some kind of use case beyond just money. And when they do, I want to make sure we don't have like only 200. So I will still be doing some contracts post 200. Not going to be paranoid about getting it up, but whenever we can sneak a little bit in, we will. After this cycle, we'll go bank, and then, I'll go check our cooking stuff then. Oh, wait, no, we're not. Wait, what am I saying? I forgot. We're waiting on the timer now. Scratch that. I forgot. That was what we were doing earlier. That's not what we're doing now. Now we're waiting for timer and then doing that. That's kind of the whole point of the timer. You know, the timer that we just set up was kind of the point of it. Was to wait until that hits 0. And then we go there. Just so we don't have to go there twice. And once we hit 84 woodcutting, we will be going all in on carpentry. Do every last log we have. And then if we get walled off, we either go back to woodcutting, or we could do something in Chapter 1. As there's a good chance this does not get us to our next carpentry goal. Even though while we do it, we'll be dumping everything into carpentry. It needs to get us 8 levels. Not sure if it will, but we'll find out. How many woodcutting levels did I need? I needed... also 8. Interesting. So we're definitely not going to have enough then. I don't know, maybe we will. I'm sure what the ratio comes out to be. Let's see, how much EXP do you get from 1 oak log? Does the carpentry page have that? 1 tier 3 oak log. Because it would have to be bigger than 463. With a 5% bonus. I guess not all of them would have the 5% bonus. It has to be better than the 464. Let's go check. Hopefully the wiki has the EXP for 1 single log. Oh yeah, we don't need Alchemist anymore. Sorry, Alchemist page. You served us well. We're on different grinds now. Alright, do you have the EXP for 1 single tier 3 oak log? Just 1, not the hourly rate. Just 1 singular one. Where even are they? There they are. It is 572. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. It's 572. Which is distinctly bigger than 464. Or 463. It's kind of in between. Okay, that's interesting. So that actually will be enough carpentry XP then. As long as we bank them all, which we are. Or should be. Because that doesn't account for the 5% XP. The only thing that would make it slightly off, I guess, is knowledge. But it should be relatively even on knowledge. Unless you're getting more knowledge per hour from woodcutting than you are from carpentry. Or more per thing. I assume they're pretty similar. Like, I'm pretty sure chopping 1 log is about the same as doing the carpentry for 1 log. But if it's not, that's the thing that will put it out of whack then. Is if you get a different amount of knowledge points, more so less, for doing carpentry for 1 log than you do from woodcutting 1 log. I'm not sure what that number is, because I don't think the wiki has the knowledge for 1 log here. So I'm not actually sure what it is. Though maybe somewhere's on that page it does. Maybe all the way at the top. Do you have the knowledge for literally just 1 log? Oh, it's different for a couple of them, I see. There's some info here somewheres. There it is. It's hard to read it, though. Too many words. While trying to do the other thing. Wow, the other thing is only that many per hour? No wonder why they're so bad. It's only 2.3 knowledge per hour doing planks. And the ones that you do in, like, 1 cut. No wonder why they felt so horrifically bad. That is, like, negative EXP rate. Also, what's even crazier is doing the better ones aren't even 3 per hour. It's, like, slightly under 3. That is so horrifically bad. Wait, is that accounting for banking time, though? Or is that, sell to shop? Wait, that's counting selling to shop, too. It's even worse than that. Oh, no wonder why carpentry feels so bad. Banking everything when doing planks is like 2 knowledge an hour. Probably even less. And the other thing is like 2.5 an hour, if not less. Because those rates for knowledge per hour was assuming you sell them to the guy. Which means they're even worse than that. If you're banking them. Yeah, by the time we get our next double knowledge point, that's almost going to be 84 woodcutting. And then to carpentry we go. Yeah, the things I was mentioning earlier were based per hour. Yeah, knowledge per hour is so bad for carpentry. Its best rates are lower than some of skill's worst rates, which is kind of crazy. Like, banking Carbonice is more knowledge per hour than doing carpentry, I'm pretty sure. It is actually that low doing carpentry. Yeah, the EXP rate that you get while doing it's pretty good, though. It's actually better EXP rate than what we're getting for woodcutting right now. I will be getting better EXP rate at 72 carpentry than I am at 81 woodcutting. And this is with a level 25 tool as well. But the problem is the knowledge rate is really, really bad. And I will be banking them, which makes it even worse. Though these are one of the materials I'm considering not banking all of them on. Just because they're bone rate only. Yeah, that's another issue with Juniper too, isn't it? I think it's one of those one process ones instead of double process. I just gotta double check. What is the EXP rate for carp right now compared to our oak? Is that actually higher? And because now that I'm thinking about it, it might actually be lower. The EXP per is higher, but I think the action makes it take longer. Let me double check. Because I forgot, you don't get to do all the action at once. Because it's like a multi-step thingy. Plus the bank time is way worse for it. Average oak. Yeah, it actually is not as good then. 94k. Compared to what we're getting right now, which is what? This is before it takes into account the tool upgrade. I'm pretty sure it is. Compared to what? Compared to... Yeah, we are getting way more from woodcutting. Just because all the EXP drops are way closer to each other. So yeah, carpentry is even worse than that too. Yeah, that's why I feel so slow. Its knowledge is horrible. Its EXP rate is horrible. Its everything is horrible. Yeah, we're getting like 33% less EXP per hour from carpentry than we are from woodcutting. And that's not even counting the tool upgrade. Post 200 blacksmith is so slow. Yeah, all the production skills are. We've kind of got a new better AFK activity though. Though I can't use it because I have no money to buy the material. Because we're at like negative cash right now. But yeah, the woodcutting part of what we're doing now is about 33% quicker than the carpentry part. Both in knowledge per hour and EXP per hour. That's why carpentry always feels so bad. That means at any given level range is anywhere from like 30 to 50% worse than the woodcutting component. Yep, 10 minutes until our cooking contracts are ready. Till we go double dip them. Might have to do 2 inventories of bacon sandwich, but it's fine. A little bit of extra XP wouldn't hurt. Good excuse to actually do some amount of cooking. While we're waiting for the timer. I'd rather be there too early than too late. It's gonna feel weird once we have 200 all non-skilling. All skilling, Because if the combat rework hasn't hit yet, I think we're going and becoming a mine to Matubin locked miner. Where all we do is mining and smithing. Unless I want to go do some amount of merchant leatherworker in that time. Because that's the only grinds I really need to do post 200 prior to combat. Is get our smithing up. Keep our mining level in line with our smithing. And get money for merchant leatherworker. Technically, I should probably do merchant leatherworker first so we can afford a level 50 pickaxe. And then once we have a level 50 pickaxe, we go all in on mining smithing. That's still a while from now. Plus, that plan could be completely changed if they just drop the combat rework at some point. Because 200 all here does not happen overnight. Like, we're still talking like a 3-week grind, 4-week grind. Like, we're talking almost a month. Maybe a bit less than that. I might be overestimating how much that it takes. Though it is carpentry. Carpentry is very slow. But, I'm not sure how long it would take to actually max out these 5 skills. It really comes down to, obviously, how much we play and everything. But, I feel like it'd be about a month, right? Because even if we do 1 per week, that's already over a month. Some of them are a bit further along, though, like cooking. Though not all of them are really that far, because when we compare it to Alchemy, Alchemy was at 77 when we started. Which is pretty comparable to where most of these are, if you take like the average of these. The only one that's slightly above is cooking. And something like Alchemy took us doing it almost all day, 5 days in a row. Which if we were to assume every other skill is roughly that same speed, which I guess some of them slightly are, slightly aren't. I feel like woodcutting and fishing would be slightly quicker, and foraging. But carpenter, cooking, and those two would be slower. But that technically took us 5 days of power grinding. So technically, yeah, between the 5 that we have left, it could take like 25-ish days. As soon as we spend like 10 hours a day doing it, if not slightly more. But then again, the last days during the end of our alchemy grind actually went pretty quick. Like the last 2 days, I think we spent like 11 hours total. Because we just kept going to our best potion every single time. And of course, for all gathering skills, you could generally move on to your best activity every single time. Fishing, not quite. There are a couple of dead fish that aren't worth doing. Like, for example, at level 70, we get to co-op fish. So unless we could find one person who really wants to try hard fishing for an entire day straight. I highly doubt we could find someone, which is why I'm probably not even going to bother. Because we need to find someone who's exactly at level 70 to whatever fishing, who would want to, for like 5 hours max efficiency, do cod or whatever it is. Or it sounds like a nightmare to coordinate. As well as be tick perfect for like 5 hours straight. It's just not worth it. It is quicker though, by about 20%. It's about 20-25% quicker than doing the alternative. But the alternative is so much more chill. It does not require another person. Because the biggest issue with fishing right now is our XP rate that we have right now basically stays at that XP rate all the way to level 86, I believe. Until we get eels. But until level 76, actually. But that's not as bad. But our current XP rate at 65 is the rate that we're going to have all the way till 67. I mean 76. And we've had that XP rate since 62. Because the next activity we get is the exact same XP rate, if not worse. Compared to what we're doing now. Unless you're doing the co-op version of it. But at 76, it skyrockets again, though. As at that point, it's even better than doing the co-op at 70. Hey, Ambard's here for the AFK. Why is everyone bowing here? Every person I've seen doing that AFK does a bow. Obviously, just because it's their stronger weapon, but still. I find that kind of funny. Because currently, in the current state of the game, you don't have infinite ammo, but you do when you do that. You technically will too once they do the combat rework. Because if they allow you to even have like 30 ammo, other than for bossing, that's basically infinite ammo. For anything that's currently in the game right now, 30 ammo is infinite ammo. I think it's finally time to go check the cooking thing. I have to do an extra few of the dishes, but that's fine. Alright, put that away. And to Hopeport we go! No, we don't need that timer anymore. Thank you, timer. You served us well. I'll need the next timer for the next time we have to go double dip. Why won't it let me? There we go. Alright, we'll be back. Yeah, I know. It has infinite ammo whenever you do passives. I've done it quite a few times with it. I was just saying that you'll have basically infinite ammo after combat rework. For everything, not just the passives. Not because you actually have infinite ammo, but because you have so much excess. Yeah, what are we doing? We're doing bacon sandwich. You know what would actually be better here? I noticed this when I was on Steam Deck. It's actually better to do bacon sandwich like this. Oh no, I bought one too many. There we go. But it's actually better to do it wide like this. So that whenever we buy them, they get collapsed on each other. Because you can see them both within one screen rather than two. Yep, Shore Central's still cooking here. Jack's still trying for top 20, 500. Yeah, honestly, that's pretty much what Brighter Shores is right now. It's the waiting for combat rework simulator. He's almost there. Look at that, 463. He only has 37 levels to go. You should get that in the next week then. Yeah, 37 levels and he'll get top 20 500 cooker. Because anytime I ever see him anywhere, he's always here. And how's Short Central been doing in that regard? Let's see, Forger. Let's see. Only 265? I'm actually kind of surprised. That isn't a little higher. Obviously, he did 500 Forager, which took a lot of time. Because he's basically only done Chapter 1. What rank is he for Chapter 1 right now? He's currently rank 12. Doing essentially Chapter 1 only. That's still pretty high, though. And the one bread from earlier. You know what? I can't let that one bread go to waste. We're going to use the ground bread. Once we go sell these, we'll go check what our bounties are. And then get ready on the next set of bounties. And we'll go turn them on or in if they're worth turning in. Otherwise, we'll ignore them. I should be able to get like 3 more inventories of these in. Definitely 2 more. Let's see, what time is it? Yeah, we have 5 minutes of them left. Because I gotta wait out the timer on the next bounty. And the only reason I came so early is because there's still bounties there. I just didn't want to go there out of way because it's better pathing if we take all this bacon sandwich there first. Otherwise, we have to double backtrack. It's one of the reasons I wanted to get here early. So that we can do like a full 22 ground. Because we're gonna have to go there anyways to go sell them. Which is on the way to go get your chef bounty. Seems like 5 tiles. It's not a lot, babe. It's like a second and a half of movement right there. Because it saves the time of having to backtrack from there to here. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles twice. So 12 tiles it saves. Because you were already going to use those tiles to go sell all your stuff. The only one I didn't count is the 1 tile to move there because you'd have to do that regardless of what method you're using. As there's no other way to path there since it's surrounded by blocks, ice blocks. Alright, what do we have here? Anything good? I guess Sentry, and that's it. Everything else is too much. And then we go check it again in a few minutes. Hey look, our money stack's going up. I think bacon sandwiches are only like, what? Not even half a gold an hour at this level range. It's really bad. But hey, it's more than 0. We're just doing it for the XP though. Definitely not for the money. Though we do need the money. It's just a byproduct of doing this. Yeah, we got 3 minutes left, which should be enough to do 1 more double bacon. One we have, and then 1 more set. That could be enough for a level, though, unless we could turn everything in. We got 1 good turn in, if nothing else. But I'm probably going to wait until we have more items here. It's not worth turning in only, like, 3-ish. Unless they're all on the same route. Like, if we get Century, Scrap, Merchant, or something. I just realized I'm not going to need this 59-minute timer, am I? Or at least not yet. Because we got to wait a whole hour so we can go double dip. If anything, it's a 1 hour and 50-minute timer. There we go. I fixed the timer. That's when we have to come back to the cooking place. Is in 1 hour and 55 minutes from now. So we can double dip it again. Yeah, let me go start the timer now. Should be close enough. This is always fine for a little bit early. Then we'll have our double knowledge to go dump on woodcutting. Show only have to do, what, like 15 minutes more woodcutting? Then we can go back to carpentry. Or back to carpentry. Do carpentry finally again. Still slightly dreading it, but we don't have that much banked. We got like, what, 3, 4, 500 oak? Not even. Probably less than that. Find out when we get there. And it will be XP potting every time when we do them. Like every single time before we go in, we'll drink a 5%. And obviously a 7% for whenever we dip into knowledge. Alright, final 2. And the board should be reset by now. Ooh, double bacon sandwich is interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll go take them in. Big Sheen and Barracks. Yeah, I'll go do that. Let's do some math real quick. 14 minus from 22 is 8. Alright, let's hope I did that correctly. Alright, let me get 1 5% pot, I guess. Not sure if it's worth it just for turning this in, but oh well. Yeah, we'll do Hooked Hand, and then we'll teleport back for the other one, and then we go back to Chapter 2 to go do Woodcutting Carpentry again. And we should not over-encumber on knowledge. I think you have to confirm it. It's kind of weird because it works different for Merchant than it does for this. We have to like do an extra click to confirm it, so you can't pre-tell her. Alright, off we go. Until an hour and 51 minutes from now. We can ignore that cooking exists. And then when we do come back, we should be able to get a cooking level. 120 being the really big milestone, because then we can AFK stew. That's probably my cooking goal for this weekend. And a goal we'll try to hit tomorrow with whatever other grinds we're doing. We gotta get at least 120 so we can start AFKing stews. Yeah, back to woodcutting now. And right now our goal is 84. So that we can then do carpentry. So we can then go back to woodcutting. So that we can then go to carpentry. And the cycle continues. Until we're forced to go back to cooking again in an hour and almost 2 hours from now. Yeah, I'm gonna need to start doing this, both on stream and off stream. To set up a timer every like hour and 55 minutes. I haven't been doing this for most of our gameplay, but for the next week or two, maybe even almost next month, we gotta be really paranoid about taking over cooking contracts so we can get 200 done already. After that, I won't be as paranoid about it again. Kind of like how we have been, where we only do it like a few times a day. But I kind of want to do it in every possible instance until it says 200. Because it's the only way we're going to get it there quickly. It reminds me a lot of herb runs when you're doing an Iron Man and Old School RuneScape. Because you got to be on those like constantly pre-max. Post-max is not as big a deal. But pre-max, you need so many potions just to get off the ground. So you got to keep doing your farm runs every hour on the hour. Because they have like a 90-minute reset thing or an 80-minute thing. And this is what this reminds me of, except for cooking. Except it's a little bit of a longer duration. They basically have to do it until you get to a certain threshold. And for Brighter Shores, that's 200 cooking. But yeah, I still can't wait for the combat rework. I want to see it so badly. It's one of the reasons I feel like we're going to go all in on combat once it happens. There's also one interesting byproduct that comes from going all in on combat, especially with trading enabled. It gives us infinite money. Like, effectively infinite money. Not just from the natural money you would make, but also from trading everything all out. And because of that, it would give us every level 50 tool we need for any skill we'd ever want to do. It's one of the other reasons for doing 500 all combat, as it basically pays for all skilling. Basically, instead of doing 500 merchant leatherworker, you can do 500 all combat, and it does the exact same thing, effectively. At this point, we should only need about half an hour of woodcutting then. And then we're carpentry locked for probably the same amount of time. Which is kind of scary. Because it should be actually not the same amount, but like 33% longer. Which means we're going to be like 3 hours locked to carpentry, if not longer. I'm going to feel so tempted to just start selling them after a certain bit. I might bank a few hundred and just start selling every single oak one. Just because we don't really need it for much. It will bank the initial ones, though, but then we're going to get to the point where it's like, okay, let's just sell every last one of them. Which is probably going to be the game plan. Mostly because this is a bone right supplies. If this was for anything smithing related, or stonemason related, I would feel like I would need to keep them. Particularly blacksmithing, though they both overlap. Anything that's need for blacksmithing is also need for stonemason, and vice versa. But this is a bone right only material. So our need to bank it is very low. I need the XP from it, but not the resource from it. So I'll probably bank a few hundred and then just start selling them to shop for better XP rate. And hey, we also make money! We get to see number go up slightly. Maybe we'll get 1 gold piece by the end of this stream, who knows. Next year we gotta do, I do have to keep all of them though. This is a smithing tree. Alright, second to last level almost coming in. We're still gonna probably do one more whole tree upgrade to stream though. As long as we double tree every single stream, counting brambles as a tree, we should be fine. Because that means tomorrow we do hickory and bramble, and then juniper, polar, so poplar. I probably will do poplar and just drop them on the ground or something. If we do end up woodcutting poplars, our compromise will be I'll woodcut them, but I throw all the XP onto carpentry. So we're still gonna woodcut them, but I'm not gonna bank them. But every level up that we get from knowledge goes to carpentry during that time. I can double check the XP rate, but I believe that works. Because I'm pretty sure poplars, when you're just dropping them, is still fine. It's the banking aspect that makes them horrible. Wait, they're actually worse? Wait, you don't even do poplars, wait. It's literally better to bank junipers than it is to... Oh, wow. Alright, never mind. Wow, they are bad. They're actually so bad that, banking juniper is better XP than dropping poplar. That's actually kind of insane. I guess I'll bank a few inventories just so we have more than 0. Like maybe 100 of them. But wow, is that horrifically bad. Yeah, they're worse XP than banking juniper. Dropping poplars, even at a higher level range. Yeah, junipers are really close to a bank. I hate how much up-downs they have, but it is worth it. The only big issue with them is, their carpentry, I believe, is worse. Because that's looking at the woodcutting side. But that's not looking at the carpentry side. Because that's the only big downside of it if we go over here. Because I'm pretty sure they're way worse. Let me double check. Where's juniper and poplar? Which one are they? I see the juniper. Where's the poplar, though? Yeah, there it is, poplar. Yeah, that's the only slight issue. Is they are definitely still worse carpentry XP by quite a margin. But for how much better woodcutting XP, I think you still have to skip them. But they are a lot better carpentry XP. But the woodcutting XP is too bad to bother doing for how bad the banking is. It's the closest thing woodcutting has to carbonies. And that's pretty much too far from a bank to bank. One good thing about doing oaks and junipers, though, is I don't feel bad about selling the material because we never need it. Or almost never need it. The only carpentry supply that we technically need is ash planks, as far as, like, our desire to not sell them. And the main reason for that is because of the shield upgrades. Because these oaks and juniper don't actually make anything we ever really need directly. At least as far as when it comes to Cryo Knight equipment. Or if you're a Hammer Mage equipment. Yeah, when's our dailies? That's basically when we hit 1,000 hours, by the way, as well. In about 3 hours from now, we hit the 1,000 hour mark. I still kind of want to cover a video on that. Still not sure exactly how I want to do it, though. But if I have time on, like, Monday or Tuesday. Do our 1,000 hour recap video. It's going to go over something, I'm not sure what. Not like our whole recap of our journey, but you know. Various thoughts, things we did wrong, things we do differently the next time around. Or not next time around, but you know, for other people who are just starting out or something similar. Future of the game, stuff like that. But no, we're around for a while though. We'll be putting an extra 0 or 2 at the end of that at some point. Right, half a level to go. We might actually gain over a woodcutting without even needing to put knowledge into it, which is actually really good because that means we can save it for carpentry. Which we're probably going to need because it's probably going to hit a dead end. And that we don't have enough oak planks to even get there. Yeah, we'll find out when we do it though. If that does happen, we have two options. We could either train something in Chapter 1, or we can just move on to the next log. The only problem with immediately moving on to the next log is that we'll eventually make a log debt. And that log debt will keep getting bigger and bigger until the point where we get stuck on both of them. Or we're in such a log debt that we're stuck in carpentry hell for like 12 hours. And that's when the 12-hour stream begins for the carpentry thing. But, yeah, if we do it that way, we'd eventually get into log debt. Or you'd eventually be locked out of woodcutting and have to do logs only for a very long duration. Yeah, I do think we want to start aiming for that, though. Like, every 5-ish days, try to get another 200. Like, pretty much every week a new 200. And hopefully by then the combat rework comes out. I might have to go even quicker than that, though. I wish we had some more time frames, though. There's anything that's hard to, like, plan out for this game at the moment is we don't know when anything's happening. For all we know, trading could be released tomorrow. Or the combat rework in 2 days. Or it could be months from now. It's hard to plan exactly for, because we have no clue. Like, we know it's coming, we just don't know when it's coming. Because if I knew definitively the combat rework was, let's say, oh no, March 1st. Like, our plan would drastically change. Well, not drastically change, but you know, the way we would go about it would be a lot more definitive. Compared to if he announced it was February 1st. Like, an announcement of the combat rework on February 1st compared to March 1st is two drastically different game plans as far as what we do between now and then. So one interesting thing about having some really low levels that we'll actually get to try as well is since we're starting at a pretty low level for some, we get to basically do the entire skill tree system from scratch. Like the full, true new player experience. Not quite, because we're technically level 50 instead of level 30. But it's pretty close to starting completely from scratch for the skill tree. Whereas obviously for something like Chapter 4, we get to experience a good majority of it. I mean, not a good majority of it, but you know, we'd have a lot more access to it compared to in Chapter 1 or 2. Because if we do go for 200 or 500 for these, yeah, we're basically starting from 0 combat. Because the first 30 levels just go into your total level. So we're effectively level 20 and 21 in Chapter 1 and 2. Whereas comparatively, we're level like 226 in Chapter 4. Alright, do we dump this knowledge into woodcutting? I'm so tempted just to save it for carpentry. Because I know for sure we're not going to have enough, so might as well. Yeah, we're going to save this for carpentry. Because even with that double knowledge, I think we're still going to be slightly short. I don't know, we'll find out. It'll be a good idea for when we do other logs as well. Roughly what the ratio comes out to be. Since I think it's the first time we've ever, like, perfectly had them aligned. Because we started exactly at the level for oak and exactly at the level for oak for both. Only bad part is we might gain a full knowledge before then. I don't think we will, though. I guess one way to try to offset that would be to drink a 5% pot. The problem is there's no downtime. So a 5% pot while doing this activity gives you like 1% extra XP. There's just no downtime to drink them in. Oh, interesting. That's a good call. Like this collarbone person. They didn't actually say anything, but their movement said something. It's actually better to go for the further tree first, so you don't have to double backtrack the pathing there, because you're already down. I think that saves like one tile, doing this tree first. Because you're already down on this tile, but you already have to be over here anyways. Yeah, I think that saves one tile doing it in that order, compared to how we were doing it. You don't even have to click any extra, you just have to click on the other tree first. I know, we've been wasting one tile this whole time. We'll keep that in mind whenever we come back to Oaks. But no, we've been playing way too inefficiently. Burning a tile every cycle. And I'm trying to see, does that actually burn a tile? It either burns one tile or zero. It's hard to tell. Because all the diagonals make it pretty much tile neutral. It might actually not be any better. It either saves one tile or is tile neutral. It's hard to tell because there's so many diagonals here. Yeah, I think it is tile neutral. Oh, it depends if you would waste one going the other direction or not. If you go there... What do you waste if you go over there? Do you have to ever do an extra tile that you otherwise would not have done? I know, I could always count it. The total amount of tiles moved. I'm gonna count it both ways. One, two. 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, it was 10 tiles. Yeah, I think it's tile neutral. I'll go double check though. But we moved 10 tiles doing it that way. Let's see what it is when we do it the other way. But I think it's tile neutral. But we'll double check just in case. Hello, Tyler! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're here for the long haul. Yeah, let's see. Let's do a count on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, this is worse? Did I count it differently or something? How is that one tile worse? Wait. There's no way that's one tile worse. I have to have done something weird with the counting or something. Oh, I'm just gonna keep doing it how I've been doing it then. Because at worst it's neutral. Or at best it's neutral. No, at worst it's neutral. At best it's actually one tile better doing what we were doing rather than one tile worse. Unless I counted it differently. I'm pretty sure it's tile neutral though. Oh yeah, it is tile neutral. I just recounted it. It's 11. It's tile neutral both ways. Okay, that's what I thought. So it doesn't matter which way you do it. It's just preference. It's the same amount of tiles regardless which order you do the 2 trees in that room. There's none of the diagonals save any time or anything. So it's purely just preference then. Yeah, after this inventory, that should be a level. And we just teleport straight over. And then we start running planks 11 at a time. Because I'm not going to keep juggling the potions to be able to do 12. Hey, Sap is here. Wonder if he's going for combat right now. Because he already has 500 woodcutter carpentry. So he only has to be doing gather or combat. There's nothing else he could be doing here. Unless he's doing post 500 woodcutting. Highly doubt it though. A few more trees, then we'll just teleport away with whatever we have. Alright, teleport time. Yep, I forgot. Cubal action doesn't go through a menu. It goes through one menu, but not a double menu. Post 500 woodcutting because he dropped his polars? Honestly. No, he already has 500 both, though. I was gonna say, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he had to do some manual woodcutting post 200. I mean 500. Just because he didn't have enough carpentry banked. Alright, carpentry time. We can now do polars. Or not polars, I mean pines. But now we need to go get our carpentry to pine. So it shall begin. Okay, let's see the damage. How many logs do we think is in here? It's like, what, 300 something? 400 something? Hey, Chino's here finishing out his grind. Yeah, only 714. Alright, about double as many as I thought would be in there. Wonderful. Now let's get to it. The worst part is you can't even queue this either. And this is about 30-40% slower than the woodcutting we were doing. And the woodcutting took us, what? About 2.5 hours? So this will take 3 and something. That's assuming we even have enough banked. Luckily, knowledge gives the exact same rate. So at least the knowledge is just as strong, but we get less knowledge per hour. So technically not so much. Even though the knowledge is just as effective, we're getting less of it per hour. Because everything about carpentry is bad. And here's Chino trying to finish out his 200 all. Saving the worst for last. We get to see his tail end of his grind. I should probably be seeing a lot of him over next week. Because he's not getting that done anytime soon. Even power grinded carpentry still takes like a week if you're going all the way to 200. Especially with how AFK he's doing it right now. Let's see, he's still in that menu. He's been here since we got here. Oh yeah, the first time bonus. Almost forgot about that. But yeah, welcome to our life for the next week. This is where we spend 2/3 of it. But once we have 200 carpentry, other than 216, we pretty much never need to touch a skill again. But I'm not doing 216 after doing 200. 200's enough for now. I will revisit for the 208 woodcutting 216 carpentry at some point. But we're definitely going to have 200 all before we even consider that. You know, 200 all non-combat. Like, if there's still time before the combat rework, that would be one of the few grinds we would consider around that time. Because I should be able to be knocked out in a single weekend. Getting from 200 to 208 woodcutting and go from 200 to 216 carpentry. It's only 8 and 16 levels. It's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. Also, worst comes to worst, you can also AFK it after 208. Which I have a feeling we will be utilizing. Okay, I'm going to bank a couple hundred of these. And then I'm going to just start mass selling them. How much do you make each? Alright, they're 1.4 silver each. Or sorry, 1.04 silver. So they're basically 1 silver each. It's not awful, I guess. Wait, I just realized I still have some Suavies from a while back. There's some tier 1 Suaves that were banking while doing the Bramble grind. The Bramble Suave. Ooh, someone with a 500 watch person keep right there. It's probably going to be our first 500 keep that we actually buy. But even if I do all combats 500 at a time in order, I'm not getting the one for guard, I'm not getting the one for scout, I'm not getting the one for mine fighter. So yeah, we would just go straight into the Chronopolis one. And by straight into, I mean after multiple months of doing combat, we would finally get around to it. Though oddly enough, I will probably be doing that one a little bit out of order. In the sense that the Chronopolis grind I will do as our detective level catches up to it. Just so that we can also get to the next detective thing. There's one thing down the line that we would have to aim for, no time soon, but it is a factor, is the 412, so we can start getting the better XP from that. So Chronopolis is going to nearly be max before we even have 500 Mine Fighter. If we're doing 500 Guard, then 500 Scout, then 500 Mine Fighter, then 500 Watch Person. Like, the Watch Person Detective will be almost at, like, 400 something, like, low 400. By the time we have, like, not even 500 Mine Fighter yet. Hey, what's the bone rate level you can make this into? 90 to 157. I think these are just for the clubs, though. I'm not sure you gain any good weapon from this. Oh, you do. There's one reason why I would want to bank these. The best green one-hand weapon in the game is made out of this. use it for the little nunchuck looking thing. The Tushian or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's the only reason we'd want to bank any of these. Best in slot green one hand in the entire game is from this material. And as a, I don't know, would we care about that as much as a Guardian? I mean, as a Cryo Knight, even if we can wield it with 90%, because we'd probably just use the two hand instead, which is made out of Suave and Bone Spike. I don't think we'd actually ever really need the one hand for anything. I know, I'm still banking some though. Just not a lot. I'll bank like a few hundred. Maybe like 200 max. I want to have some more than 0 though. It is something I should pay attention to. I'm not sure how much knowledge we get per 11. Well, technically per full inventory, but you know what I mean. You can only do 11 at a time, which makes it into 22. I'm not sure if we over-encumber here or not. Oh, so we'll be drinking at 5% before we do each one of these. Even though this is technically an activity that has no downtime, you generally want to do this on production skills, because you have an unlimited number of supply that you can use. You don't want to do that while you're gathering, because you can simply just keep gathering more. But you can't do the same with production skills, because you have a cap to how much you can actually do. So you always want to XP every time, even if there's no downtime in the skill. Whereas gathering, you generally don't want to, as it's free to keep getting more and you can do it infinitely. But you can't do the same with production skills. The only reason I don't do it for cooking is because you technically have infinite supply. To some degree, same reason we don't do it for Leatherworker. Though I probably should do it for Leatherworker just so we can make better armor down the line. But for cooking and Leatherworker, you technically have infinite supply of what you need. But you don't quite have the same for Carpentry or Alchemy or any of the weapon making skills. Or Armor Maker when it comes out next chapter. To some degree, probably not even Builder. But we don't know exactly how Builder is trained. But it's likely limited by how many resources you have, because you need actual building materials to build. As would make sense. Also, this one I will probably sell so that we can use the 7% pot. Any moment now. There we go. Alright, there we go. 73. Congrats on 1,000 hours. Thank you, Beast. Yeah, technically we're not there yet, but we're about to be. We're at 998 right now. 2 hours to go. About the same time as our venture is ready, we'll know we've pretty much hit it. But I'll probably be covering a video on it, kind of just recapping some things. Like our thoughts, the future of the game, stuff like that. Our biggest mistakes, what we'd do differently. If we're like starting from fresh now. Not that we actually would, but you know, if we were to. But I want to try getting that out on like Monday or Tuesday if we can. Because we've covered almost no videos on the game so far. The only video I've covered since launch is a recap after 1 week. And it's basically going to be the recap after 1,000 hours. Like the only other video we did was like our first impressions after the first week. It's mostly because the only reason I haven't really been covering guide videos or anything is everything gets so out of date so quickly. Like, if I covered a mining guide video when we were talking about it the other month, it would already be out of date because it has nothing on queuable actions. As well as Tentacle Road being completely different now compared to what it was before. So if anyone tried doing our Tentacle Road pathing, one, the room is actually incorrect. Because they changed that when they expanded how many enemies were in each room. Also, the minimap update wasn't out. So it's already 3 things. That'd be all for the video. After only a month of time. As all 3 of those mechanics did not exist prior to the video. Or, you know, if we were to have done one a month ago. The upside of that is that means we can do a true mining video once we actually have everything unlocked. Because you get the last activity at 317 as far as unique activity. You still get more stuff after that. But it's just the same pattern for everything. Nothing's actually unique in that regard. But the last unique mechanic you get is at 317 with the final minecart. Are we planning on making a lot of videos in general? Yes. I'm waiting closer to launch, though. But yes, I plan to make a lot of videos on this game. Right now, we've pretty much only been really streaming it. But I do plan to make a lot of videos on Brighter Shores. I just haven't really because it's still, like, such early access that it's changing drastically every month. Like, every month it's getting, like, 10, 20 features. Combat's being completely overhauled in the next few months, stuff like that. It's just changing too rapidly to really cover too many guides and such at the moment. But it will be in the future. Particularly on bossing and a few other things like that. Because we'll probably get pretty heavy into PvM in this game. Even though generally I'm more on the skilling side of things. I would want to have really high skilling in every skill before we'd cover a skilling guide on a lot of them, though. Like, bare minimum 200 all. But some of them, like mining, requires 317 to show every method. Not too many other skills need that, though. Technically, you have every method for alchemy by 35. And technically, for something like leatherworker, you have every method by level 18. Sorry, by level 14, you have every method. Not counting the AFK activity thingy. But some skills go really deep. Like for Merchant, you don't have every method until level 484. For Detective, you don't have every method till 470. But for Mining, it's a nice in-between at 317. Some of them you get super early, some of them you get absurdly, absurdly late, though. But I do eventually want to do a skill guide for every skill in the game. I just want to do it at a point where it's not going to change too much. Like where the game is stabilized a bit. Because I'd want the video to last for at least a year. Whereas if I covered any, they'd already be outdated already. Because Merchant's been overhauled like 4 or 5 times indirectly since launch. Mining, as we just mentioned, got 3 improvements since a month ago. Everything just keeps changing too quick. Once the game stabilizes more, we'd cover a lot more in that regard. Oh, so I like as we're doing more carpentry, the don't focus on 1 to 2 skills at a time keeps going up. Because I think the focus 1 or 2 was as high as 59%. Now it's down to 50-50. But yeah, we have to do this carpentry grind eventually. It's like the worst skill in the game. We're at the point where we kind of have to do it. Because we're running out of not carpentry options. Only bank a few more and then we're just going to sell the rest. At least for these oaks. Next material we'll be doing, I might be banking almost all of them. Technically, we're still at tier 3, so we could be selling a lot more than we have been, though. Well, honestly, carpentry is not like that bad. It's really chill. It's just really slow. It's really slow and really repetitive compared to the average skill. But it's really chill, if nothing else. I wish you could see more of the nature here, though. Or it's just extended way further. I need, like, something extra to look at up here. You don't get to see that much of the forest over here. You can see a little bit of water, a little bit over there, but not much. Yeah, it's way more industrial here. Like, depending on what angle you look at it, almost looks like you're in Chronopolis. If you look at it from this angle. At 1 hour, we gotta go check our cooking contracts. And we should be able to get a level for as well. 120 is the big milestone level. I don't think we're gonna get it today, but we're gonna get pretty close. Because then we can start doing AFK stews off stream and on stream. Or whenever. Let's see how we're doing on levels. Even though we're not competing for ranks, it's still fun to see number go up. Oh, we actually saw Azrael earlier in this chapter. I thought that name was familiar. Yeah, we actually saw them earlier today in Hope Forest. Which means they're probably working on, oh, they're probably finishing 200 woodcutting carpentry right now. Because I highly doubt they're working on Gather at the moment. But yeah, I think they're finishing 200 woodcutter carpentry today. We'll be there soon. Give it about another week and a half. We'll be there. Not quite there, but we're getting there. Alright, after we bank these, I think I'm going to sell them all. Selling makes it, I'm not sure, how much quicker? Definitely at least 10%. Maybe even closer to 20. The problem is if you ever need the material, you're going to have to come back and do this anyways. Like, you know, the walking back and forth. I don't know, 110's not a lot, but I don't really need a lot either. It only makes the green one hand. That's the only thing that's even relevant unless the special attacks make it otherwise. Because even if we can wield the other green weapons, we'd want the two-hand probably more. Which is really easy to make out of Suave and Bone Spike. Yeah, I'm going to start selling the rest of these now. 110 will hold us over. Because carpentry supplies we really don't need a lot of other than planks. Hey, what's our target goal, by the way? I think it's 80, right? Yeah, 80. 80 is the goal. And of course, all knowledge will be dumped onto carpentry. So we got 6.5 levels to go. Which means, yeah, we're here for like 3 hours then. Oh, we said that earlier. It'll take about 3. Because it took about 2.5 to do woodcutting, so it'll take about 3 to do this. But imagine, after we get 200, we're never going to need to touch it again. Until we need to get to 208. And then to 216. But then never again. Unless I get one of my alts to go get it. Because I'm actually considering that. After I get one of them to 500 Bone Right and 500 Stonemason, I'm considering getting my Hammer Mage to 500 Alchemy. And my Guardian to 500 Carpenter. This is no time soon. Before they would even start that grind, we're talking like end of year. Like we're talking like September, October. But I am considering that. That way if we don't do post 200 Alchemy, we have an account that can do it. And we're definitely not doing much post 200 Carpentry, so we'll have an account that can do it. In case I ever need tier 6 material but don't want to buy it from people. In case the market's really rough on it. Or if there's just not enough supply in the market. And we get to watch Chino suffer with us. He's further along, though. He doesn't have to suffer for as long. I do hope they, when Boston comes out, I really hope one of the first few bosses in the game is a remake of that one you have to fight in Chapter 2 on the boat. And it gives you Scout XP while giving you Carpentry XP, maybe even some Woodcutting XP. But Carpentry XP while you're gaining Combat XP would be so nice for that. Because even if I have 500 Scout by then, I would do that just for the Carpentry XP. I don't even care if it's 2 times slower than doing Carpentry normally. I would just kill that boss like 10,000 times. Or however many we need to do. You just get all my Carpentry XP from killing the balls. It's the only slight issue with doing 500 all combat, though. We'll be able to kill bosses quicker when they come out. But we're going to be in a little weird, awkward in-between. In the sense that if a boss in a region gives you XP towards your combat, but you already have max combat, that's completely wasted XP. I really do hope they have some kind of mechanic in the future that makes post 500 XP not abysmal. Because right now it's a complete waste to do any skill beyond 500. Despite it being the exact time when it's the best to go do it. Is when you have to stop doing it. But I don't care what they need to do, like an overflow XP of some kind that keeps stacking up or something. But I really, really hope there's eventually something to do post 500. Because it's really bad value currently doing any skill after 500. Just because you're getting 0 XP other than knowledge the whole time. Oh, so remember earlier when I said I really wanted these 7% pots to do 2% less carpentry? This is why. We went out of our way for these. Because 2% less carpentry sounds so nice. Unfortunately, 10% are way too far away to try to go for. Unless trading was out. But then they'd be too expensive to go for. These are probably like 30, 40, 50 silver each. The material alone to make it's like absurd. I think it's almost over 50 actually. This will probably be marked up even beyond that. Mostly because Sage is so annoying to bank. Technically somewhat annoying, but Sage is the furthest resource in the entire game from a bank, which is needed for the 10% XP pot. As well as the 7%. But the 7% is way cheaper just to buy out from the shop compared to the 10% material. Also, I might start throwing the 7% on every single one instead of every other. Just so we get that little bit of extra XP in there. Because I think we have enough that we can do that. Because the only thing we care about using the 7% on is carpentry. Other than when we're dumping into double knowledge for woodcutting. So we can splurge a little bit and go a little bit heavier on it. For example, using a 7% right now. And then when the pop-up comes in, putting into carpentry. Because we should get a level by then. But for carpentry, I'll start using them every knowledge point rather than every other. Because we get a little bit of extra 2% in here. Which is not a lot, but anything to make it go slightly quicker. There we go, nice. See how much XP do we need for the next one? 50k. 300 XP drops at a time. So with how much time this takes, do we even have enough time to go to another log set? I just realized that. I have to only do one log per stream and then do the rest with like foraging, cooking, and gather if we want to do more. Because I'm just now realizing if every single set takes about this long, then we actually can't do 2 logs in one stream. As there physically would not be enough time in a day to do so. He's underestimated the amount of time that carpentry takes. He's doing even one log today is going to take us 6 hours. One single log upgrade. Also, we kind of know based on this about how much woodcutting we'd have to do if we did want to do a all-in carpentry stream. If we want to skip it and mostly just do woodcutting, we would have to woodcut for about 4 trees. If we woodcut for about 4 trees, that is a over 12-hour carpentry stream. But it would allow us to focus on woodcutting and then just carpentry all at once. Just to get it over with in one fell swoop. Instead of spreading it out. It's worth considering. You just do woodcutting, 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 and then do carpentry, carpentry, carpentry. Because right now we're doing a mix of both. We're doing the woodcutting, then the carpentry part. Then the woodcutting, then the carpentry part. But we could just mass woodcut into mass carp. But for today, we'll do the mix of both. I also wonder, does the wiki have how many you could do per these per hour? Because the number we can make of these per hour is actually how much money we're making per hour. Because oddly enough, it's not nothing. It's actually making pretty comparable to bacon sandwich, if not slightly more than bacon sandwich. Which I think is like 300-400 silver an hour. Which is not a lot, but you know, it's more than 0. These have technically no cost associated with them. Obviously the cost of the time to get them, but that just would have been, you know, just dropped to the ground otherwise. So they're basically just like free once you get here. So let me see, how many can you make per hour? Just out of curiosity of the money per hour. 572. Yeah, this makes literally more than bacon sandwich right now in cooking at a higher level range. It's kind of funny. It doesn't take into account the time we spent woodcutting though. But we're making half a gold an hour doing this. Yeah, that's not too bad. Which means we make almost like 1.5 gold doing this though. Maybe slightly less because of the knowledge offsetting it. But slightly more than 1 gold from all the carpentry we're doing. At a rate of slightly over half a gold an hour. Which is surprisingly not awful. Like, it's not like amazingly great. It also doesn't take into any account the woodcutting time. Which makes it seem a lot better because we're not accounting for any of it. But if you're counting just the carpentry time, yeah, we're making half a gold an hour right now. Minus all the money from the pots. But we'd be doing that regardless, though. For, like, any skill like this. It's not like it's exclusively only a cost associated to this skill. Like any other production skill would be doing the same thing for. Oh, by the way, if anyone just getting here wonder what this timer is for, it's for the cooking timer. I'm trying to queue up to going to the cooking thing once every 2 hours or so. It is basically the timer so we can double dip the cooking contract so we don't have to go there every hour. Or rather, every other hour. Which we basically have to do all the way until 200 cooking at this point. Just so we can get it done quicker. So through our entire grind of 200 all, we're going to need to keep poking at cooking. Once we get to 200, I'll be less paranoid about it, but until then, we do kind of have to start doing them like almost every hour. Just to speed it along a bit. These other ones, this could be as slow as carpentry to go get up if we don't do it that way. So hello, the big wee woo. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're finally at 1,000 hours soon. We're technically not there yet. We will be soon, though. I think it's like in 2 hours. We're at 998.4 right now. Yeah, we're almost there. You're level 961 at 484 hours. That's still pretty good. There's a lot of extra grinds you got to do early on in the game, like all the questing and everything, which could take a bit of time, especially without guides if you're doing them guideless. But yeah, we've been starting to play decently efficiently after the first month. The first month we kind of just did whatever. I did all the questing and everything else. But afterwards we did start to get quite a bit more efficient. Not like max efficiency, but generally pretty efficient for most things. Which definitely helped speed things along a bit. Oh, you do it while you work? Yeah. There's some pretty good AFK activities for that. Like a leather worker, cooking. Particularly detective. I feel like detective's like the best one to go do. AFK raid dens is probably the most AFK, not probably, it is the most AFK activity you can do in the game. You just keep doing raid dens over and over and over again until you can do the next raid den, and then keep doing that one over and over and over again. They're anywhere from like 2 to 3 minutes AFK for 3 clicks. It's basically 60 clicks an hour, not counting knowledge usage. With up to 3-minute AFK at a time. The only big downside of it is you don't get any money from it. Like, you don't get any drops at all, but you get a ton of XP. And it's really AFK. And a lot of knowledge from it as well. Yeah, that's how my other number got pretty inflated. Like, my old score RuneScape number looks like we've played it for, like, forever and a half. Like, if I go bring this up real quick. But, like, 80% of this time is as AFK as it is now, where it's clicking on a tree, like, once every 5 minutes. But it says we have 301 days. Which, if you do the math on that, is 301 times 24. Is, it says we have over 7,000 hours. Which sounds like a lot of time in 2 years. But you have to keep in mind, of those 7,000 hours, at absolute most, I played actively for 1,000, like 1,500 to 2,000 hours or something. The rest has just been all purely AFK, like what's doing now. Like 1 click every 5 minutes. Which really inflates that time over time. Though Brighter Shores is mostly active, though, I do have to say. I would say like 80% of our time in Brighter Shores has been pretty active. Yeah, I haven't really been in a rush for much. That's why I haven't really been pushing leaderboard or anything. It's fun to look at it and see number go up. But I'm not like trying to rush for like rank 1s or anything like that. That's why we don't have any 500s. Also because I hate how the XP system works at 500. Because you just stop getting it. That's the only... There's like 2 things in Brighter Shores that I hate. Only 2 things currently. One is that they have discontinued rares, essentially. From like those cosmetics from holiday events. I'm not a big fan of that personally. But the other one is, I hate that after getting to 500, the number go up simulator stops. It's literally a number go up simulator game, but it eventually ends. Like once you reach 500, number no longer goes up. Like you no longer get XP. So the second you finally max a skill is when you have to stop doing the skill, which I'm not a fan of. I hope there's a reason to do post 500 skilling in the future. For every skill, not just combat. Because obviously for combat it will be like bosses, raids, stuff like that. But currently there isn't really any reason to do any skill post 500. For the most part. Unless you weren't banking your material or something. Like you were trying to get 500 smithing without having banked the 500 mining. But generally you would never need to do any skilling post 500 currently. Combat you will once bosses, raids, and stuff come out though. But every single skill as they currently are, you would never need to do post 500. It's one of the reasons I have been kind of hesitant to even get a 500. Aside from the amount of time it would take. But also because in the current state of the game, you're basically done with that skill forever once you get it to 500. Never to touch it again. At least in the current state of the game. That could change down the line, obviously. As soon as this level pops in, we only got 5 to go. Hopefully I have enough banked. There's something else that could happen too. I'm not even sure if I have 80 banked right now. I sure hope we do, but I have no way to know for sure. Unless we do a lot of math, which I don't want to do right now. We actually could figure it out though. As we'd have to take the amount of XP you would get from those 5 levels and then multiply out the amount of logs we have left into the total amount of XP we'd gain from them. It would take about 10 minutes, but we would figure it out. I'm just not sure if it's worth doing. That we're gonna be here long enough that honestly I might just do it. It's hard to take into account knowledge though, is the only problem. Knowledge makes it really hard to calculate out for. But what we can calculate out for pretty nicely is if we go down to this and click on this and go to, what are we at right now? 75? So we're here trying to get to here. Which is, okay, let's do some maths. We'll get this, we'll get this. Let's see, 2029, 272 minus 1762204. Okay, that's 267,000 XP and 68. But 267,000. Now, what is our XP per log? Our XP per log is... It doesn't say? Wait, why doesn't it say my XP per log? That's how many logs you can do in an hour, right? That's not my XP, is it? Wait, is that my XP? Oh, that is my XP. Never mind. It's 572. Oh, wait, the other math I was doing earlier was wrong then. Wait, I think that was total number of logs per hour. Wait, how many logs can you do per hour then? Does it say up here? My bad. We actually aren't making as much as we said earlier. We're actually doing, Oh no, we're only making 200 silver an hour. Okay, no wonder why it seems so high. Yeah, we're only making 200 silver an hour doing this. Still better than nothing, though. I was gonna say, that number seems so high that we mentioned earlier. That's why. Alright, let's go see how many logs this is. Alright, the number of logs is 549. So we gotta take 549 and multiply it by... whatever that other number is. Not enough bank space. Oops, I did that wrong. Wait. There we go. Alright, let me go do the math on this. So 549 times whatever the other number was. Carpenter. 549 times... There it is, 572. What was the other number said? 549? 549 times 572... is 314,000, which is a bigger number. Oh! We have enough banked. Oh wait, that kind of changes things. I have enough oak planks banked without using any knowledge to get carpentry to the level we need. Oh. Interesting. What do I dump the knowledge into then? Still putting it to carpentry. But yeah, after all that math, yeah, not counting any knowledge, we actually have an excess of like 40,000 XP. Not even counting all the extra knowledge XP we get. Which means I actually have more planks than I need. Though there will be some dead zones like when we do brambles that will kind of offset it. So I guess it's fine to have a little bit extra. But yeah, even with no knowledge, we already have enough XP banked to get to 80. With 40,000 XP to spare. And we'll have even more because that doesn't account for any knowledge that we're dumping into it. Which we will still be doing because it's such a slow skill. But that just means I'll have to do the rest of them later at a high level range. Like when we're in the Bramble Dead Zone or something. Because we will eventually be hitting the Bramble Dead Zone. Where we're doing a bunch of woodcutting XP but gaining no carpentry XP banked. Like when we go from 94 to 102, we are gaining 0 carpentry XP for 8 levels. Not counting the knowledge we dump into it. So for zones like that is when we'd have to go use the excess logs that we have from right now. There's something else too that doesn't take into account the 5% XP either. It's not applying to all of them, but it applies to quite a few of them. But long story short, we have more logs than we need, but that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We'd rather have more than not enough. You're 62 miner, 75 blacksmith, but you're doing that to make the rare 83 equipment for detective, since your gear is around 50. Yeah, I did that a lot early on when I was doing the raid dens. Like, really just dumping all my knowledge into smithing so I can keep getting better gear. I eventually stopped doing that, just because it became a little bit harder to maintain, but then I finally came back to doing it. By this point, I still want to get this up, but I'm not making anything until after the rework, because the rework's going to give a free 60 levels onto everything. After the combat rework, you'll be able to craft 60 levels higher than your current level range. So, for example, I can make a level 307 after the rework, but right now I can only make a 247. There's something else that's pretty nice that's coming with the combat rework. As you can technically make most of your 500s by level 440. You can make nearly every 500, except for a few. Like when it comes to smithing, the only ones you wouldn't be able to make at 440 after the rework are your really good two-hand, but you would only have to go 9 levels further, which isn't that far. One of the shields, but you could just use the other 2 shields. Your yellow throwing axe. Your really slow-hitting necromay axe that probably has a good special attack. And your only green weapon, not counting other class gear that you might be able to use. So there's only 5 things. But the only good one, the really good one, being one that you only need to get 9 more levels for. The perfect broadsword. But getting 9 levels is way easier than having to get 60 more. 9 is way lower than 60. Especially post 200. That's like nothing compared to what the grind would have been otherwise. I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. If someone's saying hi. No, you are the tube. Hello. I'm sure they're talking to me or someone else who's streaming. Not sure how many other people who are streaming on YouTube though, so. If they simply say streamer, it's like, okay, yeah, it's probably someone from Twitch. But they specifically say YouTube, it's like, wait, who else is streaming this on YouTube? It's like, oh yeah, they are referred to us. Welcome, welcome. We're here in the carpentry sweatshop for a while. But once we get to level 80, we'll probably head back. Though I might use everything we have in our bank, I'm not sure yet. But just using everything in our bank will take like an extra hour or something. Just do it, man. It's always nice seeing you guys in game. I wish I could add every single one. But But luckily, once we get a clan system or whatever they end up adding for that, we'll be able to have a really chill clan where we can kind of just gather and do things. Except they actually need things worth gathering and doing things for. But at some point. And I am going to be enabling trading. The only thing we don't really know, though, is how is group content going to work with, like, Iron Man and non-Iron Man? Because in something like Old School RuneScape, you actually are, as an Iron Man, allowed to do things with non-Iron Man. And vice versa. So I'm curious how they're going to handle it in Brighter Shores. Like, let's say there's a raid that comes out that needs, like, 5 people. Like, do you have to have 5 all non-Iron Man or 5 all Iron Man to be able to do it? Or can you mix the two? I assume they'll make it so you can mix. Yeah, I know some games don't, some games do let you do it. Because it somewhat ruins Iron Man integrity when you can group with non-irons. But for the most part, in Brighter Shores, I don't think this could make that big a difference. At least with how a lot of the game is set up, it doesn't seem like a non-iron compared to an iron is going to be that big of a disparity. Like, you'll definitely have access to a couple things a little bit easier as a non-iron, but not to, like, an exceedingly high degree. Especially if you have to build a lot of stuff from scratch in a raid. Because at that point, the only thing that matters is your skill levels. Doesn't even matter if you're, like, geared with, like, best in slot everything. If you start from scratch within a raid. Oh, wow, that thing was already that quick. How's that already been like an hour and a half? I feel like I just set up this timer not too long ago and it's almost already gone. There's a 2-hour timer. There's only 22 minutes left. Guess time flies by when you're doing the same thing for hours on end. Yeah, that means we've been doing this for an hour and a half now. Or at least a good hour. Because some of that was cooking time and getting here and everything. I definitely lose track of time too much when playing this game, that's for sure. Also, the 1,000 hour mark, as well as our 2 dailies coming around in an hour. Soon. I gotta remember to go bring the XP pots out, though. Because I need one for the 7% for the mining boost, and then a 5% for the other one. I guess I could 7% the other one if I want to go do a bounty real quick to synergize with it. I feel like it's a little overkill, but I don't know, it might be worth doing. Doing one investigation and turning in with a 7% while also taking the bounty. Because I want to get, like, some little bit extra value from it if we can. Like, it's not that big a deal, but I only have, like, 44 of them. So we gotta make them last pretty much until trading comes out. And we technically have to use 2 of them per day for using on every single one. Which means, at most, it would last for a month. Because we do have a few 6% we could use as well. But that means all that we have will last for a month. So if trading doesn't come out within a month, I'll be out of XP pots for it. Well, still have 5%, but you know, I won't have the better ones. There's something else that's going to be annoying too. I wonder if price hike will bring the 5% up or not. Because if they do, I have no money to go stock up. They got most. I have like 300 of every 5%. Hey, Azrael's here. Yeah, they are working on the woodcutting carpentry thing that we were mentioning earlier. Because they're finishing 200 woodcutting, 200 carpentry today. I wish that was us. We're just at the beginning of the grind. But she'll be finishing it today. Must feel nice. We are a while from that. Also, all the gold that we get from this, we will be dumping from... I forgot if I mentioned this earlier. I think I did. But, we're dumping all the gold that we make from this all the way to 200. Well, for some, I will be banking quite a bit of this later down the line, but at least any of the money we do make from 200 woodcutter carpentry, we're dumping into the forager tools to get level 10 and 10. And that's not a lot. They only cost like a few gold each, but that's a lot to our 0 gold stack right now. Or 0.6 gold. Yeah, we need like 5-ish to go get those 2 upgrades and still have some spare. That's the last tool we need to go get all the tools we need, though. Because I don't need the co-op net or the AFK one until post 200. I guess the only one that I guess we would technically need, which maybe should actually be our next priority since it's a bit closer. I should actually invest my money into a level 10 two-hand, as there are some instances where you do have to do use. You don't need this until post 200, though. But, yeah, we do need this a little bit, so I actually will do that one next. Oh, that means we even need even more gold then, though. That means we need, like, 7 gold. Oh, no. I completely forgot about the two-hand saw for woodcutting. As I believe it is viable to do use. It's so viable, even at a level 0 tool, it's still worth it, I think. But I think we only have 2 more yew trees we have to do all the way, but it's still worth getting it to level 10 at least. Because we have one at 120 and then we have one at 178. You don't have to stand on them long, but you do have to do them for some amount of time. You don't have to stay on them too long, though. And you don't have to do it again until way down the line. So that's kind of worth it, as we do have to do yew trees for about 15 levels on our way to 200 from where we're at right now. We've got to do from 120 to 125, which is 5 levels. And then from 178 to 184, which is 6 levels. So for 11 levels up to 200. I think that's worth going for a level 10 tool on, I guess. 4% quicker for the 11 levels. It's not a lot, but better than nothing. As we would need that for 11 level range. Yeah, then I think that's officially every tool we need. Other than like the post 200 ones, because that's post 200, technically post 200. These two we would need to level 10. Already got it. Just need to get the Saw, which will probably be the next one we do. And then the other one's post 200. This I need to get to level 50, and this one can stay at level 0. But I do need to eventually get this to 50, but that's a whole issue in itself. That's a issue for a different day. These are all good, because you can't actually upgrade this, I don't believe. I want to go double check, but I'm pretty sure you can't actually upgrade this. These three you can, that one you can't. And then, that's all of them. So we only have 3 level 10 tools we need to get then. The 2-hand saw, and those 2 other gathering tools. And then we'll have everything that needs to be 25 or 10 completed. At least for 200 all. For post 200 we gotta reconsider some things, but at least for 200 all, that's all we would need. Which is about 7 more gold than we have now. Or technically 6 more gold than what we have now. Like around there. How are we making that gold? I have no clue. But we need to scrap it together somehow. Worst comes to worst, maybe after woodcutting forager we go a little bit heavier into fisher. Because once we get to eels, we're selling all those eels. Which isn't a lot of money per hour, but it's more than none. It's better than dropping them on the ground. Unlike all the other fish that we're currently doing, which we just drop on the ground. But that's close enough to actually sell it. It's a little bit slower than dropping them on ground, but barely. For how much profit you're making, it's worth it. It's not a lot of profit, but it's only a few tiles extra to go sell them all rather than drop them on the ground. It's not that bad. We don't get to level 76 though. It is something I'll be active AFKing off stream though. Same as Forager. Just to push it through that area. Because they're both in a bit of a dead zone right now. The fishing picks up at 76, and foraging picks up again at, I have no clue what. Oh no! I forgot to go use my 7% pot! Oh no! I used it for the EXP, but forgot to use it for the knowledge point. Well, I guess we'll sip another one. It's not too big a deal. We have like 400 something of them. We'll be fine. But I meant to use that on the knowledge point we have here. Whoops. Hopefully I'll remember this time. Which one does Forager pick up again? 71 when we go to Monument Piece. And then particularly at Shell, because it's a really good with the beach there. Honestly, I almost want to go grind it to 77. Just so we get even more XP while we're doing the other thing. Are knowledge points worth it for, yes, you should always be using a potion for knowledge points. If you're not chugging them every 2 minutes, you should at least be using them for every knowledge point. And keep in mind, it has to be the knowledge point of whatever chapter you're putting into. So if you're trying to get up like a chapter 3 skill, you need a mining boost potion. But yeah, it is always worth using it for knowledge points. For everything else, it's a little bit more situational, and if you do or do not want to use them. But it is 100% always worth it on every knowledge point you ever use. But keep in mind, it corresponds to whatever the chapter is, or, you know, what the skill is from. So if I was to use one in Hope Forest, but use it on a chapter 3 skill, I would need a chapter 3 potion, not a Hope Forest one. The only reason why it works for Hope Forest here is because we're also putting into Carpentry, which of course is a Hope Forest skill. But the potion has to be corresponding to the chapter that the skill is from, not the chapter that you're currently in. Ideally, you want to do it on the skill that's in your chapter so you get to double dip it. Like right now, we're getting 7% more on our activity that we're doing, but also 7% more on the knowledge point we use. But you can do it between chapters as well. Like training merchant in order to get something from like chapter 3 upgraded, for example. Yep, no problem. Or doing AFK raid dens in order to go feed into another chapter. But you get a lot more value if you do it from the chapter itself. So you can use it for the knowledge point in the activity. It's not required though. Yeah, they even made it so it works on ventures now too. I believe the only XP drops in the game that it doesn't work on is quest rewards. Whenever you get a quest reward from like the quest reward screen where it dumps like a bunch of XP on you, I believe that's the only thing in the game that XP pots do not work on. Because they updated them a couple weeks ago to work on ventures. They've always worked on knowledge points. They always obviously worked on the active activities for everything. But yeah, I think quest XP is the only thing XP pots don't work on. If you get XP from killing something, it does. Like if you kill a boss during a quest, you get extra XP from it. But the actual end screen quest reward, you don't. Another hour, we can finally go take this for the first time. I technically took it once last night. Well, it'll be the first time on stream. Plus, I forget what the XP drop even was, and since we're recording it, we'll know exactly what it is, even if I miss it again. Because I was way too tired when I took it last night to really notice what it was. I knew it was a big number, though. Because we were only getting like 67,000 or something before. And I assure you, it is a pretty high triple-digit number now. I mean, a 6-digit number. Like, I think it was almost like 500,000 or something. Up from like 67,000. Like something like a 7 times increase. Almost 8 times increase. Also, it gives a bunch more money too. I didn't pay much attention to the money drop. But I'll easily be able to go pause and figure it out. Because I think before we were only getting about 22 silver. So if we're getting over 100 silver now, that's kind of crazy. You know, 100 silver is not a lot, but compared to what it was, it is. If it's like a 22 to 100 jump. We'll find out when we go take it in an hour. 100 silver is pretty much nothing, though. But relative to what it was, it's a pretty big jump if it is. A few more inventories and we gotta go check our cooking stuff. Don't want to get there too early though, because we're stuck cooking the whole time whenever we do. And currently our sandwich isn't particularly good at this level range. Like, we'll do it because we don't have anything better, but we don't want to be like camping them for a while, because the XP rate is pretty bad at this level range. Yeah, we need every little bit of silver we can get. Honestly, 100 silver earlier this stream would have like doubled our money. Because a lot of the money I had left went into XP pots because I pretty much ran out of Hope Forest XP pots for 5%. So whatever money I had left pretty much got dumped into that. Because all the money from the detective grind went into upgrading our detective XP rate. And all of our money from today is basically going back to paying back these 5% pots. Honestly, we might almost just break even just because of that as well. Like, we're barely going to profit just because of the 5% XP pots being chugged every 2 minutes, pretty much. I guess while doing carpentry, it's less so. There's also a lot of trees that don't have downtime that actually is not worth drinking this for. Because trees spawn absurdly quick compared to rocks. I'm so used to like the rock timers being so slow in the mines. But tree timers are really, really quick comparatively. Compared to like any other resource node. I'm not sure why they're like that. But they spawn way quicker than Forager, than Fisher, than mining, than everything else. And then all that extra speed they put in negative value for carpentry to make it extra slow. All the speed you save from woodcutting, they did the inverse for carpentry. Yep, there's Azrael's wall. I know they're gaining XP too much quicker than us. Yes, keep AFKing. Go, go. But no, they actually passed us by quite a bit. They were down like hundreds lower than us. And now they're like 50 up on us. Main reason for that is we've been doing a lot of post 200. Which I believe they have pretty minimal of. I think. It's kind of crazy because some people post 200 or have a lot of post 200. But some people are pretty much right at the line. Though interesting, they're going deeper into Bone Right despite being Cryonite. Interesting. The only production skill they have higher than 200 is Bone Right. I wonder if they're prepping that out of things that are coming next chapter. Because there are some use cases for Bone Right next chapter. We already know about the Cement, for example. But it's only for the passive activity. I'm not sure if there's any active activity that gets better with Bone Right in next chapter. In chapter 5. In which case, that might be the thing that forces us to have to get Bone Right up. Oh, 263 guard. Oh, wow. They have it really heavy on guard. Looks like they were kind of just camping combat there, and then it's like, oh, let's go do the rest of the game. They started like almost combat only in Region 1 and then started doing everything else. That or they're prepping for the combat rework. Because the first one that is most beneficial to do would be Hope, or, you know, do guard. Hope Port combat, and then work your way down. So if you're going to go really high on any combat right now, the best one is technically Hope Port. The other one is technically Watch Person because it feeds into Detective. But if you're going for like 200 all combat or 500 all combat, after the combat rework, you definitely want to work your way from top to bottom due to how the Obelisk buff will work on the next chapter. We don't know how big the buff is though. Could be something so small that it's barely worth it. Or it could be something substantial enough where you pretty much have to go from top to bottom. We'll find out whenever the rework happens. After this inventory, we'll go check all of our cooking bounties. I think it'll be about that time. Probably have to do like 2 sets of bacon sandwich, but that's fine. By 2 sets, I mean like 2 sets of 22. It's technically 4 inventory then. Well, that just gives us time to get there early enough. Might even have to go do a full run as well. Depends how good or bad our tasks are. If we do have to do a full run, that'll definitely be a cooking level. I like how the compass direction actually does apply to where you're currently facing. Anyways, let's go get our cooking stuff. See what the damage is. Hopefully some good task in there. Up Shore Central still here from earlier. It's hello every color. He's got 50 leatherworker and 600 total. Nice. Are you doing the quest? The what's it called quest? Because that's the requirement for what's it called? What, I forget the name of the quest. The Battle of Fortune Hold. As it skips like a leather level and a half, like almost 2 levels of leatherworker from doing that quest. You got 55 merchant last night? Nice. Oh, did you get the olives, though? Because that quest does have a part where if you don't have a certain alchemy level, you have to AFK olives for like 8 hours. Which means you might have to complete it tomorrow. It's the only really annoying thing about that quest. The rest of it's really straightforward. But without a certain alchemy level, you have to spend 8 hours doing the merchant AFK to get enough olives to fill the barrels. You already AFK that already? Oh, that's convenient. Yeah, that's the thing that generally stumps people on the quest. If they plan to do it at a given time, but then realize, oh no, gotta go out of my way for 8 hours. It makes completing that quest in one session kind of impossible. If you didn't already do the grind. The bosses are level 58, but I don't believe they have any unique mechanic. I don't remember exactly because I was way too over-leveled when I actually did do it, because I think it was like level 150 combat. My other skills were all aligned, like my merchant and other level, but our combat was so high at the time. But I don't believe they have any mechanic at all. And you just kite them around a little bit at the start of fight, and just start whacking them. Like, as long as you're using 28% heals or better, it should be fine. Like a plus 50 boost pot or better. 28% heals or better. I just kind of whack them. Might cost a little bit extra material, but it should be doable at your level. Oh, so I believe the quest boss does save when you kill one. So if you kill one, you don't have to kill both of them again. You only have to kill another one. So if you kill one, then die to the other, you don't have to refight both. Yeah, 54 alchemy, you'd have access to 28% heal. And you could buy the plus 50 from the shop. Yeah, every single quest, I believe, works like that in the entire game. Where anytime you have to fight multiple enemies, it actually saves how many you killed. So you don't have to refight them all. Oh wow, these are all really bad. That's unfortunate. Not a single one of these is worth doing. Oh, we'll wait till the reset, I guess. I wonder what the highest level in the game is that doesn't have a class yet. Because Source Central must be pretty high in that category. I'm not sure it's the highest though. It's not something that I don't think a lot of people are doing. Maybe some free-to-play people might be. Because I think the best you can get is 50 guard and 50 scout. Like you're literally capped out. You know, basically like our level. But you also can't progress past chapter 2 though. There's also some areas of Chapter 2 I don't believe you can access. Like, for example, I don't think you can get to Sage. Because I'm pretty sure you can't get past here until after you pick your class. Which means you'd never be able to get to your Sage over there. Hey, what are we dumping that knowledge into? I guess just keep putting into carpentry. Because less carpentry sounds so much better than more carpentry. I just realized, even though we probably are going to be focusing 1 or 2 skills, which is also what's winning the poll at 56%, I kind of want to start working towards base 100, not counting combat. And then maybe 200 them at a time from there. Because we're actually pretty close. Because after tomorrow, we're going to be pretty close, if not all the way to 100 for woodcutting carpentry. And then the only thing left would be fishing forager, which I'm doing slightly AFK off stream. You know, semi-AFK. Because they pair really well together when you're dropping everything. Because almost every shoreline has a ton of things you can gather for. Or forage for that gives you free XP. I just drop them to the ground rather than banking them. Alright, we got, these are still kind of bad, though. Why are they still all so bad? I don't know, I'll take them in case we feel like doing it. This one's free, though. Alright, I'm gonna turn this into Quartermaster. And then we're out of here. Back to the carpenter grind. I'm not sure if I'm doing both of those, but we might. Not horrible. Here you go, Quartermaster. And we're out of here. Still no cooking level yet. We're getting there. At 120 we can start AFK cooking. Once again. Which is probably going to be one sub goal of tomorrow as well. As far as, we'll have our primary goal of the woodcutting carpentry, but our extra little side goal will be getting a 120 chef. Won't be our primary goal, but we should be able to scrap together pretty close to it, if not all the way. Because being able to get access to AFK stews is going to be so nice. We haven't had access to them for a very long time. Yep, Chino's still here. Ezreal's still AFK there. They're really AFKing Leatherworker hard. I mean, not Leatherworker, I mean, whatever you call this. Carpentry. Honestly, that's probably the way to do it, though. I just want to power grind through it, though. But this does make for a pretty good AFK activity if you already have them all banked. So we're officially 50 levels behind. Chino's like lapping us though. There's one point where Chino was like a few hundred lower than us. He's like 800 up now. Or like 750 up. Like even if you ignore combat and give us like every single combat, he's still so far ahead of us right now. Like even if you add, let's say, 250 to our combat level, like just 250 to that, he's still like 500 up. Even if you ignore combat completely. Oh, I gotta remember to go use that point. I want to wait till this ticks it over, though. Come on, get there, get there. I need 10 of them. Nope, less than 10. There we go, got it. Just want to get that little bit of extra XP in there. That 7% pot. Get every little bit of value we can from that thing. So far, it looks like we used 9 of them today. I brought a weird number of the 5%, but I'm really curious as how many 7% we use. But so far, over the course of... because these are a lot more limited. These we could buy infinitely. But, yeah, we used, 9 of them in 4 hours. That's not too bad. It's a good guesstimate about how much knowledge we're gaining as well. That means we're gaining wow, is it really that low? Wait. Oh no, I was double dipping a lot of them earlier. Never mind. I was gonna say, how on earth did we get that little knowledge? Because it's only like 2 point something. But the reason why that number seems so low is I was double dipping a lot of them when we were doing, because when I'm doing it for carpentry, I'm doing it every single one. When I was doing it for wood cutting, I was double dipping them. But yeah, that's why it seems so much lower. I was gonna say, how on earth did we only use 9? But it's because we were double dipping them when we did wood cutting. Where 1 potion would last for 2 knowledge points. The only reason I'm doing it the other way around when doing these is just so we get a little bit of extra 7% on our actual carpentry activity. It's gonna feel so nice once we finally have 200 all here. Because then we can focus on whatever we actually need rather than just trying to get levels up for the sake of getting them up. Because we don't need 200 Fisher right now, or 200 Cook, or 200 Forager. These we kind of do need, though. What kind of carpentry we actually do need. But these other 3 we don't. We're simply getting them up to make number bigger. And just so we don't have to do it later down the line. But there isn't really any need why I need 200 Forager, Fisher, or Chef at the moment. At least in the current state of the game. Later down the line we would. Which is why I want to have them done. But there's no immediate need for any of these 3 to be 200. I just want to have them done before the combat rework so we don't have to come back to them later. That way if we do come back to skilling, or we definitely will be. It's not like we're never doing skilling again after the combat rework. We'll eventually get tired of doing combat every single day for months straight. But when we do, we can actually focus on things we need. Like mining, smithing, 208 woodcutter into 216 carpentry, get merchant leatherworker up, go get the detective up so I can actually go do combat in chapter 4. Oh, which reminds me, our dailies are in half an hour, which is also when we hit the 1,000 hour mark, pretty much. Today is the day. The first 1,000 hours out of 100,000, no. I have no clue how long we'll play this. See where we are in like a decade from now. Because if it's anything like RuneScape, this is the first 1,000 hours of a very big number that is incomprehensible. Because that 7,000 something number that I showed earlier, that was just for one account. That's not my total playtime in RuneScape. That's just my total playtime in the last 2 years. It's been out for 20 something years.
Though at the current rate, because we're not even 3 months in, if we kept this up, we'd be at 4,000 hours in 1 year. That's kind of crazy. That's actually never happened before. I'm actually not sure what the highest number I've ever gotten in one game in 1 year. I know it's not 4,000, that's for sure. I think it's like 3,500. This is the most time I've ever put into one game in 1 year, which on average is like 10 hours a day. But Brighter Shores is currently curved higher than that. Also, based on this current XP rate, it does look like by about a little after the 5-hour mark, we would have gotten one whole extra log tier. Now it comes down to, do we want to go get a second one like we were mentioning earlier? I would have to go get 5 woodcutting levels, which isn't as much. We had to do 8 earlier. I would have to do 5 woodcutting levels and 8 carpet. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Nope, I'm looking at the right one. And 8 carpentry. Why do I have to do so much more carpentry? Yeah, 5 woodcutting and 8 carpentry. Is that doable? It definitely is. We'd be here all day though. I don't know, I might go for it. I don't think we're always going to go for a double log upgrade, but today, since it's a woodcutting title anyways, we might. Kind of like when we did the bone grind. Sometimes we went 1 bone, some days we went 0 bones. Others we went 2 bones, but normally it was like 1 bone each time. But yeah, I think we might double log today. Not double logging into the game, you know what I mean. 2 log upgrades. I think I'm going for it. We're not going to do that every day during this grind, though. But since the woodcutting is such a small parameter anyways, the biggest issue is going all the way on the carpentry, though. If we are going to do that, that means I need to go do every last log I have right now. So when we do dump into carpentry, we get better XP rate. Also, when we do hickory, it's going to be a little bit slower, as I do plan to bank a lot of it. Probably not all of it, but I do want to bank more than what we did for these oaks. Like, at least, like, 500. But if we did it off-stream, we'd be way more inefficient with it. Like, what Azrael's doing right now is what we would look like if we were doing this off-stream. Where you just stand there for like half a minute to a minute at a time once you're done. That's one nice thing about streaming it, is I will always do it immediately. But if we did this, something like this off-stream, it'd probably be like 30% less efficient. Because there'd be a lot of downtime where I'm just standing there, doing nothing. Because obviously we're doing it far more AFK rather than actively. That's the one slight upside of doing this actively. Is you will always move tick perfectly between everything. Because when you don't, you're sometimes standing there for anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds. Doing nothing at all. If you don't have a weapon that has a faction damage, are strength pots still worth it? No. If they don't have an element on them, they don't do anything. The only times that the pots do anything is if you have a element on it that corresponds to it. Otherwise, they do literally nothing. Because the way that they work, to my understanding, is they add that much power to whenever you do elemental damage. So let's say you have a weapon with an 80% chance to do green, and you are using a green pot plus 40. So 80% of your hits will have 40 extra power on it. But if you're hitting for physical rather than the green damage, like, you know, the 20% of the time when it doesn't hit it, it's giving you 0 extra damage. But every time that it does hit the elemental roll, you're getting whatever the value is on it. So if your weapon power is something like, this is a bad example because it doesn't show here. But if our weapon power is something like 303, actually it's a bad example too because it's not an actual element. But like this yellow weapon right here, if we use the Tempest Day Potion, 39% of the time, let's say we use a plus 40, we would have 304 power instead of 360 or 264. So we'd have that extra 40, 39% of the time. Yeah, that's all they do. So if you're using it on a non-correct element, it doesn't do anything at all. It only applies to the damage when you actually do elemental damage of that specific type. Also, there's currently no way to boost Necromay or Pyromay Only the 3 primary colors can be upgraded currently. That might change when they add Alchemy Part 2. They'll probably add those potions, but currently they do not exist. Which is another thing that makes them pretty weak until special attacks come out. Because there's no way to boost them. If you don't have a faction weapon for an element, try to see if you have a good physical weapon. As physical weapon tends to have a bit higher base damage due to the fact that it doesn't have any elemental benefit. Because something on Cryonite, for example, the two-hand is really good. I think the main weapon for all 3 of them is you get like a club on Guardian, a one-hand physical club. You get a one-hand fist that has a really high attack speed on Hammer Mage. But the strongest one out of all of them, though you don't get to wield a shield, is Cryonite's two-hand. Cryonite's longsword is a two-hand with a lot of extra damage and a really high attack speed. Out of any class's physical weapon, I would say it's the actual the strongest out of any of them. We'll see what that's like after special attacks, but at least currently it seems like the best of the 3. If you're looking for like a neutral damage weapon. I still hope once you can use all faction gear after the combat rework, that the percent bonus is actually good. Because anything under 90% is not even going to be worth using. In most situations. The only exception on Cryonite would be the green weapons from Guardians that would occasionally get used as to having access to no other green weapons. But that could change after boss drops and other things come into the game. Because eventually Cryonite would have a green melee weapon that isn't a Guardian weapon. It doesn't currently, but you know, sometime down the line it would. Hopefully. Yeah, the strongest Hammer Mage weapon is likely going to be its yellow two-hand. It's actually the only thing I would need from Hammer Mage. I don't think there's a single other Hammer Mage unless the special attacks are good. I think the only weapon we would ever need from Hammer Mage is the yellow two-hand. The problem with that is it requires Death Stone, which is really annoying to make. Also has the highest level requirement of any stonemason item. Or sorry, second highest. Requiring 483 if you want a perfect one. Or 368 if you want to get the second to best one. Or sorry, wrong item. Or 314 if you want to make the second best one. I don't know, I've been doing this daily. I have so much dynamite right now. I have over 500 tier 5 dynamite? Yeah, tier 5. I have over 500 tier 5 dynamite banked. And by the time I get the mining level for it, we're going to have like 5,000 tier 5 dynamite. Which is for this item that we're just talking about right here. Because this one goes pretty far if I ever need it. We're going to have a lot of the material. Because you need 314 to make it. And at that level, you can make it into a 376, or sorry, 374 after the rework. And I'll have my alt account AFK in this, so it'll hopefully have it in like half a year. But I'll have so much material to go and give it. Because I'm going to have literal thousands of explosives for that exact level range. Just from the mining XP we keep getting. And that hammer goes pretty far. You can make up to a level 482 with it. Which isn't perfect, but 482 is pretty high. Like, the difference between a 482 and a 500 isn't that big. Yeah, generally you skip Death Stone a lot when you're going through the Stonemason grind. The only reason you'd really need it is to make the weapons out of it that you're actually going to use. And of those weapons, it's mostly just a two-hand that'd be worthwhile. The yellow two-hand. This is the best yellow weapon in the game. So if you can ever use it at like 90%, 95% effectiveness on other classes, it would be worth making. Because it would be every class's best yellow weapon. Even if you're at 80% penalty, it might actually still be worth it. Just because of how much better it is. Same reason why we need the green guardian weapons. Even at 80% penalty, it might, or not 80% penalty, you know, 80% effectiveness, 20% penalty. It might actually still be worth using over nothing. Because the only thing we could use otherwise is a Arbore bow. Which I guess would get the job done with infinite ammo and everything, but it's not ideal. Or DPS with it is probably lower than just using a 80% effective guardian weapon, melee weapon. Like using that like two-hand poking sword. The quarterstaff or whatever it's called. Like that at 80% is probably better than Arbore bow at 100%. You're saving all your all-faction weapons for other combat skills. Yeah, you can do that too to fuse them together. To make a bunch of 4-star stuff. I actually have both my alts completely maxed out on storage. Because when I got them to level 20 Bone Right and 20 Stonemason, I ended up saving all their 4 stars that they got. Or sorry, 3 stars, I mean. So they got so many Stonemason and Bone Right and smithing upgrades ready to go. All really low level range. But, you know, still good for combining into stuff if you want a certain level range. They don't have Brand Off Inheritance done. So the two of them together is like one account storage. Also, I'll be back in 1 second. I need to make a quick bathroom break. But we shall be back. Alright, we're back. Alright, we weren't AFK that long. It made like 5 seconds. Not too bad. But yeah, stuff like that off stream would happen a ton. Like you go away for a moment and then your guy's just sitting there for like 20 to 30 seconds or something. Luckily on stream that almost never happens. Ugh. Like, this would be us off stream, what Azrael's doing right now. Where you finish and you're just standing there for like 30 seconds. That's one nice thing about doing this on stream. Because our attention will be like way higher. So there's like almost no downtime, if any at all. I think our game plan right now is finish every last log we have in the bank. Even if we hit 80. And then we go do the woodcutting grind. While dumping XP into... I guess woodcutting? And then we just do carpentry while dumping into carpentry. I'm just not sure if we have enough logs from that to get there. Because I only need 5 woodcutting levels, but I need 8 carpentry levels. So it might be worthwhile to dump it into carpentry. I don't know, we'll see. It depends how far this grind gets us. Because if this grind gets us to almost 84, then we definitely do not need to be putting it into carpentry. I just have woodcutting put into woodcutting. Though honestly, with how much quicker woodcutting is, it almost seems worthwhile to just put woodcutting into carpentry the whole time. The only reason you would do it earlier is so you can get to the better XP rate for woodcutting. Because the extra XP rate from there to there would make it the difference of why you would want to. I forget where pines and hickories are. I believe they're fine though. Pines are... those are the ones in like the northwest middle, I believe. Yeah, northwest middle. Oh, no, those are the northeast ones. Never mind. The other one is the, I was thinking of hickory. Right? That was hickory, right? Yeah, I was thinking of hickory. Those are pretty nice, though. Oh, I might actually use a fear potion for them. Ooh. We finally get to use the fear potion for something other than nothing. But, no, we've been using it some here and there. But that has the really annoying bank that has that one combat room that's really annoying to aggro skip on. So I might just use Fear Potion out of convenience. It probably saves about a minute an hour running Fear. The only downside of that is, how do we go about banking? Because I'm going to have 3 potions in my inventory. Which sounds like a nightmare. And you probably want to bank 24 at a time, which means I'd have to drop 3 potion, then pick up 3 potion every time. Of course, picking them up is easy. Dropping them is the slower part. Because you individually have to triple drop without accidentally drinking one of them. That would be banking 2 or 3 less logs every trip if we don't drop them. Like, it didn't really matter for the oaks because you were getting them 5 at a time. But it would matter for those because I believe you get them in cycles of 6. So you'd easily be able to fill a full inventory at 24. And I'll figure it out when we get there. We have until after this carpentry grind to figure it out. But then we're going to have to head over there. I'm definitely using fear potions for it. So we're going to have 2 or 3 potions on us. We know that. If only they were equipable. Who knows? Maybe equipable potions will come out in the next few hours. That's definitely not happening. I want it so bad, though. I definitely want the combat reworked more. But if there is any one quality of life that I would want, like, immediately, equipable potions is, like, #1 priority. Like, literally stop all other quality of life until we get equipable potion level of quality. It is just so needed. Because there's so much in the game that's just clunky without it. There's almost every skilling method assumes you have none of these in your inventory. Despite so many skilling methods requiring like 1 to 4 of these in your inventory. Yeah, they are going to be on a toll belt. Based on what they said so far, there's going to be a quest that unlocks the ability to wield potions. And you'll be able to put it in your tool belt in some way. Which means also going to probably revamp the tool belt menu. To make more sense than it does now. But yeah, they said it's going to be a quest unlock. What the requirements are for, or what chapter it's from, we don't know. I would assume chapter 1, but they said they didn't actually know which chapter they're going to add it to. And that basically means they don't know if they want to make it free-to-play or not. Because obviously the really obvious decision is they would make it chapter 1. But if they're saying they don't know what chapter they want to put it in, that's keyword for they don't know if they want to make it free-to-play or not. Because there's one obvious chapter you should be putting it in, chapter 1. But if you put it in chapter 3 or further, obviously free-to-play doesn't get it. I don't see any reason why free-to-play can't have quality of life like that, though. It's not like it's that broken to be able to equip potions. Like, it's strong, but it's not, like, game-breaking strong. But yeah, hopefully that quest comes out soon. I really can't wait until the era of Brighter Shores where they're releasing a quest every month. Because that was so good back in the day. There were some years that on average they released 2 quests a month. For an entire year straight. But on average they averaged about 1 a month back in the day. It seems like they're going to try to aim for similar again. Like once we start getting quests, we're probably going to get a lot of new quests. Even though we haven't gotten a single new one in 2.5 months, or since launch. Once they do start rolling them out, I'm almost guaranteed it's going to be about 1 a month. So hopefully we'll get some really good rewards from them. We already know when Chapter 6 comes out, or sorry, Chapter 5 I mean. It's going to come out with basically 3 quests. The main storyline quest and then 2 side quests. So that minimum's 3 when that comes out. But until then, hopefully we have like once a month as well. Because we already know a few things that they're going to be adding from it. Though the most noteworthy one being, of course, equipable potions from a quest. Another one that wasn't mentioned, but is probably the case, is Hopeport Teleport. Hopeport is the only chapter with 1 teleport. And it's very likely that it will be quest locked to get the second one. Because it's quest locked in every chapter except for Chapter 4, oddly enough. And the only reason it's not locked in Chapter 4 is they wanted people to get to trading easier. So there's no lock behind it. But Chapter 2 and 3 were both quest locked. Chapter 2 requiring full completion and Chapter 3 requiring partial completion. Hello, Crunk Juice. Welcome, welcome. And I've been enjoying it a lot so far. Though you are currently watching like the worst skill in the game. We've been saving this for like as last as we possibly could. So we've been ignoring this grind for a while. I've been enjoying it a ton so far. But yeah, this is currently the worst skill in the game though. Is that a bad example? Even Chino saved it for last too. He's like literally 200 all except this skill. Because he saved the worst for last. At some point, they will probably combine this with like a boss or something similar. Some way to train it beyond this lumber mill. It's pretty chill, though. Like, it's really low intensity compared to what we were doing the other day, like Merchant Detective. And really high AFK time as well. Like Azrael here, who is over AFKing. Every time I look, there's AFK for like 30 seconds straight. It's not the most AFK activity in the game, but it's pretty high. The main thing that makes it nice is that you can perfect cycle it in the same room. Where you never need to leave the room in order to cycle it over and over and over again. Hey, we finally got a gold piece. Took us long enough. Time to go spend it. We just cannot hold on to gold. We mentioned it earlier. The thing we're going to be dumping into first is the two-hand saw to level 10. And then after that, we're doing the secutors and then the pawn thingy. Only reason for the secutors is because it's the current level range of what we would be doing. As I believe this, and maybe both of these actually require it. Can't remember if Periwinkle do or not. I think they do. Wiki mentions it. Is there a way to check it in-game? Let me double check. Does Periwinkle require, that one tool? No, it doesn't use any tool. Because otherwise it will tell you what tool you need at the bottom. Yeah, Periwinkle does not require any tool. A good day is a 7% boost. Time to put it into carpentry. There we go, 79. One more level, and we technically have the level we need. But I'm probably still going to run whatever we have left in the bank. So whenever we do dump knowledge into it, it gets a little bit better value. Because we calculated out earlier, not counting all the knowledge we've been dumping, we would get 40,000 extra XP that we didn't need. So we should have probably a few hundred left. Somewhere around there. If you account for knowledge. Oh, our daily's ready. Ah, it's time. Oh, this is the daily we unlocked yesterday. So remember when we've been spending the last 5 days doing detective? This is the reason why we're doing it. Alright, let me go get those potions real quick. It is finally time. For now, I'll just 5% boost it, though. I'm not going to 7% it. We might in the future if I do it with, like, an investigation or something. Just to double dip it. But for now, we'll just do it at 5% is fine. I will use the 7% mining boost, though, because we have so many of them. But I will only 5% the other. I don't know, maybe I should just 5% the both. Yeah, I'll go grab them. Because even though we have a lot of them, we will eventually run out. I need a 5% for you, I guess, technically. Even though I have a billion of you in the other category. And a 5% of you. Alright, let's go run them. Alright, let's see how much this is. Because I didn't really get a good look at this earlier. All I know is it's a really big number compared to before. Keep in mind, before we were getting like 22-ish gold. And like, what, 60-ish thousand XP? Somewhere around there? 40-something thousand? I forget the exact number. But it's definitely only a 5-digit number. Do we think we'll have some kind of player-owned house system? No, they already confirmed there's no player-owned housing. We kind of knew that for a while because the things never mentioned it. Or, you know, the things that are going to be happening. But, no, they confirmed it during the AMA and Q&A. That there is no construction skill that's going to be coming in with it. Like, no housing or anything. Okay, the gold didn't go up a lot, but gosh, did the XP go up. We've got a 539,000 XP drop. Up from like a 60-ish thousand one. That is so nice. It's like a 7-8 times higher XP drop. And that's why we did the grind. Now, whenever we do that 2 times per day, it's roughly 7 to 8 times better than it was before. The amount of gold you get is still pitiful, though. It's only like 10 extra silver. But the amount of XP is like 7 times, 8 times higher. Because it's a post-200 venture rather than a pre-200 venture. But yeah, we don't currently know everything that Builder will be able to do. It is likely very, very, very strong. But we don't know the specifics as to what it will do. Maybe we'll make some facilities that can auto-produce things. Maybe you'll build up like a part of the underground town or whatever with it. Maybe you'll have a bunch of utilities for shortcuts in various areas. There's a lot of really specific things we don't really know with it. The builder is either going to be nearly useless or like top 5 best skill to get up in the entire game. And there's pretty much nothing in between. But it's likely to be more towards the top 5 best skill in the game category. Like as useful as like alchemy or your main weapon making skill or stuff like that. Kind of level of good. Oh, I said we had about 500 earlier. I lied. We have 444. I thought it was closer to 500. They were at 444. Anyways, back to the carp grind. But that number will be literal thousands by the time we can use them. We have to do over 100 mining levels before we can use them. Which we are nowhere near. Especially since most of our mining XP rate is literally just from doing that daily. Like, since level 231 when we unlocked it, I think 90% of my total XP is just that daily. And it's going to be our keys for our detective now, too. Because about every 6 of those should be a level at this level range. Which means, like, every 3rd day we'll pretty much gain a free detective level. Compared to before, we're barely getting anything at all. Oh gosh, we still got 300 of these. Oh no. Gotta do them though. Need that EXP. And it might almost look like at some level ranges that our carpentry level is going to go higher than our woodcutting. But you have to keep in mind there will be some areas where we're gaining woodcutting XP but almost no carpentry XP. Most notably brambles. Like when we do 8 levels from 94 to 102, we gain 0 carpentry XP. Other than knowledge. I might not even make the suaves just because they're lower tier suave. So the carpentry XP rate that we'd get from them is pretty low. That's where all those extra suaves in our bank are from. I don't know, maybe we still run them. The problem is the XP rate from actually processing them is so bad. But the actual use case for them is still kind of good. It's just if you keep doing suaves while doing bramble, but also do all the bramble, or do all the suaves while doing suave, like banking all of them because they're so free, you're going to have way more suave than you ever need. I guess that's what the player market is for. Sell them to people who need them. The low tier ones probably won't go for too much, but you know, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6 are going to go for a nice penny. I guess tier 1 technically could because it makes the low tier stuff. 2 and 3 are kind of in a weird in between. Which is what this material is, so I don't feel as bad selling it. Tier 1, 4, 5, and 6 are the main material that matter. Tier 2 and 3 are in an in-between that almost is irrelevant. As you get past that zone so quickly. Yeah, we're almost at the point where we've been doing carpentry for as long as we've been doing woodcutting. Because we woodcut for about 2.5 hours, and we're currently at, Oh no, sorry, that was how long the whole stream was at that point. It was like 2 hours, 15 minutes. And we've been doing carpentry for about that exact same amount of time. But it makes sense. We will hit 80 really soon, though. But the problem is I kind of want to run everything we have left. Not counting the suave. That would definitely be off-stream activity if we ever do suaves. That's a good, we just want an AFK activity kind of thing, but don't want to leave a room. You know what that's actually really good for, oddly enough? Although it would look really lame for the video, though. But if we needed something to do while we're doing the 1,000 hour video, I might just be running all my suaves during that. Just because this is self-contained. Oh, but I would want to bank them, though. Never mind, I can't. That would only work for logs where you don't want to bank them. But we actually do want to bank the suave poles. Never mind, I can't do it for that. Though I probably still would be doing that as the AFK while doing that video, though. Like, we would just be doing the carpentry the whole time while doing, going over the 1000 video. So I'm not sure everything I want to cover in it. I'm probably going to go no script, but I probably should make some rough kind of path so I don't ramble for, like, an hour. Because I want to get the video under a half an hour. Actually, how long was it last time when we covered it? I just want to check. How long was the the first week one? Yeah, the first week one went for 32 minutes and 34 seconds. I'd want to try to get that like slightly under half an hour. I feel like it's a good number range for it. Not too long, not too short. I say that, it's probably going to be like a 50-minute video now. I want to try to aim for slightly under half. Halfway to our final level. But I'm probably still running whatever's in the bank still, though. Just so we get better value from it later. Because it makes more sense to use it now rather than later. Otherwise, every knowledge point we use gives less value. Alright, that's something we should be doing math on while we have some downtime here. Oh, that's gonna be so much math, though. The thing I was gonna go do math for was how many pine logs do we get from 5 levels if we put no knowledge into it? And then how much XP is that into carpentry relative to how much we need for the next level range? It's like 4 different layers of math, and I'm not sure if I want to bother. But doing so would tell us the exact number of logs we would need approximately. Because it doesn't take into account knowledge or the 5% bonus or anything, though. But it would give us a good number to kind of go by. It's really hard to calculate out exact numbers in this game, though, due to how knowledge works. Because generally you're dumping knowledge into what you're training when you're trying to, like, power level something. It's just really weird to calculate for. Like, you can easily figure out how much knowledge per hour you're getting. But it's harder to break that down into exact XP number. Because the amount of XP it gives at every different level range is different. As it keeps scaling based on your level. Like, you can get a close approximation, but you can never get, like, the exact number. Or you can, it's just really, really absurdly hard to calc for. Like, it's too much effort to bother. Getting that precise with it. It's really easy to calc for, though, if you're putting your knowledge into something that isn't the activity you're doing. Like if we were doing woodcutting plus carpentry, but then throwing over our knowledge in like smithing or something, that'd be really easy to calculate out for then. Because the knowledge isn't going into either of the two skills we're training. He's got the final Chronopolis quest completed? Nice. What quest do you still have left? There's quite a few good ones out there for XP and or reward. Like Lost and Found's probably the biggest one. Oh yeah, there's going to be one thing that is going to feel a little lame when a new quest comes out, though. Is the XP drop's going to feel like nothing. Like, if we're level 200 in a skill and it required, like, level 60, we're going to see our thing move up by, like, 1 pixel. It's going to be so little XP. Forgotten Things and both the Mines and Matubin quests? Oh. Forgotten Things not too bad. You just got to do a bunch of woodcutting carpentry. Oh yeah, join us. Might see you. Yeah, you need 45 woodcutting, 50 carpentry for Forgotten Things. But yeah, the hardest quest in the game is Lost and Found from Chapter 3. I've been AFKing it for over a month on my alts and they're still not done yet. Is that high of a requirement? They're almost there, though. They should get it in another week or two. 2 Mondays from now, I'm probably going to manually power level them the rest of the way. Just to push them over the edge. Not this week's Monday, but next week's Monday. Like 2 Mondays from now. Because if we do, I believe they can finish Lost and Found during that stream on Monday. And make it the goal to finish both of them on Lost and Found. And after that, I'm just going to have them AFK to 500 in their respective production skill. 500 bone right on one, 500 stonemason on the other. And then we'll figure out down the line what we do after that. Because that's going to take them a good 10 months. Well, technically 9 months. They'll be done by, like sometime in late September, I think. But hey, having 500 for those 2 skills could be really useful, though. And if we play them normally, they'll have access to be able to make any weapon they ever need for their own class. Without needing to go through, like, a third-party trading system. Though it might still need to for the raw material, though. Because they're not training mining or gather or anything like that, though. But they'll have the production to be able to do it. Basically using them as production mules. Anything we're not getting super high on this account, we're just going to have them do. We're going to keep Camp 200 Carpentry for a while. We'll just go have the Bone Right guy do, or Guardian guy go do Bone Right. After he finishes Bone Right. I mean, go do Carpentry after Bone Right, I mean. Or have the Stonemason one go do Alchemy after. So we can get those nice XP pots. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to go 500 all for Chapter 5 as well. Because I'm just going to have my alts ignore every mechanic there. I'm not going to have them do Armor Maker. I'm not going to have them do Builder. Unless Builder's like really needed or something. But if Alchemy Part 2 comes in Chapter 6, I'd probably have my alt do that. It's one of the other reasons I kind of want to do 500 all for Chapter 5. As I probably won't be for Chapter 6. For one, I'll probably still be doing it for Chapter 5 by the time Chapter 6 comes out, but also because of the fact that if Potion Making Part 2 comes out in Chapter 6, I'm going to have just one of my alts get 500. I'm not going to bother doing it on my main. I still get to 200 on the main, or maybe slightly over 200 if just something like really good there. But we're not going to be getting 500 in Alchemy Part 2 if it does come in. Nor Alchemy Part 1. Maybe like way, way down the line, but no time soon. We don't know for sure if Alchemy Part 2 is coming in Chapter 6, though. But if it was to come, it would have to come then. Because they got to figure out what they're doing to alchemy by then. Are we just going to have one absurdly bloated skill, or are they going to break it up into a bunch of different smaller skills? Like how Forager and Gather and Delver are. Or they're all really similar to each other, but still 3 separate skills. Oh, technically after we use this knowledge point, we would have reached our goal. So now it comes down to, do we keep going or not? And I'm leaning towards doing it. And the main reason being is when I do woodcutting, I'm probably dumping it into carpentry. Since we're only getting 5 levels worth of logs rather than 8, but need 8 carpentry levels. Because you have to keep in mind, even if we're ahead on carpentry, by the time we hit brambles, it's going to be way behind. Like, way, way behind. Oops, I actually didn't mean to use that point. Whoops. Into carpentry you go. And there we go, level 80. Yeah, you saved carp for last. Yeah, you saved the worst for last. I was originally going to, but honestly, cooking's probably going to be our last one. Just because the way I plan to train it will make it pretty much the last one out of all of them. Not counting combat. Combat doesn't count. I mean, ignoring combat even exists until the combat rework. I don't see anything left over here. I only see everything to the right of it. I'm just ignoring this whole entire column until the combat rework. But yeah, of the non-combats, cooking will probably be our last. Not because it's the worst one to do, but because of how we're training it. It will just ultimately be the last one. Because we want to try to get as many free cooking bounties in as we can. Just so we don't have to power grind it by making like a billion stew or sandwiches or something. I'm not against doing that once we do get there, though. Like, if it's the final one, and we're at like 150 cooking or something, I will simply just go spam stew and sandwich until we get there. It's not going to be ideal. It's going to be very, very slow. But we will do it. If it's like the only thing left for base 200. Non-combat. So when do we finally get to tier 4? It looks like 125. 125 carpentry and what's the woodcutting? And 125 woodcutting. So at level 125, both of them reach tier 4 for the first time. Is it better to use minecart or just mine ores for XP? Minecarts are worth it for the exact level range that you unlock them. But the second you get a rock unlock after them, it's worth it to switch. Yeah, all minecarts are only worth it for the current rock. The only exception to this is that you can do it from level 10 to 20 when you get like the very first minecart, but I'm pretty sure you're way past that point. But beyond that, every minecart after the very first minecart, you should only really do for the level range until you hit another rock. Like when I unlock this next one at 317, I would only do it until 333, and then would never touch it again. But yeah, that's pretty much the only time you do them. Because they're only worth it right when you unlock them, but the second you get a new rock, you switch to the rock. Or you know, whatever's afterwards. You switch off of the minecart. But they're only good, worthwhile at the exact level range that you get them. And the later the minecart is, the worse they are, similar to blast mining, because they don't gain any benefit from your pickaxe upgrades. So the deeper you are, almost the worse they are as well. Is they get no benefit from your pickaxe. But yeah, I can't wait for the combat pivot on this account. As much as I do enjoy all the skilling and everything, and we'll still be doing it in the future, we are going like so all in on combat when it comes out. Like, we will no life it for a month straight if we have to. Just to go get it all maxed. And the best part is, all the knowledge we get from it, we don't put it into combat, we put it into skills. And a lot of it is probably being dumped into smithing initially. Smithing and mining. More so smithing, though. Though all knowledge that we get from Shield Breaker will go into Armor Maker, though. Or Builder, if it seems more worthwhile. That's something we won't know until it comes out, if we're prioritizing Armor Maker or Builder. I want to say Builder, to be honest. I'd much rather do 500 Builder Rush than 500 Armor Maker Rush. As good as Armor Maker likely will be, there's a good chance what better weapons will matter way more than better armor will. So I'm kind of considering doing the Builder grind first. I just need Builder to be actually viable. I'm still banking on it being like an actual good skill. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Because our order of maxing for chapter 5 is likely combat, then gatherer, or delver technically. But it's going to be shield breaker, then delver, then builder, then armor maker last. As armor maker is basically like the leather maker of chapter 4, in that it is definitely going to be the slowest of the 4 of them by far. Also, ironically, they also both feed into each other, and that you need Leatherworker in order to properly do Armor Maker. Hello, Dim Forest. Welcome, welcome. You hope they have another super AFK skill in the next episode. One thing we were joking about with Builder, which is a somewhat AFK activity when he made it last time around, is if he brings back a minigame kind of like an in-between between what raid dens are in Brighter Shores right now and Shades of Morton. There was a Shades of Morton minigame called, I think it's just called Shades of Morton, actually. But basically, you had to build up a tower and then defend a tower from a bunch of shades. And in the context of Brighter Shores, you know, something like that, defending a tower would end up giving you Builder XP and Combat XP. Kind of like how Chronopolis raid dens give you Combat XP and Detective XP. And we don't know if he would even do that, and if he did, how AFK it would be. But the version of it that was in Old School RuneScape that came out in, what, 2004, 2005 is pretty AFK. So if he does something similar again, it could be almost like the new Raid Den, but for Chapter 5 instead of Chapter 4. Where you can train Builder and Combat at the same time. We don't know if anything even remotely like that's coming, but he has done it before in his other game. Except it gave Combat and Crafting XP instead, because Builder didn't exist at the time. Or, you know, the construction skill didn't exist at the time in that game. But in the case of Brighter Shores, it'd be Shield Breaker plus Builder, if such a similar mechanic were to come out. Where basically you have to defend and build back up a tower while, basically kind of like the fight that was in Chapter 2, the Chapter 2 boss fight. Imagine that, but instead of one big boss unit, it's a bunch of smaller units, kind of like the raid dens. Like, that's basically what it was, where they would keep attacking your structure, but you'd have to keep killing them, but then also building up your structure to make sure it doesn't die. But instead of getting no XP, like during the raft, you would actually get builder XP. And of course, shield breaker whenever you kill an enemy. But yeah, something like that. Is that going to be added? Probably not. I really hope something like that does get added to it, though. Because that'd be so much fun. Almost like a little mini tower defense. Being builder and shield breaker at the same time. How AFK that would be is questionable, though. Because I feel like that'd be less AFK than raid dens. But probably more AFK than normal combat. Oh, so gosh, we still got like 100-something logs left. I gotta go do them all, though. I need the XP. So we're not too far out-leveled at the moment. We're doing a 72 activity at 80. That's not too bad. As long as it's not more than like a 15-20 level gap, we should be okay. It's less worse than cooking. Where if I was to do cooking right now, I'd be doing a 94 at 113. Nearly a 20 level gap. But right now we're only doing a 8 level gap. It's not that bad. Could be worse. It could be cooking. There's one nice thing about doing the woodcutting aside the carpentry grind. Is our log should always be keeping up pretty nicely with our carpentry level. There should never really be more than like a 10-ish level gap between them. Your mining levels are so low you don't know what to put knowledge points in? Well, if you're just trying to get the quest requirements, you mostly just put them into 3 production skills then. Because you never need to put it into the combat. Mining you just do manually if you need it for something. So bone rate, smithing, and stonemason would be the only 3 you'd have to dump it into. But the one that's most highest priority after Lost and Found being whatever one you need to make weapons out of. So if you're a Cryonite, that'd be Smithing, or Hammer Mage Stonemason, or Guardian Bone Rate. But for Lost and Found, you kind of just dump all the mining and Minefighter that you get, all the knowledge from them, into the other 3. And mining helps you get both Blacksmith and Stonemason done. So if you really wanted to, Bone Rate's probably your biggest target for Lost and Found. It's the only one that doesn't get up directly from training only Chapter 3. His Bone Rate gets up from training Chapter 2, not Chapter 3. So if you want to focus only on the Chapter 3 grind, you would dump most of your knowledge into Bone Rate then. It's also the lowest level you need, though. You don't need 38 Bone Rate, since you could +2 boost it. Which is nice. Because of the 3, it's the lowest one you need. You need 59 Mind Fighter, 38 Bone Right. Keep in mind, these are all the +2 boosted numbers. 58 Smithing, and 44 Stonemason. And 2 Mondays from now, I should be able to go do both the alts and just run them back to back. I'm hoping that we can get the grind done then. Maybe this Monday we'll check in on them. And then the following Monday we'll go do double Lost and Found back to back. Not that every Monday will be the alt Mondays, but it's generally the best day to do it since it's our shortest stream of the week at any given week. Or maybe this Monday we do a little bit of grind to get them closer, and then the following Monday we finish Lost and Found. I should be able to get them there by then. Because that's what, 9 days from now? Because right now they should both have 28 or so in their second production skill. And after they get those done, they need to go back to their other production skill, which would take them a good week or so. So yeah, as long as we throw a little bit of manual grinding in there, that should be fine. The problem is both of them are dirt poor right now. Because they just keep throwing all their cash at getting them up. I also keep dropping everything on the ground instead of selling it. Just because it's worth so little. So they're both in almost negative money right now, which is a problem. I just realized by next weekend we should be able to hit level 3000. Definitely won't be able to this weekend, that's not possible. But by next weekend we would probably even overshoot it. Maybe even have it by like Wednesday or something. Because every single day that we do something like this, like train pre-200 skills, we should be gaining about 40 to 50 levels a day. Roughly. Which means, yeah, technically Tuesday we could aim for 3000 then. Uh, 81 carpentry? That is where we're almost going to catch up. It will fall behind once we get to Bramble, though. So even if our carpentry level does get higher, it's technically not higher. Even if it numerically looks higher. Because I think we have to hit like 2 or 3 Brambles. Let me see. 1... 2... Okay, only 2. I don't think there's a third, actually. Yeah, there's not a third Bramble pre-200. There's one pretty early post-200, though. Yeah, pre-200 you don't have to deal with a, with another Bramble. It's only 2 of them. The one that's coming up and then the one at 152. I just realized there's definitely no way I'm doing this, by the way, later tonight. I just realized this resets at like 5 a.m. We're just gonna have to do that in the morning. Because I assure you, we will not be up at 5, most likely, hopefully. I really hope they do change these at some point to be like 10 hours or something. Because otherwise they just keep getting pushed back further and further every day. I'm pretty sure they're aware of the issue though. I'm not sure whenever they're going to finally make a change to them. Because at some point these will probably be like an 11-hour interval or 10-hour interval or something. Rather than their current 12. The same as the other 24-hour ones would eventually become like a 22-hour, 20-hour cycle. Technically 20 would make the most sense for those as well. You actually get 20 material from them, oddly enough. Because right now, with how it currently is, if you keep doing them, they'll keep getting pushed back further and further every day. It was mentioned, I believe, during the Q&A. Can't remember what their response was to it. Other than that they would probably look into doing something about it. They never really specified what, though. Because at bare minimum, it'll get pushed back about a minute or two every day until you eventually hit a time frame where you're not going to be able to do it. And have to waste like 7 hours. Or however long you sleep for. Because that's where we're at right now. Oh, where am I going? I was about to go bank them. Hey, we're almost at 1.5 gold. It's not bad. Number go up. Gotta afford that saw at some point. Which at this point we should be able to afford by the time I get there. Because we don't need it again until level 120. Which is a mile away from where we are right now. That's a good 36 levels. But how much planks we sell and everything else along that way, we should have more than enough to afford the level 10 soul. And hopefully by 200 we make enough excess to get both of these to level 10 as well. But yeah, given the current poll, I think our main game plan then is to do pretty much our original plan. Is to do woodcutting carpentry while offsetting with cooking. Then do fisher and forager while offsetting with cooking. And then after all that, just focus on cooking. Because even after all that offsetting, it still won't be done. But that'll probably be our game plan then. Or obviously we're focusing on woodcutting, carpentry, into cooking now. That's what the other timer's for. And then after we finish these, we do to 200. We do fishing, forager, and then cooking to 200. But doing fishing and forager 200 does not get us cooking to 200. By then, we're probably only at like 150 at best. We're still going to have to manually grind like 50 cooking levels even after all that. Luckily, if that is how far away we are, it's not that bad. If we had to do 50, if we had to power level 50 cooking levels and dumped all knowledge into cooking while doing it, I think we can get that done in like 3 days. If we like mega power leveled it. Even at every dead zone we would hit. I think that's only a 3-day grind. But it would have to be 3 days of doing literally nothing but cooking. But that would be all the way at the end of the grind, after we do all the other ones first. At this rate, our carpentry level might actually match our woodcutting. Which I guess is technically the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? So it's actually not a bad thing. It should kind of be like that. A lot of the requirements are exactly the same too. Sometimes the carpentry is like slightly lower or higher. But most of them are pretty even. Like the 125 ash plank to 125 ash log. But then some of them are kind of out of whack. Like the 208 hickory into the 216 carpentry for the same. Like some it's wood cutting is higher, but then for others carpentry is higher. It's really weird. But at the end they do even out completely though. If nothing else, tomorrow's goal is definitely 100 woodcutting carpentry. Whatever it takes. Because I think that's very doable. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Now that our dailies are done, can we see it? There it is! We officially have 1,000 hours. Now when we make our 5 biggest mistakes for Brighter Shores that we've made, one of them could be playing Brighter Shores for 1,000 hours. No, just kidding. Yes, one of our biggest mistakes of playing Brighter Shores for 1,000 hours is playing Brighter Shores for 1,000 hours. No, I'll easily put another 10 or 100,000 in. 1,000 is nothing compared to how long we'll be playing this game in the future. We're still in early game relative to how long we're going to have in this game. Like 200 all is when we get out of early game pretty much. Ah, thanks. How'd you curious? How much does Miles ES have? I kind of want to ask Chino too. Not sure if he's still here. I guess I could technically ask him here or in game. Because I'm actually kind of curious how much Miles ES and Chino have, hours wise. Like, am I just playing way less efficient, or do they just have a lot more hours than me? Okay, yeah, that would explain it. 376 more hours. That would explain it, okay. So it might just be more time played then. Yeah, sometimes I see people like skyrocketing past us and I think we're just doing stuff inefficiently. But it could just be that we're not playing enough. Because my OZS has 380 hours on us almost. Like 376. There's a lot of grind you can get done in 376 hours. Like, that alone would be enough to max merchant. And still have time left over. That isn't necessarily what we're going to do with our next 376 hours, but we could. I do kind of want to get 500 all Chronopolis. The main thing that scares me about that is merchant. Everything else is pretty free. Merchant and the fact that Leatherworkers basically so is Carpentry are the only two big downsides. Is the fact that you have to do Merchant at max efficiency for like 250 more hours. And the fact that Leatherworkers is so is Carpentry. But hey, if we're already going to have 500 Watch Person and Detective, we might as well finish it off. It really comes down to how long aways the combat rework. Because I highly doubt I'll have enough time to do that. Unless the combat reworks in like 2 to 3 months from now. But assuming combat reworks in like a month from now or less, I don't have enough time to do that. Because the next month is getting 200 all. So it would have to be at least 2 months away, if not 3 months away. Which, out of curiosity, if we no-lifed Merchant for 1 month, what would that get us to? I'm not sure if I'd physically be able to, though. But hypothetically. If we did it for 10 hours a day, there's no way that's happening. But hypothetically, if we did it 10 hours a day for every, yeah, you'd be able to do it in under a month. It is possible to max it in a month. We'd lose our sanity, but it is possible. It's definitely not what's going to happen, but it is possible to max merchant in 1 month. If you spent like every single bit of free time you have doing it for like 8 to 10 hours a day, and then offsetting with the merchant AFK. I'm not sure where I would dump all that knowledge into, though. To some degree, I'm so tempted to dump merchant into merchant. The other logical thing would be to dump it into leatherworker. As much as it kills your profit, it also speeds it up by so much. There's one good way of doing that is while you do merchant, dump all your knowledge into leatherworker. And then while doing leatherworker, dump all your knowledge into leatherworker. You make way less profit and get way less hides, but it makes leatherworker very, very quick. Comparatively to the alternative. Leatherworker is probably your favorite skill. It's basically... The way I view leatherworker is it's the way... they basically took carpentry but made it better. Like, it's carpentry but done right. Because it has just enough variety while still being equally as AFK, if not even more AFK. You still have to go a mile to go bank everything. Except it's way more balanced as far as how far you have to go. Because one thing that's kind of lame about carpentry is how little you have to go sell it. Leatherworker's a lot more balanced, where selling and banking is about the same distance. Technically, it's slightly quicker to bank. But when it comes to carpentry, it is way, way, way quicker to sell than it is to bank. Like, by a substantial amount. Like, selling is 3 tiles away. Banking, counting the back and forth, is something like 70? It's like 70, 80 tiles away if you count all the back and forth total. Not one way, but, you know, in total, how many tiles you'd have to move. Compared to 3. But everything about leatherworker is just better, more balanced, more intriguing carpentry. The only downside of it is it's only used for armor, whereas carpentry supplies are actually used for weapons, which is way better. Like, the application of carpentry supplies is better than the application of leatherworker supplies. But leatherworker's actual activity is substantially better. But carpentry is better in the sense that the material you get from it at the end of it is better than the material you get at the end of carpentry. I mean, at the end of leatherworker. Even though leatherworker supplies sell for a lot, all you ultimately get out of it is armor in Chapter 5. And unless they start adding set bonuses or extra combat stats to armor or something, then weapons are just way better. Because weapons are getting special attacks. Weapons are where all your DPS comes from currently. Like, Armor Maker, if they don't buff armor by the time Armor Maker comes out, it's actually going to be pretty lame. At least initially. As its power is way, way worse than Carpentry. As far as how much it helps with combat. At most, it'll save you from, like, having to heal... drink a healing potion occasionally or something. But that's about it. You sold all your leather. I've been selling a lot of it recently just because our money has been negative for forever. We're at 1.5 gold right now. And by the end of this stream, we'll be at 0 again. We just can't hold on to money at all. Once trading comes out, hopefully that'll be fixed some. Because hopefully we could just trade for money. But, yeah, we're at like perpetual 0 currently. But yeah, I'm probably saving Armor Maker for last in Chapter 5. If we're going all out for 500 all in Chapter 5, starting with combat and just working our way around from there based on what we need, Armor Maker is probably last. I'd probably rush it to 200 and let the AFKs kind of poke it up in a little bit like that, but it'll likely be the last one I bother fully maxing to 500 from Chapter 5. Even if it's the most useful. Just because getting the supplies for is by far going to be the hardest. Whereas Delver is as easy to train as any gathering skill. Combat's going to be as easy to train as any combat skill. Plus it will be fully implemented with the rework by then. The one we don't really know is Builder. That could be either really quick or really slow. Which would leave the absolute worst one being Armor Maker. Which is basically going to be like Bone Right, but for armor. And how many different components you need. Because even if you have a billion leather banked, you're going to need more than just leather to make armor. So even if you have like tens of thousands of every leather, you'll still need the other material. Because you're going to need more than just leather to make armor. You bought 3 capes in the last 24 hours, and you still had 5 gold, but you plan on dumping it into forager tools? Nice. Yeah, I'm still waiting on the cape perks before I go too crazy with capes. But I do plan to get all the 200 capes once they do. Which is a little bit of money, but not too bad. Let me actually double check. What's the total on that? Minus, I guess, the mining cape since we already have it. But, I do plan to do that once they add cape perks. And by then we should have 200 all by the time they add cape perks to the game. But I'm curious, what is that number? It sounds like it would be a lot, but honestly, I think it's like under 50 gold. Which is still a lot, but not like a lot. Oh wait, I'm on 7% bonus. Let me go use that real quick. Put down the carpentry. There we go. Alright, what was I doing? I was looking up the cape cost for total capes. I need like another tab. We're running out of tabs here. Cape. We can always just backspace from here. Profession capes. They are 3.16 each. How many professions are there again? Let's see. 5, 5, 8, 8, 18, so 17. 17 times... I know there's 18, but we already have one. 3.16. 53.7 gold. To get every single thing's 200 perk, whatever it might be. That's a lot of gold, but not a lot of gold. Like, that's a hefty amount, but like a realistic hefty amount. But I wouldn't do that until cape perks come into the game. But yeah, I would need 53.7 gold more than what we have. That's a lot. Because the mining keeps the only one we have. Otherwise it'd be closer to like 55 gold. Which isn't that bad, but still a grind. Like, that's a couple days straight of doing nothing but leatherworker. To be able to afford every 200 cape. What do I think the cape perks will going to be? I have no clue, because technically cape perks you never implemented the other time around. It's actually something that came to Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 after Andrew Gower left. But they did mention during either the AMA and or Q&A, I can't remember which, that I think it was both, but definitely the Q&A, I'm pretty sure. They did mention that capes are eventually going to be getting perks on them. And that they're also going to be transmoggable in the future. AKA, you'll be able to wield any cape without having to go and equip it and everything. Or something along those lines. You'll probably still need to equip it for the effect, but you wouldn't need to equip it for the visual. Because you'll be able to transmog them in the future. Because they mentioned those two things. They'll be transmoggable in the future. Kind of like how helms and everything else are. Currently they are not. They're simply just an object that you wield. But they're also going to have some kind of benefit. What those benefits are, who knows? It could be anything. I'll probably take some inspiration from what RuneScape 3 and Old School RuneScape did. However, he never implemented the mechanic back in the day. It's a relatively modern mechanic for them, and by that I mean in the last 10 years. But it was after the Andrew Gower years. So we don't really know what he would do. Because any that currently exist aren't necessarily a good example of it. Just because he wasn't the one who really implemented it, or his team at the time. It was under completely different ownership and everything by then. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Could be any number of things. It's one of the reasons I kind of almost want to go 500 all combat. Because if the combat keep from every single location makes bossing quicker, even if it's only by like 5%, that's a huge buff. If you can kill a boss 5% quicker. But no, we'll have to wait and see. I assume they would also be 4-tiered, in the sense that, you know, a level 200 cape would be stronger than a level 50 cape. So it would likely be 4 tiers or whatever the benefit is, with the highest one at 500, of course. Whatever the 500 perk is probably not, like, super broken. But would be slightly better than whatever the 200 one is. Like, if it's something percent-based, I'm pretty sure it would only be, like, a 2 or 3% benefit to having the 500 over the 200. Wouldn't be anything, like, crazy high. It'd be more than nothing. Oh, you know what would be a funny perk for the 500 cape? If he actually makes them unique and almost like diary items instead. With like all the diary effects kind of thing. If they make the 500 cape for every combat zone, allow you to respec for free. Because initially when the combat rework comes out, it's going to be free, but that's only going to be temporary to let everyone kind of get acquainted to it. But if they made the perk of the 500 cape that you could respec from anywheres, but also for free, would be so strong. So you wouldn't need to walk to the obelisk and it wouldn't cost you anything. That'd be so good. Because that'd make it a lot easier to test builds on a new boss. As not only would that eliminate the cost, but you could literally just do it like right in front of the boss room or something. I can see that lead to some issues though if you could do it from literally anywheres. But hopefully it at least waives the cost of it or something. Or maybe each keep gives you a discount on it. Like maybe it makes the attunement cost and everything like some % cheaper. Where the final one is like 90% cheaper or something to tune items as well. Because tuning items will cost money starting after the combat rework. It is not free to tune anymore. So they could technically make the combat perk capes a discount on it or something. Where it's like 25% for the first cape, 50%, 75%, and then 90% at max. And that would be like a discount that you could have for whenever you respec, but also for tuning items. Which will also give you more profit whenever you tune items to a chapter. The only problem with that is that means if you want to go heavy on a production skill, you would need to have 500 combat in at least one zone. If they did make it like that. Unless the discount only applied to respecking. But if it also applied to everything on the obelisk, including tuning, then you'd basically need 500 combat before you would even go do like the production skills. Not sure if they would bother doing it like that. I don't know, we don't really know what they would do with them though. Because they haven't given any specifics what they want to do for the cape perks. Other than that they're going to be eventually transmoggable. And that they will also have some kind of perk. But specifically, we don't know. Because I am so slightly hoping that they work like the diary items, in the sense that when you unlock the cape, you just permanently have the effect, rather than needing to wear the cape to have the effect. So simply just buying the cape from the shop will give you the transmog and whatever the effect is permanently, regardless of what cape you're wearing. That way we're not forced to have to wear like a certain cape for a certain effect. Because having to swap those out constantly is going to be so annoying. If I need to switch to like my mining cape when I'm doing mining, but then my carpentry cape for when I'm doing carpentry, and then to whatever else for whatever else. Because that cape shop is not in a convenient spot. It is like a mile away if you want to teleport there. You got to teleport over to Hopeport, walk all the way down here, walk all the way down here, walk all the way to the east, walk up this alley, and then head over there. Like, it's not like far, but if you want to switch activities like 5 times and you had to switch your cape every time, that'd be so annoying. But how it currently works. You're learning you're not a fan of mining? Aww. Mining's so good, though. And if you're a Hammer Mage or Cryo Knight, you gotta learn to love it eventually, because you gotta do a lot of mining. You might have chose the wrong class if you don't like mining. Unless you chose Guardian, in which case you're perfectly fine. Because Guardians can almost ignore that mining even exists. But Cryo Knights... Oh, you are Guardian? Okay, that's why you hate mining. Oh, you chose the correct class. But yeah, Guardians can almost completely ignore mining. Unless you have like a certain level goal that you want to reach for the sake of it. Because to be able to do Bone Right, you only need Gather, Woodcutting, Carpenter. You don't ever have to touch mining for it. Yeah, you're getting 29 for the quest, yeah. They'll actually start giving you daily XP too, if you want to run as one of your ventures. It's one of the 2 better ventures in the game. The best 2 to technically be doing right now would be the mining one plus the brick one, or the tile one, but those don't currently exist. So your next best bet is either mining plus fishing or mining plus detective. But mining would definitely always be one of them, because it gains the biggest benefit of pretty much any venture right now. Just because mining's so slow to train. Well, you know, slow compared to an average skill. Not the slowest in the game, but slower than average. Yeah, you automatically get the level for it. The XP reward that you get from completing out the quest gives you enough to be able to do the venture. So you will 100% always be able to do the venture after completing the quest. Because the quest requires 29 and the XP gives you 30. And the venture requires 30. So you will 100% after the quest completion be able to do it. I just realized all the best ventures in the entire game are locked behind a quest. Because Brimstone's the best one, pretty much. And then the next best one, which currently is not unlockable yet, is doing bricks or tiles for Merchant. But they're likely locked behind a quest that will come out before Chapter 5 comes out. Like maybe like a week or a month beforehand. Those are currently the best 2 ventures, but one of them currently doesn't exist. But they're both quest locked. The next best is the fishing venture from Chapter 1. Mostly because fishing is so slow to train. And then the next best is detective, which is what we're doing. So depending on what your goals are, it could be one of the slightly better ones. As it allows you to synergize into better combat XP for Chronopolis. It's also the only venture that you actually get to claim immediately. Every other venture, you get the reward at the end. The wanted posters are the only venture where you get the reward at the beginning. You think you lose money on 35 blacksmithing? Yes. Every production skill loses money if you're buying it. It's not that much, though. I was doing it on the alts. That's what I was mentioning when on this Monday I might go and start leveling them a bit. Because at the lower level range, you don't lose that much money throwing money at it. But once you start getting to like tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, especially tier 6, you lose your entire bank. At a tier 1 and 2, it's not that bad to go throw money at it. Everything beyond that starts getting increasingly more expensive, though. To a point where it's burning too much to bother with. But like tier 5, you would never want to buy it all. Tier 5 and tier 6 is too expensive, even before the price hike. Like, you pretty much have to gather it. Or be really loaded from other skills. Yeah, we gotta do our cooking run soon. I set the time a little bit early, so we'll do one more set before we go. Do our cooking run. Even though that timer says like a minute and a half, we've got a good 10 minutes, actually 12 minutes. So we'll still be able to do one more set then. And then we'll go do our cooking contract then. Which means we're actually going to have to do a cooking run. Which means I got to get these potions out of my inventory. Because I'm going to need every little bit of inventory we can for whatever our run is. Oh, so we're almost out of logs. We're still going to have to come back, though. Oh, so hello, No Creamy. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. It looks like we made about 1.5 gold so far. Not too bad. Actually, isn't that what we guesstimated before? How did I do the math wrong earlier, but still got the exact correct number? That's kind of funny. Oh, you know why? Probably because I did it based on number of logs rather than number of XP. There, they both happen to coincide. We said earlier it'd make about 1.5 gold from it, and that's exactly how much gold we've made. If you account for the fact that we made a little bit of profit while doing cooking, and take that away from this. We made exactly 1.5 gold then. So we somehow did math wrong earlier, but still got the right number. Yeah, the math we did earlier was right. But that was one that was wrong, but somehow still got the right number in the end. Not sure how. Because we said we'd make about 1.5 gold. I was looking at the wrong number for it, but it still came out to be about the same. Oh, you know why? Because the number I was looking at, I thought was the number per hour, but it was actually the number... Oh, you know why? Oh, never mind. That makes sense. It's because it technically doesn't matter what the per hour rate is. As long as we got to the same end number, it would still be the same number. That's why. So my number of hours, I think, was slightly off, but my amount of profit was still the same. Because it doesn't matter how many hours it takes just takes into account how many logs we did. Which is why they both still come out to 1.5. It was the number of hours that was wrong, though. That was the one I did the math on wrong. But the profit from it was done right. Because that number doesn't change. It doesn't matter if it takes 1 hour to do them or 5 hours. You're still doing the same number of logs. Which is 1.5 gold profit. Alright, let's go do our cooking run. We're actually going to have to run it all as well. Got to clear out every last bounty we have. And then after that, we come back, finish out our last little bit of logs, and I guess back to woodcutting we go. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get a log upgrade, but we'll try. We need 5 woodcutting levels and 8 more carpentry levels after that. Actually, do we need 8? Actually, it won't be that many. Yeah, I only need 5. Oh yeah, we only need 5 and 5. That's not bad. Oh, that's really doable. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to go for another log tier. I only need 5 woodcutting levels and 5 carpentry levels. That's really doable. And that would be perfect, and then we'll end it once we get our double-double done. So we'll take a little bit of a cooking break. Go get everything done there. Come back and finish whatever logs we have banked. And then we'll go do the next log tier, which is 5 levels in both of them from where they're currently at. Okay, I do need to go bank these potions, though, because I'm going to need as much inventory as we can get. Just in case we run out. Alright, normally I wouldn't go out of my way to check this. I just want to make sure we have enough. We are at... Ooh, okay, that's not bad. Century... Oh, that one's annoying. It's worth so much, though. I'm not going to take the other one, but I will take it for Century. Alright, so we don't have any bacon sandwich. It's kind of unfortunate. I guess we'll start pre-buying everything now after this bacon sandwich set. I'm not going to bother doing a double here, then. Start getting this run ready, because it's going to have to be a double run. The first run is going to be Thieves' Den, Enchantress, North Wall, and then Telly back for Captain. And the next run is a Rocky Road, and hopefully something else en route. Might even take that other Vincible one. We lose money on it, but I guess it's worth it for the XP. The cod and chips there. Though we might not have enough time to do both, though. Let's see how far we get. Dude, so what do I need to buy when we head out? Let's see. Cotton chips. Gosh, we need so many of them. I can't even fit that all in one inventory. I can fit all the fish, but I can't fit all the ingredients. We need 7, 8, 9, 17. I will need 17 cotton chips. Let me just double check. 9, 10, 13, 17. Yep, 17. 17 cod and 1 grenard. And then we got to go back to buy 17 potato and 1 stock. And then we can double turn on all these. Turning in everything other than Sentry, basically. And then we worry about Sentry on the next set and hopefully have synergy with it. Here you go. Here's your bacon sandwiches. Normally I'd wait for a double set, but we don't need any. Oh, who knows? Maybe next set needs it, but it's not that big a deal to go make more. We need the XP anyways from them. Alright, one last double check on the math. 9, 10... Let's make sure they're all basic cotton chips. Yeah, they are. 9, 10... wait, where are you going? Go back, go back. Oh, I see what's going on here. Whoops. I'm clicking on this to move forward, but it's the opposite direction. So it moved me back. That's funny. But yeah, I believe it's 17. 9, 10, 17. Yep. Alright. 17 cod, 1 grenard. And 1 grenard. And while I'm here, I guess we'll buy our 1 stock. I definitely can't buy the 17 potato, though. Luckily, once we get to the next tier of this, I actually have, like, infinite potato banked. So we're not going to have to spend any on those. Which saves, like, 1.5 silver each, but more importantly, it saves all the bank time of having to walk back and forth for buying them. Which is something annoying that we have to do now with this. That's why those potatoes are always worth banking when we do them on the run. What am I looking for? 1 stock. There we go. And then we'll buy 17 of the other thing. Yep, Tell's just standing here in the middle of nowhere. Must be recording a video. He's actually covered a lot of guides so far. Out of anyone, I think he's covered like the most. Plus he has the podcast thing. I haven't actually caught any of the podcasts other than the big Q&A one though. Though based on the viewership, I think that's also the case of a lot of people. So I think the Q&A has more... Oh wait, oops, I forgot. Put this back. I think the Q&A has more viewership than every other podcast he's done combined. Just because it was such like an absurdly big one. I'll eventually try to get on it. I'm just not trying yet until it's closer to launch. I'm kind of waiting for the game just to be a lot more stable, just in general. What am I looking for here? Potato. Because right now, I feel the game is not even launched yet to some degree. Because technically it isn't. Like, it's not even in 1.0 yet. But the game's technically not even out. It's one of the reasons we haven't covered too much in the guide department. Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, but like every single month, so much would drastically change. Like when we were talking about making a mining guide, there's already 3 things that have drastically changed that would change how you would do it. Between circle map, the way that they changed tentacle room, as well as queuable action. So even if we covered that guide the other month, we would already need to cover a new one to cover it properly. And the game's just too volatile with how much it's changing right now. I wouldn't mind needing to necessarily make a new one every year. But at the current rate of development, we'd have to make a new one like every month. Which just seems like way too overkill. So abilities do give a lot of XP. Mining feeling so slow is why you don't enjoy it? Yeah, it probably feels a lot slower compared to like woodcutting or something. It is among one of the slower gathering skills in the game. There really isn't any way to really speed it up. Like other gathering skills like Forager, for example. It's also not as AFK as like fishing, forager combination. With how much you can queue all at once. You can queue 8 for mining though for some of them. Iron ore, Flatinium, and whatever the green one was called. The Adathril. It can all be queued up to 8. Carbonice can only be queued up to 7. And all those other rocks can only be queued up to 3. You're 212 mining now? Nice. Yeah, I still gotta get the 247 done passively. I've kind of been waiting on the mining venture, but I might just start dumping some knowledge into it or something. As to go back to it properly, we need 247 before I can start mining again. Unless I want to go do Carbonice to go bank some more. But unless I want to do some really slow Carbonice that's even slower than iron. We gotta wait to 247 until we get good XP rate again. .209 blacksmith as well. Nice. We're going for the 215 passive right now. Yeah, that's the one I just finally got done with. I accidentally overkilled a little bit and wasted some of the XP last night as well. Because it gave way more XP than I was expecting it to. In case we can pre-buy, I want to double check something here. Are any of these worth doing? Bacon sandwich to scrapyard, yes. This is off route, though I could save it for later. This is on route. I wish I could take this now. There's no way to do so, though. Because I'm already heading to North Wall. There's no way to take it, though, unfortunately. But yeah, we could turn these two in. So I should go buy 7 grilled bass when I go do the other thing. Oh, wait, when am I going to be able to do that, though? At no point do I clear enough inventory to be able to buy it. But I guess I could go now and just buy it. I don't need all this for what I'm doing right now. Alright, let me go buy 7 grilled bass. So I can turn that in when we go do Century. Alright, so what are we doing here? I need to go do... Alright, so the only thing I need to know is that this goes... Okay, so everyone wants that one fish. Okay, that's fine. So I already know what everyone wants. It's the same fish for everything. The only time I have to do the stew thingy is for, Commander. So now would be a nice time to have a fear potion. Northfall and Southfall is really annoying without fear. Oh, did we get good RNG? No, he's gonna corner me. Oh, he didn't get the corner! We're in the clear. I think we are in the clear. Got him. Nice. Alright, can we make it back in time? We should be able to. Then we go back to Hopeport, bring this to Commander, and then we go do everything for Century and Scrap Merchant. Did we get all the tools to 25? Most of them, yes. Not every single one, though. But all the really important ones we have. That's not what you ordered. Oh, sorry, wrong item. I forgot you're the only person to order something different. There you go. Alright, now the only one I'm going to take here is... Well, I guess I'll take 2. I'm not going to turn in North Wall right now, though. Oh, you know what? I guess I technically could have pre-bought it. The other thing and turned it in now. Oh, no, but it's off route. That's why I didn't do it. Let me grab what's ever on the ground here. Should be the rest of our order minus the thing we need to go cook. Yeah, I'll still take it for later, but I can't turn it in right now. I'm taking this, but not turning it in. Oh, I still need the bacon sandwiches, though. I forgot about that. Alright, let me go get this bacon real quick. I completely forgot about that. Alright, let me go get our 9 bacon sandwich. Technically, I could have used the ones we dropped earlier if I didn't sell them. Oh, well. They're still good XP, right? Yeah, let me get 9 and 9. Which I've got 10 and 10 to just sell one. Alright, and then we should have a full run. The only thing I can't turn in is North Tower. I grabbed it for later, not for now. It's just not worth going there only for that. And now we have a really nice run from Thief to Scrap Merchant to Century. I'm going to have to double pot, though, because I believe it's further enough distance to not be able to do it in one go. Oh, wait, I just realized. Do I not have enough inventory for that? Oh, no. That's fine, though. I can come teleport back to go do Thieves. And just drop the sandwiches on the ground. Yeah, I just realized. How much inventory is that? Yeah, it's not enough. I'd have to go do Thief separately. That's fine. I'll just bring it on our way back after doing Century. I forgot to cook the final one. That's funny. Whoops. Oh, wait, or is it enough? 17 minus 1. No, it's not enough. Wait, is it? No. It's definitely not. Alright, we'll come back for the bass at the final. That's fine. Because right now I'm turning in Scrap Merchant sandwiches. Then we go turn everything in on Tower. Or on Century, I mean. And then we come back to go turn in the 7 for them and then telly away. Oh, I do need to come back to go grab our potions before we do that, though. As we do need our forest potions again. And I don't think this is a cooking level, but it's a lot of XP. I just realized I didn't bother starting up the timer earlier. Oh no. Let's see, what time do we need? Maybe make it a 4. That should be good. That's when our next double cooking run is. Should be able to get one more in. Come on, chapter 5, let me in! Let me in! Oh, I forgot my other potion. That might help. Oh, wait, did I never cook them? Oh, wait, I never cooked them? Wait. Wait. I'm about to bring him raw fish. Oh, that's funny. I never cooked them from earlier. Oh, that's really funny. Wait. I gotta go cook them. Can't bring them raw. I only bought them earlier, but forgot to cook them earlier. And then we go back to chapter 2. Unfortunately, still not a cooking level, but we're getting there. Want to try hitting 120 by tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow. So we can start doing AFK stews off stream. I should have 115 by the end of today. I might grind a little bit off stream with bacon sandwich or something. Or just dump some knowledge and do it from something else. Because now whenever I dump knowledge into something in chapter 1, I do the 10% pots, which are pretty nice. It's the only one we have access to at the moment. What am I doing? I'm doing, oh yeah, Brian. Or not Brian, whatever his name is. The guy in the thief den. Ooh, that one guy with that one better rod was catching the exact EOI I need to go do. At level 76. Soon we shall get there. Not quite there yet, though. Alright, here's your one singular turn-in. Not sure if a 5% boost. Oh, it is Brian. Yeah, I was right. Okay. That's why I thought his name was Brian. Because his name is Brian. I was imagining things for a moment, but no, his name actually is Brian. Alright, luckily we're almost out of logs. Because we're not doing the Suavies that are in there. At some point I'll do them off stream and bank them, but not today. What I do want to go do though is whatever is still in this oak stack. The actual good XP ones. Which are, oh, they're almost done. Oh wow, that's way less than I thought was in there. Nice. Only got 21 left. And then we start moving on to pine. So we did one log upgrade today, and now we get to do the other. Not sure if we're always going to go for a double, but we are today. And then we need 5 more woodcutting level and 5 more carpentry level from where we're at right now. And after this set, we only have one more, and we're done. Though it's not, we're not done with carpentry for today, though. We're just done with what's currently in there. Still have to do whatever pines we get up to that level range. So I'm not sure where I'm dumping all this knowledge into, though. I'm tempted to put it slightly into woodcutting instead of carpentry. Even though we should really target it on carpentry. There's so many logs we're going to have to skip. It just feels weird seeing our carpentry level go higher than our woodcutting. But it's only temporarily higher. Yeah, the final 10. And by higher, I mean technically slightly lower. It's going to be at like 83.5 compared to 84. Which is actually still lower. It has caught up quite a bit, though. But eventually, the two biggest things that are going to bring it down is we're skipping Polar, or banking very little of it, and which makes us get less from Juniper. But also, Brambles. We gotta do Brambles for 8 levels and gain 0 Carpentry XP. We'll be dumping it all into Carpentry for knowledge, but Brambles don't give any Carpentry for logs or anything. Yeah, we just go sell it to him, and I guess we just head right over there then. Where are we heading? I guess it's just right over here then. Oh, I need Fear Potion. Ah, I forgot about that. I'm gonna have to go back. Are we gonna bother drinking Fear just to go through one room over and over again? Ooh, there's pine logs in those rooms. Wonder how many pine logs there are. Ooh. Some routing tech? There might be some kind of pathing we could do for that. Ooh. I'm gonna have to go explore those rooms with Fear Potion active. There might be some interesting routing we could do. Unfortunately, that does mean I have to drop to 7% pot. And only have the 5% with the Fear. But we can live without 2% for 5 levels, I think. Yeah, I do gotta go trade this out, though. He's already bad enough we have to deal with 2. Dealing with 3 potions could be way too many. Yeah, I'm gonna do some kind of routing where we do 22 at a time. Not sure what that route is, but we'll figure it out. So we don't have to juggle our Fear and our XP pot. But we're going to utilize it by doing the fact that we can actually do logs in those rooms. Because this is something you actually need Fear for to be able to do. Otherwise it won't let you. So deposit these, grab that. Yeah, let's go test this. I have no clue what this route is going to be. We'll figure it out as we go. First thing I gotta figure out is where even are the logs in this room? Ooh, they're in a pretty bad location. This one's fine, the other one's bad. And the other one's probably way too far. You can grab one here. You can grab 2 here, 3. Where am I getting my 4th log from? That's the thing I don't currently know. We're missing 1 log. I have no clue where we're getting that other log from. Oh, okay. I might also want to turn off my walk for the billion misclicks we're about to make. There we go. Oh, we'll figure something out. Oh, I just realized the pathing that we do actually allows us to have 3 potions in our inventory. That's rather ironic. Maybe I could have kept it on us. I don't know, we'll figure out a way to get an extra log somehow. Telly back. I don't know. We'll see what the path is. But we might actually be able to keep the 7% on us. Because I believe this cycle will get us, I don't know, I'll double check. Wait, how many are we getting? 1, 2, 3. How many was in the room next to us? No, actually, this might be exactly 4. If there's 3 in the room next to us, we could do exactly 4. Which means these 2 are fine. I can't remember if the room next to us had 2 or 3 trees. If it's 3, we should be fine. If it's only 2, we have a problem. Yeah, it looks like 3. Oh yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, this works perfectly with how many we have. As I grab all 3 of those and then grab the one that's in the fear room. Something we normally wouldn't be able to do with a fear potion lets us do it. And it also means we never get aggroed from that room either. Oh, so this one you should technically manual click. I don't think I'm going to bother though. You save 2 tiles manual clicking that one. Fair to using the auto queue thing. But I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. It's just a manual click every time we have to go by that area. Alright, now we just need to get 4 logs, which I believe is every log from this room. And then 1 from the fear room. Perfect. Yeah, we got the exact amount we need. Alright, that'll be our cycle then. Works for me. Oh, it's kind of annoying that I can't do left click though. I'm just gonna do it and hope we don't misclick. Oh, I can technically grab these on the way there too, which is interesting. What does that do for us? Numerically. I can grab the closer 2. Which makes it so I don't have to go for that one further one next cycle. Because 2-2. Wait, can I just 2-2 both sides and not even take the fear room? I don't think I need the fear room tree. Oh, I could also grab... Oh, you know what would be even better? If I take the fear room tree plus the one that's on the ground. Oh, so I might start manual clicking this one. We lose 2 tiles every time. I'm trying to route that other area better, but we might lose 2 tiles every time on this tree. Because anytime you get forced to that tile, you're taking 2 extra to get to the other room. Or get to the other tree. I really wish you could queue a move. That's one thing that queuable action doesn't have that would be so useful. I said hello, Mad Hatter! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. We're on the woodcutting carpentry grind while throwing cooking in every 2 hours. So we don't have to go there as much. And we're trying for a double log upgrade. We did one already, now we're working on a second one. Which we need 89 woodcutting and 88 carpentry for. So we're almost there. Also, I just realized I could have brought a 7% with me since I'm not chucking these at all. I didn't actually need to abandon the 5%. I mean, abandon the 7%. I could have just kept the 5% on me. I mean, not have the on me, just had the 7% only. Because we don't need to chug it while doing this activity. It's not worth going all the way over there just to switch out the potion, though. Especially for how little will be on this tree. I got most will get like, what, 2 or 3 more knowledge point? Maybe 3. Actually, maybe 4. Because I don't think I'm putting any of the knowledge into woodcutting. Oh, that's something that's a factor, though. When I go back this way, the tree will be dead. Oh, we'll be able to route something in. It's not that big a deal. They're going for 150 forager? Nice. It'll be on the forager grind in a couple weeks, hopefully. It's like I've been poking it slightly while doing Fisher. Not a lot, though. Yeah, these trees are pretty good. Just gotta remember to drink a fear potion every time we go back to that one room. If only we had 12 or 15-minute fear potions. We will at some point. I still want to do post 200 alchemy quite yet. But at some point we'll get around to it. Biggest issue is I need a lot of knowledge into it. I need like another 20-something knowledge or something. Like it's like half a day to a day's worth of knowledge, depending on how much we're playing on a day. Just to go unlock the ability to even keep training alchemy. So I wonder if it's worth picking up these plants and dropping them to the ground. Like every plant in this room is 0 tile. Gathering XP. It feels so tempting. Like every single one of these is literally 0 tile. That one's 0 tile because we just went past it. This one's 0 tile because we go past it when going to this one. This one's 0 tile because we go past it while going to that one. It's gonna be so try-hardy though. But I feel like we do it. There's so much free knowledge and XP for Gatherer. I think I'm going to do it on my next cycle. Not right now though. But on our next set, we'll go to try it. There's just so much 0 tile value there. Yeah, let's see what full tryhard mode looks like for this room. Alright, how good or bad is it? Alright, so there is 4 bitter fruit in the room. So we got a manual move here. Then grab this. Then manual move here. Then grab this. Then you can take that. Then you have to manually move there and take that. That's a 3rd manual move. If only there was cubable walk. And then take that. And then manual move there. And take that. Luckily the final one does not require a manual move. I think there's like 4 manual moves now. That are all not queuable. And now you can just queue the rest. And then drop all and then repeat. But every single one of these fruit trees is 0 tile. I hope these fruit spawn soon, though. Oh, that might be a problem with the set. The trees spawn quicker than the fruit, so you can only do it every other run. Oh, no, you still can. They spawned in time. Barely, though. But yeah, they spawn in time to be able to do it. Oh wow, this is really good value. Every single one of these gathering spots is 0 tile away. It's not the best thing we'd be doing for XP, but it's pretty close. Given that every single one is 0 tile. Compared to what we're already going to be doing, just doing woodcutting. It's like they intended you to do it this way. But all 4 of these are 0 tile gathering. It's not bad. Especially for our level range right now. The only problem is the final set. We're not going to have enough inventory to grab them. I'd have to like drop them midway, which wastes a tick. They do spawn at like perfect timing though. Right before we need to grab them, they're already just like right there spawning. Well, I guess our post 200 gather grind starts today. We're not going to be here that long though. We're not ever going to gain like half a level. Hey, it's better than nothing. Yeah, overall, pine trees, greatly approved. Not to mention, once we have higher level clover, we can also grab those in the cycle. Alright, pine trees are upgraded to like S+ tier tree now. Never realized these had so much free gathering XP on them. Definitely one of my favorite now. Because these clovers eventually become level 224 clovers as well. If we ever do post 200. Which we technically are right now. We're not like leveling it, but hey, free XP is free XP. But yeah, this might be my second favorite tree now, only behind, well, I guess third if you count vines as one. I think it's my third favorite tree. Only behind Suave and Bramble Suave. Which are technically 2 different things. One of them is more so Bramble where you get a free Suave. The other one just Suave only. Honestly, this might actually even be better than Suave only. I actually prefer this over Suave only. So this is probably my second favorite tree, only behind Bramble Suave then. I forgot, whenever you have that menu up, it doesn't let you do a queue. That's funny. The person who we saw earlier on Oaks is now upgraded to the same tree we are now. It's kind of funny. We're both doing Oaks earlier, like 7 hours ago. Like 6 hours ago or so. And now we're both doing Pine Tree at the same time. Because we're both at the same woodcutting level range. I see it's really high, I'm not sure. Regardless, he got the same upgrade around the same time as us. Oh, I got 13 seconds left on the fear potion. I won't renew it because I could just aggro skip the other way around. Because aggro skipping the other way is way easier. That way we can save a couple minutes on it. And we don't even need to do anything. Perfect. Just gotta remember when we go back to go renew it. Hello, respawn. Hello? I thought I was supposed to respawn quicker. Oh, the poor gathering level. Oh gosh, post 200 gather. We're slightly poking at the nightmare that will be that at some point. I'm not really trying to train it right now, but free XP is free XP. Definitely not going to pass up on it. There's just too many 0-tile free gathering spots to not take. I never realized the trees brought you that close to every single one of them. I wonder if the other ones do the same thing. I need to go check when we go to polars later. I may even go check once we get to 89. Because I'm curious if you can do the same thing on tangle fruit that you can do on these bitter fruit. I highly doubt it, though. Because these work absolutely 100% perfectly. I don't think the other ones do. We'll definitely need to go check when we head over there. At level 89 woodcutting. I'm not going to go camp them today, but I do want to go test it to see what the cycle's like. The only problem is I think my tangle fruit are way lower level than 189. They're not as good a level range as the ones we're doing now. We gotta double check. What is our best tangle fruit right now? That's our bitter. Tangle is only at 174. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, tangles don't get good again until 264, which we're not doing anytime soon. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's not worth doing on the other ones. Even if there is a cycle for it, it's 2-level level. It won't be a good level until way beyond what we're ever doing anytime soon. But these are pretty much right at our level range, which is nice. Alright, 4 levels to go. And I will be dumping all knowledge into carpentry for this tree. Because I actually do want to camp this tree a while, whenever we do get it. This has very quickly become my second favorite tree. Only behind Bramble. And the best part is, this is actually needed for stonemason and smithing supplies. Most notably smithing. I forget what we make it out into, but I know we make something into it. I think our daggers and like one other thing are made out of it or something. Oh, come on. I misclicked so hard. I went to the wrong tile on the opposite side. Instead of the wrong tile on the one-click side. Didn't even think a misclick like that was even possible. There we go. Oh, so there should be slightly more knowledge per hour than just doing pine trees as well, which is nice. The only downside being we get slightly worse woodcutting XP per hour. Not by much. It's slightly more carpentry XP per hour, but slightly less woodcutting. And of course a ton more gathering, from 0 to however much we're getting. We are banking slightly less worse carpentry XP per hour, though. But it's made up for the fact that we're getting more knowledge per hour. We'd make up for it even more if I remembered the 7% pot. Almost want to teleport back for it. Because I forgot, we don't need a 5% here since we're not chugging them. There's no downtime at all. Oh no, the knowledge point's gonna get in the way. Oh no! It's gonna break my queue. I keep forgetting. Yeah, there's so many weird things when it comes to cue ball action. and a long list of small quality of life changes that need to happen to it. There are so many weird things that stun lock it, that don't stun lock normal actions. But they'll fix that at some point. The only downside of picking these up, though, and gaining free gather XP is the more we pick up of these, the less dandelions we get. But I don't think that's too big a deal. Because if we're doing 500 Mind Fighter, we're going to have so much fear that we don't really need more of it. Because the dandelions are for 12-minute fear. Oh, that's funny. The reason we didn't see Collarbone in the other room was because there's so much people in there because it's a combat room. That it actually over-encumbered. That's funny. Got it. Yeah, it's way easier to aggro skip from that angle. It's only the other angle that's so problematic. Because they like to go, they have like a weird west priority for when they walk under from you. So it's way easier to move from west to east than east to west. Like, way, way easier. The problem is you have to go west there to go to the storage rift. Which is what the fear potion is for. But yeah, this is definitely my second favorite tree now. The only reason it's not first is Bramble Suave is just way too AFK and good. Especially after Cubal action. It was already amazing before Cubal action, now it's like broken good. But if it wasn't for Bramble Suave, this would be my favorite, I think, tree. It's definitely my favorite tree that banks Carpentry XP. And the best part is it's used for smithing as well. This isn't a bone rate only tree. It's also used for stonemason, but we don't care about that as much. Actually, I believe this is the one you need for stonemason's physical one hand as well. if you ever want like a neutral item for it. There's the only problem. Smithing doesn't really get a good weapon out of pine, I don't believe. I need to go double check it later, but I'm pretty sure we get nothing good out of it. At least until special attacks come out. Whereas I believe Hammer Mage gets their physical one hand. So I'm going to start skipping that tree respawn. As much as I want to take it because it's closer, it keeps putting us off cycle. Because we need to have a divisible by 2 for it to work properly. And I keep taking like a third. So even when that thing does respawn, I'm not going to take it. Because it keeps making us go off cycle every time I do. Because it puts us at a really weird number. If you had no potions on you, it'd be worth it. The problem is they're not equipable yet. Well, once they are, you'd be able to do a triple cycle like that. We gotta do it a little bit differently with 2 potions in our inventory. But hopefully it'll be equipable in a quest in another month or 2. Hopefully sooner. I really wish that'd be the first quest. There's definitely the first new quest. It's definitely not going to be, though. If I had to guess what the first new quest would be, quest reward-wise, it's going to be a quest for Chapter 1 to unlock a the second teleport. Because gosh, does that chapter desperately need one. Really? I thought it would queue it up before then. Yep, level 80 carpentry. We're technically already way above that right now. But our carpentry will fall behind once we get to Bramble at 94. Which is not happening today, but will happen tomorrow. So even if it gets ahead, it's still going to fall behind. So one thing that's kind of funny is we're actually using fear potions at the same rate that we're using XP pots. Wait, does that mean we're getting a knowledge every 9 minutes or so? There's no way. There's no way that's that many. I thought we used an extra one or something. Oh, probably because we already had some XP bar. That's probably why. Because there's no way this is like 5 or 6 knowledge an hour. It's like probably like 4 point something. I'm not really keeping track of it exactly. Because each one of these potions is 9 minutes. Which means if we somehow were using an even amount of both, that means this is over 6 knowledge an hour, but there's no way that is. It's like 4 point something probably. It just looks like that because we started with a fear, but also because we probably already had some preemptive knowledge. Since we didn't start exactly at 0%. Okay, the other nice thing about doing it this way too is we don't ever have to drop these fruits on this tile. In case we ever have to walk there manually. Which is always. Literally always. Just so I don't have to middle click. One less middle click we have to do. Beta cycle works so well. And the funniest thing is the fear potion lasts like the exact amount of time as well. Just enough time for us to go grab that one log over there. Alright, aggro skip time. So far we haven't gotten caught yet. Yeah, we're fine. Don't we need to do anything fancy. Oh, that's why. I was like, wait, why are these so even to each other? It's because whenever we do this, the fear is not ticking down at all. Alright, that's why. These are like 3-ish minutes where it's doing nothing. Because it doesn't need to do anything. I was wondering why those are so out of whack. But yeah, that's why. I was gonna say, there's no way this is like 6 knowledge per hour, but it's not. It's like 4 point something. I have no clue exactly, but it's somewhere around 4 point something. But yeah, the reason why it seems so off when you're looking at it between these two numbers is because, like right now we don't have a fear ticking down. Because there's no need for it. But the time I was calculating off of was assuming that fear was ticking down the whole time. But during times like this, it's not ticking down at all. Yeah, 3 levels to go. But honestly, I don't mind staying on this tree forever. This is such a good tree. Let me see what other ones have some kind of weird method. This is definitely worth taking. A lot of the other ones is not quite worth taking. Like Suave with Bone Spike and a few other like that. Just the fact that every single one of these is 0 tile makes it so good, though. And the fact that the resource itself is useless, so you don't feel bad dropping it. It's not like this resource is actually needed for anything. So you're not dropping anything of value every time you do. It looks like we can get one more cooking run in. And I should be up for a level 2, which will be nice. Still gotta scrap together 5 levels tomorrow somehow, though. Unless we go out of our way for it. Which is pretty bad, because I think at our dead range right now, we'd get like 1.5 level an hour if we did bacon sandwich the whole time there. Which is super slow. Even if we dump all the knowledge from it, it's only like 2 per hour at best. But whatever we don't have by tomorrow, we kind of do have to power grind. So we can start doing AFK stew whenever we want. Is this the best stew you have before 200? You don't get an upgrade till like 216 or something. Like pre-200 is the best you get. It's definitely not going to be the only thing we do from there, obviously, but AFK-wise, it's the most AFK one you could do pre-200 relative to XP rate. Because I keep forgetting it. After we get to here, we can actually queue up everything. Because the only reason we have to wait on this one is so we get south of it. Otherwise, we'll be forced to the east tile and waste 2 tiles. It's the only bad thing about this method. Though it makes it feel a lot more engaging. You gotta manual move 4 times. You gotta manual move to the left side of this tree. Or to the north side. To the north side of this plant. Then to the west side of the other plant. Otherwise you get forced south because it's closer. And then to the south side of the other plant. But you gotta go north here, west here, and south there. If you click here, you're gonna be forced to south. And the main reason for that is, even though it's prioritizes east and west, if one is drastically closer than the other, it'll do whatever one is closest. But if they're both the same distance, it'll prioritize east-west. Which is why as you click on this, it'll prioritize you to east. We want south. Also, I just realized they still haven't fixed the graphical glitch on queuable action yet. Which I don't think queuable action has gotten any updates since it came out. There's definitely a lot that it needs, but they'll get to it eventually. There's a lot that are mechanically annoying, but one of the funniest ones is whenever you queue 2 things up that are on the same tile, like when you don't have to move, it normally won't readjust your player position. So it'll do the animation for the other action, but still be facing the previous direction you were doing. It doesn't re-update your direction like it normally does when you manual click. Which leads to you sometimes gathering from a tree like we just did. It did the gathering animation, but it did it on the tree stump. We saw quite a bit of that when we were doing Sage. Because Sage has like a double spot where they're right next to each other. And it looks like you're gathering from the same node twice. Because it doesn't readjust your animation angle. That one's purely visual glitch, though. There's a lot of mechanical glitches with it right now, though, as well. Which are really annoying, because all of them waste time. None of them save time. They all waste time. Try forging a goal. It will technically only do the last direction you were facing, so it has to be a resource node, though. It has to be like a resource node next to a resource node. Like right here, we'll forge the tree. Because it won't readjust to go forge the thing. It'll play the animation for forging this, but we'll be facing the tree. There we go. Forge that tree stump. It readjusts the after, but not before. Hello, Stefan. Welcome, welcome. Thanks to 200 Gather. Actually, technically did 200 Gather a couple weeks ago, but we did finally get it. The only reason we're still gathering right now, or while we're gathering while doing this, is all 4 of these gather spots are 0 tile. Because right now we're just trying to get woodcutting up and get our second tree upgrade. Because we're working on woodcutting carpentry right now. But one byproduct of that is 4 of these fruits that are at 189 are all in this room. All 0 tiles away, so I'm just grabbing them. It's better knowledge per hour. And it's absurdly free gathering XP. Way better than doing it later. Character turns to ghoul to attack, then does turn back to monument piece. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of weird glitches with that. I've seen that. I was wondering what you meant with the ghoul thing. But yeah, I know what you mean now. I've had a visual glitch like that too happen. I've actually had it to the point where it actually kept the EXP drop on screen. Where I didn't get the resource, I didn't get the EXP drop, but the EXP drop was visually on screen until we got hit again. It was really weird. But yeah, those ghouls with monument pieces have a lot of weird glitches right now. All of them visual though, from what I could tell. Some of them are pretty funny. Oh, did we go a lot slower to cycle? I got like 5 to 10 seconds less fear than we normally would by this point. That means I messed up at some point. Oh, I think it was when we were using a knowledge point that did it. Because I used it rather clunkily. No! I accidentally did that diagonal. I meant to go to it directly. Boo. The first time it got called out this entire time. Unfortunate. It's not worth re-fearing for that just because you can normally aggro skip that area. It's the first time we finally missed it in the hour or so that we've been doing this. The bitter fruit stack is dwindling. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. We're nearly there. As good as this spot is, though, I do feel like putting onto woodcutting soon. Just to get us to our next log. I was not sure how far behind I would pick carpentry. It's the only problem. Oh, no! I accidentally walked on the ground. I haven't done that in a while. Whoops. Because whenever you move on the ground, you break your entire queue. One way around that is to not unbind your movement. But that makes movement really annoying. So we just gotta hope we don't misclick. When's the quest for a equipable potion? I know. We were talking about that earlier. If there's like any one quality of life, if you could just put like every other quality of life on hold and go get like that potion quest released already, that'd be great. Like literally no quality of life until potion quest comes out. I'd be perfectly fine with that because it's so needed. The amount of workarounds you have to keep doing right now is so annoying. Just to keep a potion or 2 or 3 in your inventory. And I refuse to drop them anymore. I refuse to drop Jogo potions after everything we've done with them already. Was I slightly underestimated how much gather XP we would get? I was joking when I said we would get about half a level. But yeah, we're about to get half a level. in zero time gathering. Well, it's zero tile gathering. It's technically not zero time, but zero tile movement compared to what we'd already be doing, which is about as close to zero time as you can get. But zero tile, not zero time, because obviously the animation still plays and everything. It's not like you insta-grab the resource, though that would be funny. Fortunately, not a mechanic. I just realized that's a 500 Gatherer cape. I mean, Forger, I mean. I didn't realize that till just now. I do have to say, there's one thing that's slightly bad about how long the capes are. Like, the 200 cape is already so long that the extra addition you get from the 500 cape on most capes does not add that much to the cape. Like, lengthwise. Design-wise, it normally does, but lengthwise, it doesn't actually add that much. Compared to every other node, it adds, like, the least amount of cape of any of them. Design-wise, they tend to carry a lot, but, actual, like, size-wise, they don't actually take up that much space. They're like the smallest section of the entire cape, despite being the biggest accomplishment of the cape. Two more levels to go. Sadly, we do have to leave this place. And once we get those 2 levels, that's the final woodcutting we need to do too. And always do carpentry until we get to, I believe, 88. Which actually, with how much knowledge we put into it, is not going to take that long at all. And by not that long at all, I mean like 2 hours. I don't know, I think I get 3 levels. That's under 2 hours. That's like an hour to an hour and a half of carpentry. It's not too bad. Plus, we're still going to get some more knowledge between then and then. Like a level and a half of knowledge. So we only have to do 2.5 when we go do carpentry, which is probably an hour. So that's not too bad. So it should take under 2 hours to finish everything we want to go do then. As well as our cooking run we got to go do. So maybe a little over 2 hours actually. Because the cooking run alone will honestly take like 15-20 minutes if we do like a full run. Depends how good our tasks are or not. Might just save it for later. We'll still check the tasks, of course, in that time, but as far as doing them, there might not be enough good tasks to go take, because I think I only have 1 bounty right now, yeah. So unless we somehow get like 5 good bounties from 2 boards. Which sounds like something that would happen, because you get showed 8 of them, but a lot of them are really bad. Any of them that turn in for too little, or require way too many of an annoying item. Generally, the ones that get a pass as far as high number of item is the ones that you can easily make from the shop. Like bacon sandwich or stew or omelet or something. They're all really quick, really AFK, or just really easy to obtain. So one other funny thing about doing these 22 at a time is, assuming we keep it up the whole time, we should have the exact number we need when at the end of it all. At the end of finishing carpentry. We'll find out if we accidentally grabbed a weird number at some point. If we're grabbing them 22 at a time, using them 20... blah, blah, blah. If we're grabbing them 22 at a time, using them 11 at a time, it should break in evenly by the end of the grind. That's not that big a deal if it doesn't, though. It's funny that iron ore is less XP per action than basalt, but because it's closer together, it's more XP an hour. One thing you can do with basalt, you can grab 3 sets of basalt into 1 flint and bank them. And it's not as bad. But yeah, iron's actually really, really strong. There's also a method that you could do that we were doing earlier where you drop 100 iron on the ground, then grab another 20. And you can bank them 24 at a time. Because that's divisible into 24. Yeah, actually doesn't waste any time either and saves about, I'm actually not sure the total amount of time it saves, but it does save time. As you get to bank them all at once rather than doing, basically you get to bank 24 at a time while mining them 20 at a time. So you never have like any downtime with it. I think it saves about a minute every 120. Like somewhere's around there. As it basically saves 1 whole less bank trip you have to do. If you do it correctly, it costs 0 time to do it as well. Due to the respawn timer on iron. It's one of the reasons we're not drinking potions, by the way. And why I should have actually brought a 7% instead of a 5%. Is whenever you have a perfect loop like this, you never have any time to drink potion. But during mining, they all have enough of a respawn time that you always can do a potion. And you have to try to find things in between to get more value. Because all of them have some amount of downtime. But pretty much all woodcutting has no downtime. I don't think there's a single one that has any downtime on it. Are brambles fast XP? Yes, at their level range they are. They're also really AFK compared to the average tree. And you never need to leave a single room. Nor do you ever need a bank. And if you want to bank them, they're like 10 tiles away. But yeah, brambles are really good for their level range. As well as if you just want an AFK thing like stews for cooking. But they're not always the best XP for your range, but they're always really chill. That's basically what brambles are. They're really good at your level range, like stews. But they remain the most AFK thing you could ever do, even if they're not good to do at your level range. Gosh, I love how perfectly this works out. We've made the perfect cycle for this. At least for our needs right now. Now, let's see. Do we get the aggro skip this time? Come on, don't fail us again. Let me go a little bit wider. Or cut it corner a little bit tighter. Oh, we should be fine. And the best part about this method that we're doing now, we can grab 4 clovers once they're level 226. So this activity actually gets an upgrade later down the line. And the best part is we actually need those clovers. Those are for plus 80 Cryone. But for now, we can just drop the bitter fruit. As I was mentioning this earlier, there's no green apples. Even though there's an apple that you can get from Gatherer, there is no green apple in the game. The closest thing we have to a green apple is this bitter fruit. This green looking bitter fruit. Even though the icon for Gatherer is apple, and even though you do gather apples, you only ever gather red and blue apples. You never gather green apples. Which I find really funny about the Gatherer icon. Same thing actually applies to Chapter 1 as well. You never catch an orange starfish. You do catch starfish, but never an orange one. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the other question. When you drop the inventory on top of the former inventory drop, does it reset the timer? No. It does not. Whenever you re-grab from it, it will take away from the one that is about to despawn next. But dropping an item on an item does not reset its timer. So if you're doing something like 6 sets of 20 iron ore, you have to reset your first 20 in order for it to not respawn. That's why whenever we do it, you notice we do it at like a slightly different stack if you've seen us do it in the past. But it's mostly just to remind us that we need to go and reset the 20. Because the first 20 needs to be reset to not despawn. Oh, you need to go watch it, Vitus do it. I could maybe do it a little bit later to stream. Like near the end, just for one set. Just to push us over on a mining level in case you want to knowledge into it later. There's something I meant to cover in the mining guide that we never covered. Just because we've been waiting for more stuff to happen to the game so we don't have to keep redoing guides over and over again. But honestly, this has quickly become like my favorite woodcutting method in the game now. I almost like these more than brambles, I think. Though brambles are mostly good because they AFK. As far as like active woodcutting, I think this has become my favorite tree by far. I like this more than Suave. Problem with Suave is they're really far apart, but the bank is really close. Like the trees themselves are far apart. But their bones are like sparse in a way that you can't really do both at once effectively. Or if you do, you gotta go for like a full set of bones and only like 2 trees. Which if you're trying to get woodcutting XP is really slow woodcutting XP. Is for every 8 bones you're only grabbing like 2 tree. Whereas something like this is like 6 trees to 4 gatherer. Whereas the other thing is like 8 gatherer to 2 tree. Juniper? I haven't done junipers in a while. I don't think junipers have any extra resource near them, do they? It's simply just one room that you keep looping over and over again. I don't think there's any gatherer node on them. Other than sage, but you don't bother banking that. But I know what juniper you're referring to. You're referring to the bank juniper. But there's no forge or resource next to them, though. Like, they are worth doing. I just mean that in the sense that you can't multitask them. Hey, if this was pre-200, we would have gained 201 gathering level. I like to look at every 200 as 4 separate levels. So we gained our first level of 201. If you break it down to what it would be like pre-200. Alright, 1.5 woodcutting levels and we're done with woodcutting for today. And then we move on to carpentry till we get 88. And we take a break in 14 minutes to go do cooking. I'm probably not doing a full cooking run unless we got some really good boards. If they're on the average, we're probably not going to run it. We will later, of course, run whatever we have there, but not right now. Unless we somehow get more than 6 good tasks. Which is very unlikely, though technically possible. No, I misclicked. Anytime you go to the wrong tile, you waste 2 tiles. That applies to every single thing here, too, which is so bad. So every misclick on one of these wastes 2 tiles, which is, I believe, 0.7 something seconds? Which is not like a huge amount, but it definitely starts to add up. That's why we keep manual clicking all these. There's like 4 manual clicks you gotta do to not go to the wrong tile. Otherwise you double waste the tile like what he just did. Oh, never mind, he's just going for forging. But he did still waste a tile, though. I just realized it's going to be so annoying to take that clover. When you have the better clover there later. At level 226 Forger. Because it spawned right on that tile, so you can't actually click it beforehand. It's going to be really clunky to grab. Because you're going to have to waste at least 1 tick for it to spawn. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that yet. Not until 226 Gatherer, which is no time soon. Even though we're getting some XP, and I don't plan to go all in on the grind quite yet. We're only grabbing it because it's literally 0 tile XP. There's no reason not to. It's too good a value to not take. Interesting, I haven't seen too many people doing this, though I have as well, when we did the power grind. But doing bitter fruit only. There are so few ranges where doing bitter fruit only is worth it. 189 to like 194 being one of them. What about range he's at right now? And I guess technically everything post 200 will also be. If you don't mind dropping everything to the ground. Any anonymous player might as well just be playing a single player game. I don't know, but Brighter Shores basically is a single player game at the moment. Obviously, it won't be down the line. But for all intents and purposes, it basically is a single player game. That has a bunch of people walking around next to you. I don't mind that, though. Though we do plan to engage with all group content once it does come out. As well as trading. I'm still really curious to see what the market's going to be like, or lack thereof. Because I feel like some things are going to be way cheaper than I expect, but some things are also going to be way more expensive than I could ever imagine. But I feel like in general, the market's going to be way cheaper than I expect it to be. Oh wait, where am I going? I thought that pop-up was us being done, but no. Or just us having an XP drop. Okay, do Carpenter. Well, so I really should have brought the 7%. We only lost out on 8% XP, though. We lost out of 8% of 1 knowledge point. That's not too bad. For bringing the wrong potion on accident. Yeah, leaderboard's one step out of the single player feel. You can actually see everyone's progress. Like, this is the person who's right above us right now. And we can see that they're currently beating us by less than what they were before. They're gaining XP pretty slow because they keep AFKing Carpentry right now. And they keep standing there for like half a minute to a minute at a time. So we've actually been gaining more XP this stream than them by quite a bit. Like almost double. Even though they're ahead of us by quite a bit. Oh, by about like 40-ish levels. Because they were like hundreds below us, but then kind of spiked up. But during the duration of this stream, what they're doing is way slower than what we're doing. Even though we're both doing the same thing. They're training just carpentry, and we're training woodcutting carpentry. Oh no, the fear potion's gonna run out. Because we took too much time with the misclick earlier. Alright, this is gonna be really tight. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it! Don't do it! No way did we get away with that. Ah, the misclick earlier didn't really matter too much then. There's no way we got away with that. Oh, let's see if we can get away the other way around. Yeah, let's hug the wall. I think we got it. Nice. Yeah, that went way better than it should have. 214, one more. Nice. Good luck on the smithing level. Then you can start doing the smithing activity that we actually just got rid of as of today. Well, I say as of today. I actually don't have the money to go run it. Actually, I say that. Hold up. I actually can run the new smithing AFK. I forgot. I didn't really account for the carpentry XP money. Wait. I actually can afford to do the new smithing AFK. Because I don't have to do the 215 one anymore. I can do the 247. Or whatever one I was doing earlier. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was the 215. Or 222, whatever it was that. It was the, Oh, sorry, 226. Oh, wait, never mind. You're talking about the mining one. Not the smithing one. 215 is the mining one. But, yeah, we don't need to do the 226 smithing thing anymore. And I actually have the money to be able to afford to do it tonight. I was going to do the merchant AFK, but we can actually go back to smithing AFK. Because we can use the money from carpentry to go afford it for the night. Maybe even for the next 2 nights. Because I didn't really put into account the money we'd make from carpentry. As is pure profit. As long as you're chopping the logs instead of buying them. Because originally I was going to bank them all. But, yeah, we're definitely selling them. Because we're at tier 3 right now. Once we get to tier 4 and tier 5 and such, we'll consider banking a lot more. But tier 3 is still like the last dead zone where we can easily go sell them. And not feel bad about it. Tier 4 and higher is when we need to start keeping them. But we don't get there until level 125 woodcutting and carpentry. Everything prior to that we can pretty much almost completely sell. Yeah, we're almost there. After that level, we only have 1 to go. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to go do a chef run before then. Because the timer says 5 minutes. Technically, it's, what is that? Technically, it is 11 minutes. But of course, we want to get there early. Oops, I forgot to drop these. Doesn't matter too much if we put it at a weird spot, though, because the cycle is over. Because I think after this one, we're just going to teleport over to the chef place and just start running some. There we go, level 88. Nice. 1 more to go. Here, do we have any tool upgrades coming up soon for XP rate? Yeah, that's what I thought. Level 3 hatchet's right around the corner. We get it at level 90. Wouldn't that be funny if Hickory Tree doesn't even use it? I'm pretty sure it would. It'd be weird if it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it does, though. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. We get an upgrade at level 90. So technically we don't have to come to this tree right now, but we're already here, might as well. And then we'll teleport back to chapter 1. Also, this time around, I will remember to grab the 7%. Since I gotta clear my inventory anyways. I forgot, I still have to bank, don't I? I forgot, I can't bank in Hopeport. Yeah, let's go do our chef run. I'll go do 2 sets of, what's it called? Bacon sandwich. Then we'll go check the board. And then we'll go run whatever we have. Oh gosh, we have half the room added. CBD, Darwood, and Shore Central. Should be see quite a few people coming in as well. Since it's almost the hour where the bounty board gets reset. Because I'm pretty sure it's the same global time for everyone. So normally around that reset time, you start seeing a lot more people coming in. So what halfway to 500? We did the math on it one day. I forget what the number is off the top of my head. I think it was like 300 and... It was 300 something. I want to say 362.5 or something. That sounds correct for some reason. But yeah, we did the math on it the other day. I completely forget what it is off the top of my head though. But somewhere's around 365.2 or something. Or sorry, 300... I can't remember exactly what it was. It was something like mid 300 something. It's really weird math to do because you have to ignore the first 20 levels, but then count everything as the as like pure levels from 20 to 200. Because each 4 of them is basically 1. Or basically you have to count the entirety of every single one post 200 as 4. So that it equals out to the ones that you have from 20 to 200. Which leads to like a really weird number. But yeah, it's like slightly over 300. Like 362.5 sounds correct for some reason. I said, hello, Nelvik. Welcome, welcome. Did we get every quest? Yes. We finished it on Thanksgiving, oddly enough. The other month. I can't wait till he adds more, though. He's done some really good quests in the past. What we really need is the potion equipping quest to be released. That's the one I'm really looking forward to. Doesn't matter what the actual quest is, I just need the mechanic already. This is getting so annoying juggling potions and or taking up inventory with them. But at some point they'll do it. Alright, whatever we do here, just will bring us to 115. Gotta try getting 5 cooking levels tomorrow. Even if we have to knowledge some. Because I think our main goal for tomorrow is 100 woodcutting, 100 carpenter, and 120 chef. Probably go a little bit deeper than that. But those 3 are like bare minimum tomorrow. Let's see, what is a double upgrade if we did? A double upgrade would be 102 woodcutting. And only, oddly enough, 96 carpentry. Let's count getting all the way to there, technically, which is 104. So 102 woodcutting and... Wait, I'm looking at the wrong one for woodcutting then. Where am I? Oh yeah, it would have to be the one after it. Because that's when you start doing it. Yeah, 107 woodcutting and 108 carpentry, I believe that was then. Yeah, 107 woodcutting and 104 carpentry, technically. As well as 120 woodcutting. I mean, cooking. Anything good here? That one's free. These are all not worth it. I'll take the 2 big sheen ones just in case, though. What's our current contract? Isn't this one pretty free to go turn in right now if we want to real quick? We could do it. Yeah, we'll be back. Maybe we'll grab all this fish while we're there, too. We got double turn in for Big Sheen right now as well. I'm not sure why I used it now. I was going to re-drop it, but at this point it's better just to keep it on us. Oh, so do I have enough inventory to buy this right now? I don't think I do. Let me turn this in and then we'll buy. There we go, 115 cooking, 5 to go. Oh, we even got a new dish, which means the next board will be worth more. Nice. Let's go buy all the fish we need over here. Unfortunately, we can't preemptively buy anything, since we have no clue what we're gonna need. But I can buy everything that says there. So I guess I actually do need to drop this after all. Because I have no inventory to go grab a potato. Can't wait till we get to the other one, because I have infinite of the other potato already banked. So I'm not going to have to do all this potato stuff. Because they're already there. And by the time we prep all this, whatever the next board is, should be good to go. And turning all this in at once is doable. Normally you don't want to do Big Sheen with North Guard, but it can be done. It's not ideal, but it can definitely be done together. Okay, I don't need this timer anymore. I can put this away. We're not going to need to do it again this stream. Carpentry's going to take less than an hour to go finish. Or exactly an hour, one or the other. An hour or less. So we're not going to have to do double bounty again. Off stream I will, but not right now. Yeah, that's the final grind we need to go get in. 88 carpentry. Oh, sorry, I needed to finish 89 woodcutting as well. 89 woodcutting and 88 carpentry. And by the time these are prepped, we can go check the board, hope it's something useful. And we can go turn everything in. All right, there we go. Yeah, what do we have? Anything? Oh, we got the new thing, but it's for quartermaster. This one for century is worth it, but I'm not going to take it right now. Same as this. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm just going to take those middle three then. Double Big Sheen into Little Lucy. Or sorry, double Big Sheen into North Wall. Wait, is North Wall and Little Lucy the same amount? No, I wish it was. So I do have to do North Wall here. That's fine though. North Wall is just really annoying. Especially if you're going there just for North Wall. And nothing else along the way. I mean, then that makes up for it a little bit is that we have to double Big Sheen anyways. So we're getting a lot more value there. Alright, run, run, run! I should be able to make it. We got like a whole minute. And then we'll come back, get the potions we need. Actually, remember to grab the 7% this time instead of the 5%. And we should be good to go. No, he got me on the diagonal. Sad. Almost got him. I do realize something that's a little annoying, though. For what we're about to do, I'm going to need a 7% Hope Forest pot and a Fear pot. But then I'm going to have to teleport back because the next activity we're doing needs a 5% XP pot and a 7% XP pot. And because they're not equipable, we're going to have to trade out that one pot. While also wasting inventory on them. But also have to come all the way back here just to go grab it. gonna put it on woodcutting. Might seem like a weird choice, but I feel like we're ahead enough, that's fine. Just so we can head back to carpentry. Because worst comes to worst, if we have like 200 woodcutting and carpentry slightly behind, like obviously we could just dump knowledge into it from another skill. It's not too bad if it's like 10 levels behind at some point, eventually. It's not going to be anytime soon, but you know, even if it does at some point, like all that is like 1 day of knowledge on it. As good as this area is, I do kind of want to move on to the next tree for tomorrow. So we can get onto that carpentry then. Plus we're at like the deadest zone for this tree anyways. We're at like the final level you would ever do it. That would be the time you would want to use knowledge. To get to that juicier XP rate. Hello, Contendo. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. You finally finished all quests? Nice. Huge congrats. What should you do next? I don't know. It depends what you want to prioritize. I would say to get level 30, 30, and 40, 40 combat, but if you did all quests, you probably already have that. Because after the combat rework, you will need those levels. 30, 30, 40, 40. As far as chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. As far as combat. But beyond that, I don't know, I feel like the weapon crafting skill is pretty nice to have up. So whatever your class is, getting the weapon crafting up for that, as well as the gathering skills that go with it. So if you're like a Cryo Knight, that'd be mining and smithing primarily. Or Hammer Mage, mining, Stonemason. Or in the case of Guardian, that would be Bone Right in the entirety of Chapter 2. Technically, they don't all need Carpentry. Though Guardian needs it the most. That or some other thing that's nice to have is really high alchemy. I actually really regret not doing 200 alchemy grind earlier. As long as you have the money for it, I think it cost me like 20 something silver? Like 23 silver to go from like 77 to 200. I did already have some banked though. And you definitely want to make sure you save all potions though. Like it's a little costly, but you get so many good potions out of it. Like the 7% XP and 9-minute fear that we're using right now. A lot of things that you can't currently buy from shops. And even when player trading comes out, it'll be so much cheaper to make your own than to buy from people. It's like these fear pots take like 1 silver to make. But the cheapest anyone would sell them is like 4 or 5. Because they sell to the shop for like 3 point something. But yeah, I do feel like I should have done the 200 alchemy grind way earlier than we did. It just helps every skill so much. Now we just need a potion equipping belt and we'll be good to go. Would you keep all of your leathers? At the lower level range, it's definitely worth keeping everything. You eventually get to the point where if you really need the money, it's better to sell some. Or even a lot. Just to be used as a money-making method. But I saved almost all my hide from level 0 to, like, 100 something. Like, low 100 something. Though at the higher level range, I started to sell a lot more because we need the money. The problem with saving hides, though, is the value you get from selling it now generally outweighs the value of saving it. Because Chapter 5 is still a good, like, 3 to 6 months away. Whereas if you sell them, you get the value from them immediately. So even if they're more expensive in the future, the money that you get immediately is more useful than the money later. Unless you're already loaded from other skills. Like if you already did, like, the 500 merchant grind kind of angle. Which obviously most people don't do, but it is, if you do end up going down that route, you can pretty much bank most of them. Because the main reason people sell leather is because they need the money. Because they're like me and perpetually keep, like, 0 gold. But if you have, like, over 100 something gold at any point, it's definitely worth banking, like, every last hide you ever get. If you did, like, a 500 combat grind, or if you do, like, a 500 merchant grind, or anything that pays you, like, a lot, skill-wise. It's actually way better to save all the hides if you can. But no, I did a mix of both. It really comes down to how desperately we need money at a given time. It's basically determined if I sell or keep. Man, we almost got half a gathering level from this. We're closer to 1/3, but still, that's way more than I thought we would get. Congrats on top 25, thank you. Yeah, we have retaken top 25. We're also gaining more XP today than current rank 24. I'm not really trying to climb ranks, though, at the moment. But it is fun to see number go up. Or in this case, down. As number going down is number going up. But yeah, they've been doing carpentry most of the day, which is really slow. But they've also been AFKing it pretty hard, which makes it even slower. Even when we're both doing carpentry, we're gaining XP quicker because they keep doing, like, mass AFK carpentry. Which we've been doing it very actively since we're streaming at the moment. If we were doing it off stream, we'd definitely be doing it as AFK as they were. Well, on stream, obviously, we're doing it pretty much tick perfectly when applicable. Goblin Forge for Blacksmith? Both of them work. It depends what ore you're doing. Half the ore are Goblin and half the ore is at Gnome. Iron and Flatnium is at Goblin. And Carbonice and Adithrol, whatever that green one's called, is at Gnome. So what furnace you go to depends on what ore you're doing. Oh yeah, if I do buy the material for the smithing AFK tonight, I gotta remember, I gotta keep enough money left over to buy the axe upgrade. Because you get an axe upgrade at level 90. And that's a 5% increase. That's not small. Or is it 2.5? Wait, is it 2.5 or 5? I actually forget now. I'm pretty sure it's 5%. Yeah, it's 5%. Wait, that's a lot. I kind of forgot about that. We're about to get a 5% upgrade. It's only for some of them, though, not for all of them. But yeah, 5% is quite a bit. We'll also have that for the full time when we go to Brambles. Because we get that right before Bramble upgrade. So tomorrow's woodcutting grind should be even quicker than today. Even though we're doing a 2 tree upgrade, we're going to have 5% extra XP the whole time. Compared to normal. Has anyone done much enchanting? I've gotten almost everything to 25. Or at least the important ones. I do really want to get my pickaxe to level 50 at some point, though. For the 500 grind. Just so it doesn't take as many years. No, it's not going to take that long. But getting it from where it's currently at level 30 to level 50, I think saves like 10 hours or something. Like an absurd amount of time. I'm putting into carpentry. I gave in. I was going to put it into woodcutting there, but we're putting into carpentry. Because honestly, I enjoyed this spot way too much. It's going to be sad to let this spot go. We won't be back. We do get to come back before level 200, luckily. But we don't get to come back to level 139, sadly. This has quickly become my favorite woodcutting spot in the game. Oh, I misclicked. No, I wasted 2 tile. No. All of the value. There's no way that fear potion lasts long enough. It normally does, but not only did we get a level up, but we also had a misclick. Let's see, do we make it in time? It's gonna be tight if so. We are barely gonna make it. We gotta chop this tree and leave the room before that expires. We got 6 seconds. Go, go, go! Do we make it? Barely. Yeah, it should be the last inventory we need, I believe. Let's go hug the wall. Yeah, we got the aggro skip. Nice. It should be the last set, so we don't need to drink another fear potion. So I technically only needed 1. A little overkill bringing 100, but we only needed 1 this set. This should get us to 99. I mean 89. And I always have to do carpentry until that level says 88, while dumping all knowledge into carpentry. Which shouldn't take that long at all. It's under an hour. Hey, better player came to do woodcutting today. What are his level distributions at right now? It looks like he's doing the post 200 pine tree right now. Which I think is level 208. Where's that level 208? He is doing the... No, that's hickory. Oh, you get it at 197. Oh, nice. We get to come back here for the first thing post 200. Oh, that works so good too with forging. Because if you do 200 forging with it, you'd have the bitter fruit ready to go at 189. Oh, that has such good synergy with it. It's almost like they've developed you to do it at the same time. But, yeah, it's really nice. You can do the post 200 bitter fruit with this post 200 tree at the same time. And you'd actually have to camp it for quite a while. Because you got to do that tree all the way to 208. But that's post 200 208. I might not even need to do that many dandelions. I thought we would have to do a lot of it. But since we are going for that 208 at some point, we're going to have a lot of that resource. I might even just sell a bunch of this then. I was going to keep a little bit more of it, but we're actually going to have so much tier 5. Or tier 4. Which one is that? Tier 5. I think it's tier 5. We're gonna have so much tier 5 pine log. Alright, since we're so close, I am going to need to go drop all the logs. Well, not all of them, but enough logs to get a level. If this doesn't get us a level, I gotta keep dropping logs until it does. So we can just teleport away. Then we go to Hopeport, go switch out the Fear Potion for a 5%, and then we camp Carpentry for the rest of the stream. Which should be a bit less than an hour then. Yeah, I look forward to coming these. This is going to be the first post-200 grind you have to do for Woodcut and Gather. Is pine trees with bitter fruit. Tier 5 pine tree with this bitter fruit right here. There we go, we got it. Alright, let's finish our inventory. And now we go to Carpentry the rest of the time then. I just gotta go trade out one Med Potion. And the main reason I don't need to go bank beforehand is when we totally back, it's already gonna be preoccupied with, like we don't, we're gonna be able to bank for free. That's what I'm trying to say. Not sure where my mouth is going, but we'll be able to bank for free, so we don't need to go bank now. Alright, go to Hopeport as soon as this queues up. Go trade out our Fear for a 5%. And we are good to go. I just realized we're going to get access to 2 banks before we'd even need to get there. Is one of them being the Rift, but then again at the, what do you call it? The actual storage place where we need to grab them from. Because you can't do that many in your inventory at once. Oh, I just realized, oh no. I was going to say, I thought that was my 5% for a second. I was like, wait, we really ran out of them today, didn't we? I was not sure why I grabbed that many. 100's way more than enough. Yep, Shore Central's done for today. Alright, let's go and head over there. Hopefully we can aggro skip this guy. This corner is really annoying, though. Nice. We don't even need to do anything. Perfect. I'm not going to bother with the storage rift, as it is slightly quicker to do it with the other deposit bin. For Blacksmith, Stonemason, Bonewright, you drop all the 1-star and 2-star for EXP. It depends what level range you're at. A lower level range is definitely worth dropping. Like, on my alt accounts, I never bother selling anything. But if I was doing it on this account, I'd be selling literally every last drop we get. But yeah, lower level range, you can pretty much just drop it all for EXP. Once you hit like around tier 3, you'd probably want to start selling them all. But tier 1 and 2, maybe even 3, you can get away with selling them. I mean, not selling them, I mean, just dropping them on the ground. Hey, Chino's still here. Gosh, Chino has been here all day. It's the last thing he needs for 200 all. Let's see, how far has he gotten? I didn't see how far he was at the beginning, though. But he's been here literally all day. Gosh, it's kind of rough. We will be doing a 12-hour carpentry stream probably at some point during this grind. But that was his life today. He has not left his room, I don't think. All day today. I forgot, we're actually going to get the first time bonus here as well. But we're on here till 88. I might run the rest of the logs off stream though. Just so we have a nice clean bank going into tomorrow. Also because one of the things we have to do tomorrow is Bramble. And when I do Bramble, we're going to be dumping everything into Carpentry. Because you bank no Carpentry while doing this. And since we're doing that, it would make more sense to have done all of our logs beforehand. So we'll do it to 88 right now, then I'll grab dinner, and then the rest of tonight while I'm up, I'll try to do every last log. But for now, we'll just do 88, which is our main goal for today, which is to advance 2 logs for both woodcutting and carpentry. And 89 woodcutting and 88 carpentry does that then. It is the goal. Let me double check since we're doing something more AFK. What do you use pine pole for? Because we're actually going to have a lot of pine poles. Like a lot of pine pole. Like a ridiculously high amount of pine pole. They are used for the following. They are used for throwing knives, that I knew. Oh, they're also used for our axes. Ooh. Oh, so they are more relevant to Cryonite then. Because Cryonite needs it for 2 items, Hammer Mage only needs it for 1 item. However, the 1 item you need it for Hammer Mage is like your best in slot. Whereas the 2 items you need it for Cryonite are not as useful. Maybe the axes, but the throwing knives, unless they get a really good special attack, are not that good at all. But it is actually a best in slot range weapon for Hammer Mage, whereas these currently are not a best in slot at all for Cryonite, even though you get twice as many items. Yeah, every single one of these you need for both blacksmithing and stonemason. Stonemason gets best in slot range for yellow, as well as just in the entire game. But Hammer Mage, Cryonite gets 2 different items. It gets its best yellow option and its best or only fire range option. But both of them are pretty mid until special attacks come out. Like, you generally wouldn't really go out of your way to make them. I only did once for the 199 throwing axe. Just so we can kill the level 200 and then 218 things that were both weak to yellow. Just because Chronopolis had a back-to-back weak to yellow at that level range, it was really annoying. So we'll be banking some of these. Not a lot of them, though. But we will be banking some. Probably just a few hundred, and then we'll start selling them all. Because the only ones we really care about for this is tier 4 and 5. Because this only goes to level range, doesn't say on this, but the other one will. I think this only goes to like a level range of like 140-ish. Because this is still tier 3, not tier 4 or 5. The tier 4 should go to 199. Tier 5, I have no clue. But these we can pretty much mass sell. I do want to bank 100 or 200 or so, though. Just to have some in case we ever need it. But the rest we will sell. But yeah, it was kind of funny. Even on my alt accounts, I was actually dropping 3-star. Like the low-level 3 stars, because their entire bank was filled to the brim with 3-star stuff. And at that point, I just started dropping them to the ground. Because the low-level ranges pay so little. I think some of the 3 stars were worth like 1 or 2 silver or something. Obviously, it's still useful for crafting, but still. It's kind of crazy how little some of them are worth. But at the higher level range, you start making bank from a lot of them. Like, if I did smithing right now, I think we make like 1.3 to 1.5 gold an hour. If we make our bars into actual stuff. But I'm hoarding them for when we actually need upgrades and stuff from them. Like actual real gear. Because I want to wait till after the combat rework. Because they get a free plus 60. From a profit perspective, it's fine to do right now, but if you actually want to make like a real weapon, it's actually really bad to be crafting anything right now until they add the plus 60 rework with the combat rework. Because you're basically getting 60 less levels if you do it now. The price that they sell for will be the same, approximately. But the value of what you get in return is way better later. The only one downside is you're going to have to pay a tunement fee. As tuning will cost money after the combat rework. Not real world money, you know what I mean. In-game currency money. He's very anti-MTX. There won't be a $1 charge every time you want to tune an item. Could you imagine? But there will be an in-game currency cost for it. As yet another gold sink. He's just trying to set up a bunch of gold sinks probably before trading, or around the time of trading. And honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. I would definitely prefer too many gold sinks than not enough. There's not enough just leads to infinite inflation. Why are they adding an attunement cost? They're mostly doing it because of the plus 60 extra levels that you get when making equipment. Otherwise, you would make way too much money from the production skills. But honestly, I don't think it would be too bad if they got a little bit of a buff like that. But they're mostly doing it to balance the fact that every single thing can be crafted 60 levels higher, which is 60 levels more of value. It only applies to untuned items. If you get a drop that's already tuned, it doesn't cost anything. Like if you're killing something in a chapter and you get a tuned drop. But any untunes you get from combat and any untunes you get from production will start to have a cost to need to go and tune them after the combat rework. We don't know what that cost will be. I'm pretty sure it's nothing like huge. If I had to guess, it's probably like 10 to 25%, maybe 30% of its silver cost and attunement cost, which is pretty low. Even if 500 would be something like in a hypothetical, it'd only be like 300 silver to attune a max weapon. Or in the case of a realistic weapon, a 200 3-star would cost something like 10 silver at most. Though we don't know the exact ratio that they would cost, though. But they only said, the only thing they said in that regard is it's going to be the difference between, is likely to be very close to the difference of how much more value you get from 60 levels on an equipment. So the easiest way to check is if you craft something, and it crafts something 60 levels higher, whatever that cost difference is probably about how much the attunement cost would be at any given situation. Like whatever the percent difference is between those two. Like if you make a level 100 and a 160 right now, whatever of the exact same item. Whatever the price difference is between that is likely what the attunement cost would be. After it gets added. So nothing too high. But more than 0. Yeah, this is used for level 120 to 181. So yeah, we don't need to bank too many of them. I'll probably bank 2 more times and then start just selling them all. Because this level range is pretty dead. The next 2 that we get for this are huge, though. Because the next one allows you to make 199s, and the one after that allows you to go pretty deep. Like, we're talking, like, let's say for the axe, for example. The tier 5 lets you craft all the way up to a level 468 axe. You can get it at, like, 197 woodcutting or something, or whatever it was. And it makes up to a level 468 axe, because it's 1 level lower than whatever that is. That is pretty far. That goes pretty deep. It would also allow you to make a 435 throwing knife out of the tier 5 one that you get right before 200. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to dip into post 200 for it, for 208 and 216. As it allows us to get, not only does it get the hickory, but it also gets us a ton of those pine thingies that we just mentioned. In case those actually are viable to use. Oh no, I should have done the other thing. I should have used a 7% here instead of a 5%. Oh, I could always wait for next cycle. It's not that big a deal. This is probably the last inventory we bank. And then we'll start sell. Just so we get slightly quicker XP. Should only take about half an hour at this rate, though. Because, of course, we're dumping all the knowledge into carpentry right now as well. Though, honestly, I'm so tempted to put it into cooking. So tempted. We'll stay where we are by the end of tomorrow's stream. Otherwise, I might actually put like a whole level worth of knowledge into it or something. Just to push it over to 120. Because the main goal for tomorrow is 2 tree upgrade, or basically a double log upgrade for both woodcutting and carpentry, and 120 chef. Those are our 3 biggest goals for tomorrow. And however long that takes to do. Oddly enough, it should be quicker than today. Today went on for, by the end of it, probably around 9-ish hours. Whereas tomorrow's probably gonna take a little under 8. The only thing that will make tomorrow go longer is however long the cooking grind takes. Because I might have to manually go out of our way to do a couple hours of cooking. I don't know, we'll see. I'd rather just knowledge it up while doing something else. Maybe do like Fisher Forger while putting into Chef or something. That I'll run some of it tonight, potentially. But I'd rather run all the planks that we have first, though. Which running the rest that we have will take a while. I think it's like 2 or 3 hours worth in there. We're only going to do about half an hour right now. Maybe even a little less. Whoever gets us to 88. And after this inventory, we'll be selling them all. This is our last bank inventory. I just want to double check how many's in there. As long as it says over 100, we should be fine. I'm pretty sure it is by now. Just want to have a little bit in there in case we ever need it for whatever reason. Alright, how many do we have? Should be over 100 by now. We have... Oh, we gotta do one more. I can't just leave it there. Alright, we'll do one more. We'll bank one more set. And then we'll start selling them all. Oh, we finally get to use the 7% as well. Because I do want to use it on the knowledge point there. After this, we'll start selling them all then. Yeah, we should only need to get about another level and a half then, after we dump this knowledge point into it. We should get at least 2 more knowledge within then, which means we pretty much only have 1 level to go. As far as like manual XP, not counting the knowledge itself. The only problem is we have to do that for a whole level at a really bad range. Because this is a level 80 doing a the final levels of it. It's not too bad. It could be like a 50 plank. At least it's not that big of a disparity. You wonder how much iron we'll have banked from 209 to 215? Quite a lot. I've actually sold out a lot of my iron in order to make it into equipment just for more money. But even after all that, I think I still have over 10,000 iron banked or something. It's actually kind of crazy high. And that's after having already sold like over 10,000 of it as well. I think in total I would have mined over 25,000 iron or something. Like 20 to 25,000 for all the iron that we did. It's a lot. Like whatever's in my bank is not the total we've ever had. It's more than half of it I sold out for money. As well as XP. Already made 3,000 of them into equipment. Yeah, they make quite a bit. If you count just the final step, it's about 1.3 gold an hour. It's not bad. If you ignore the mining of it and the smithing of it. If you ignore everything other than the final step and count just the final step, it's 1.3 gold an hour, roughly. If you break it down completely, I think it's like 400 or 500 silver if you count like literally every step or something. If you count literally just the final step, it's 1.3 gold an hour. Make it equipment out of tier 5 iron. And that's pre-trading. When trading comes out, you'll be able to make even more. Because you could try for like a perfect rapier. and other similar things. Like try for a perfect 199 rapier, so that someone can upgrade it with other equipment. Because if you ever get an 89% 3-star, like a max roll 3-star, those are going to be worth quite a bit when trading first comes out. Like if you have a max roll percent for elemental on a 3-star equipment of an actual viable weapon, those things are probably going to go for quite a bit. Especially the higher the level it is. 199 is just the easiest to go for. Because the thing you can do with a 199 is adjust it with other 500s. So you can use like a 400 or a 300 or a 500 from 2 other classes in order to make the level range go up. So that 199 you can drag all the way to like a, you know, 200 something, 300 something. While still having it be a perfect tool, or, you know, perfect cryo percent or whatever it is. You know, perfect elemental percent. I have kept on to some low-level ones I have, in case I ever want to tune them up when we go do combat. I believe in Chapter 1 and 2 I have a perfect 89% rapier. And I could just make them higher with equipment from the other two. I'm not sure what level range I'm going to use them at, but I do have a perfect for both those 2 chapters. I don't think I have one for 3 or 4 at the moment, though. Just because I never really need to go out of my way to go get one. But I do have a perfect one for both Chapter 1 and 2 that I can go upgrade later. It's a 1 in 20 chance whenever you get a 3-star from it. There's just 20 different elemental rolls it could do. But yeah, they're going to go for quite a penny. Like the 199s, or if you do like a 300 plus with perfect percent. 199s are kind of the baseline because they're a little easier to go for by like 4 times easier. Also because in the current state of the game, you're not really penalized for going for 199s at the moment. Whereas later down the line, when you have a free plus 60, you kind of are if you're a really high level. Because it's way better just to go for that higher level range. Like, we'll never make another 199 again for smithing pretty much with our level. Especially with the plus 60. Whereas 2, I have a level to do it. There's no point in making a 199 if we could craft a 307. Alright, this will be the last one we bank. I think I said that about the last one, but this will truly be the last one we bank. And then we'll just start selling them all. Gotta make that cash stack go up. I'm actually surprised. We made almost 2 gold today. Between cooking and actually selling all of our carpentry supplies. I was expecting to make, like, nothing. But I didn't really put into account the fact that we'd be selling a lot of tier 3s. Tier 4s and plus higher, we'll probably start keeping almost all of them. But yeah, we can still sell all the tier 3s. So now we're just sell every last one of them then. Yeah, they're 1 silver each. They start adding up. It's not like leather worker money, but it's not bad. Yeah, 89% max right now for percent. There's a good chance that's the highest you could ever do without having a 5-star, which currently don't exist. Yeah, the highest you can currently go is 89%, and the only ones that can go 89% are the 3 class weapons for each element. But they're the strongest weapons in the game. The 3 for Crown Knight, or, you know, the 3 blue ones for Crown Knight, the 3 green ones for Guardian, and the 3 yellow ones for Hammer Mage. Having any of those with an 89% are really good as a 3-star, regardless what level it is, but the higher the better. Because even if it's a low level one, you can tune it up with other gear. Because the other gear doesn't need to have a good percent. Only the primary gear that you're combining into needs to have the good percent. But the other two things that you're combining can have like the worst roll ever, and you can still maintain the high roll on the thing you're combining into. Hey, 2 more knowledge points, we should be good to go. The only problem is, I think this only gains like 2.5 knowledge an hour. Which means it should take like about half an hour then. A little over. Actually, a little under, because just in XP alone, we'll gain a level. I really wish this was better knowledge per hour, though. Out of all primary training methods, it has one of the worst XP, or one of the worst knowledge per hours of anything in the game. Doing carpentry. Not sure why they made it so bad. Even if you're doing the cell method as well. It's still some of the worst knowledge per hour of any main primary training method of any skill. So, how long do you guys think until we get our next big major update? Like, leaderboard level big. Like, you know, like an actual update. Because my guess is, within the next 2 weeks, I think he's going to try pushing trading. Otherwise, it'll be over 3 months of not having a feature that was going to be at launch. I do feel like trading's in the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, that's a really long delay on trading. It was supposed to be out November 6th, originally. So if they makes it past February 6th, that's over 3 months then. With a mechanic that was originally supposed to be at launch, but got delayed by a lot. Obviously, he wants to do it right whenever he does it. But still, that is quite a delay. That's hello, Kush! Welcome, welcome. You made it for the final level. We're going for 88 carpentry. We got 2 whole log upgrades for woodcutting and carpentry today. We're going to do the same tomorrow while also getting 120 cooking. Luckily, we have it all banked already. Just a matter of doing. Oh, so hello, 13 faces. Welcome, welcome. All balls been well. AFK raid dens for you? Nice. Yeah, I've been stuck there like the last 4 days. I'm done with my AFK raid den arc, though. We gotta move on to other AFKs, like AFK stew, or AFK leatherworker, or AFK, fishing. Which is what I did last night. Active AFK fishing. It's not as AFK as raid dens. Nothing is, but it's not that bad. Hello, Isabel again. Welcome, welcome. You're back from doing Nomapaloozas. Nice. Yeah, as soon as we get 88 carpentry, we're gonna go grab dinner. I haven't had anything to eat yet today. I've been sipping on one single liquid def this whole time. And that's it. I've been going for the raspberry iced tea one that they have. Which does have a little bit of caffeine in it. But it's low enough sugar that I don't feel guilty drinking the whole thing. So it's not that much caffeine. I do generally try to stay away from caffeine when I can, though. But for longer streams like this, it works really well. I would never drink an energy drink or anything, though. But something that has like a little bit of caffeine in, I don't mind. Because sodas and teas already naturally have it in it. Or teas do. Sodas not so much. But it's a low enough amount that it's not really like that big a deal. I do try to stay away from it when I can, though. Well, it's nice to have if you need to stay more awake. Which we definitely need for carpentry grind, which is why I brought it out. What's the best way to bank squishy toad eyes from the fire toads? Ah, that's the best part. You can't. The best way is, I believe it's just Hopeport Telly. I'm pretty sure it's just Hopeport Telly. I mean not Hopeport, I mean Hope Forest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just teleport to Hope Forest. So you kill them over here or over here. Ideally over here if it's not crowded. You then teleport to Hope Forest Central. You then run over here, either with a fear potion or just run it and hope you don't get caught. Bank right there. Then you teleport back to Mine Southwest, whatever it's called, this one. And actually it's called Mine Southwest. And then you walk all the way back to this room and do it again. Same as for the tentacles. But yeah, it's not ideal. Like banking most things in that area. It is not ideal, but that's pretty much how you do it. It's generally not worth doing unless you're doing the higher tier 1. The tier 1 eyes are 100% not worth banking. As it's further away than just buying them from the shop. But the higher tier 1s are, just because they're worth more. Like the ones that are used for 15-minute fear potions you can bank. But don't bank the ones that are used for the lower one. The 104 fear potion. Because they're basically free to go buy. They're like 500 bronze right now or something. It's way easier doing this walk than to go do that entire trek. It's only worth it for the bigger ones. But for the smaller ones, you should just leave them on the ground. You're on the 9-minute ones now? Okay, yeah, definitely just leave them on the ground then. Because they're 100% not worth banking. When I did my grind from like, gosh, we did like 10, 15 levels on these. I think I did level 80 to like 90 something, like 95 off these toads. And I left every single last eye on the ground. Though if I get to the higher tier 1 when we do 500 Minefighter, I will be banking them. We actually calculated it out. We'll need about 7,000 of them. Of the high tier ones to go get the level range we need. So I won't accidentally grab too many. We need about 7,000 tentacle thingies and 7,000 of the higher tier eyes. Because I don't want to accidentally grab too many because they're so annoying to bank. But yeah, we calculated it out a while ago. Technically, if we're using knowledge and everything, it'll be a bit less than that. But if we grab about 7,000 or so, we should be safe. Because I was calculating out earlier for 238 to 277. But if you put a bunch of knowledge into it as you're doing it, you probably only need like 5,500 or 6,000. 7,000 is probably even overkill. But it gets you from 238 15-minute fears all the way from Cryon A without having to do the plus 71. Do I use Brighter Shores calculator? No, I calculate them all myself. Which sounds like a joke, but I'm actually serious. I've never actually used that calculator a single time. I'm not even sure where it is. But no, I do everything manually. Which is probably not the way you should be doing it. But all the math we ever need for anything, I do manually. Like the entire 200 alchemy grind, I did literally all the math manually. I didn't use any tool for it or anything. And we got almost all the numbers perfect. There's enough downtime and a lot of skilling that you can kind of do the math during it. You're too lazy for all that? That makes sense. I do feel like alchemy is the only really math-heavy skill, though. Every other skill is convenient to know, but not really that required. Alchemy is the only skill in the game that's basically a spreadsheet simulator. And that like 90% of the skill is just doing the math on figuring out what you need to do. The other 10% is just doing what you need to do. Whereas every other skill, just having a general guesstimation is fine. Whereas for alchemy, you actually kind of need to know all the numbers. That's why you come to ask us. Alright, we're almost there. Half a level to go. And I will run whatever's left in our bank, hopefully, tonight. We're only going to go till 88 for now and then grab dinner. But I do hope to finish every last log that's in that bank. So we have a nice clean bank going into tomorrow, at least most of them. The other reason I want to do it is when we hit 94 woodcutting, I'm dumping everything from woodcutting into carpentry. Because Brambles bank 0 carpentry. So we've got to be dumping it all into carpentry during it. Because we're banking 0 the whole time. It's going to be in a level range where I'm not going to dump any into woodcutting. Unless we're like right at the level and we just want to do it for the final one. But otherwise, it's all being dumped into carpentry during that section. And for that, we want to have as high as a carpentry level as possible so we get more value from each one. But yeah, as of today, we finally hit 1,000 hours as well. Nice milestone. Hey, speaking of milestones, 2 gold that are going to be spent before tomorrow even starts, probably. I'm mostly spending it on the AFK activity. Which I might as well get that rolling, too, while I go eat. Yeah, what are we at right now? There we are. 1,004.1 hours. There we go. It has been done. You're at 255 hours? That's still a lot. Or 225, I mean, and 505. I just had Miles ES earlier. Is this still in my chat? It is. They've played for 1,376 hours so far. I always wondered, like, how much further they went. Was it because of Merchant or something? But some of that was because it's 376 more hours. Because this is when we're at 1,000. And they were 376 ahead of us. Which is like 1/3 ahead. That's a lot of time. I always thought it was slightly because of Merchant, but it was also because of Merchant and because of extra time. The doing Merchant first does help a lot, though. With all the knowledge that you get. That you can just dump into anything. Plus, I still can't wait. We mentioned it so many times. I can't wait till potions are equipable so you don't have to do this. So many things are just so clunky that you have to take up some space for it. At least these are done 2 at a time, so taking both of these doesn't actually waste any more than one does. Having 1 or 2 takes up the same space, essentially. If we get 1 more knowledge point, that will push us over the edge. By this point, I might not even need it. He's just our natural XP is going to get there. Your biggest quality of life ask is still to keep the blacksmithing setup that you chose instead of having to redo it. Oh yeah, I would love a make all option, so you don't have to keep redoing it over and over again. I want to make all for production so badly. It would also make it one of the biggest AFKs in the game, because if you do stonemason with 8 spots, or 8 items, that is 4 minutes AFK if you have a make all option. That is so good. A couple of the other ones would be a little bit lower. But Stonemason in particular could do 8-minute AFK. I mean, sorry, 4-minute AFK, I mean. With 8 items being made. Which would be so, so good. Do those potions stack? No. The reason I have both is I spammed the 5% and I only use the 7% when we need to use a knowledge point. But no, they don't stack. Potions from different chapters stack. Like, you can have a 5% for one chapter, 6% for a different chapter, 7% for a different chapter, another 5% for another chapter. But you can't stack the same chapter, so I can't drink a 5 and 7 at the same time for the same chapter. It's just this is the one we chug, and this is the one we use for knowledge points whenever we get them. You got 250 miner? Nice! Good luck with the AFK tonight. Yeah, that's something I want to go do at the end of the stream. Because I finally AFK'd it last night, the smithing level for it. I need to go get set up our 247 smithing AFK. I already have all the knowledge for it and everything. Just need to go buy the material, which we now have the money for. Yeah, I gotta go get it set up there later. We'll do that at the end of the stream once we have 88 carpentry. And then once I get back later tonight, I'll go and try to finish out the rest of the logs in there. Should take only like 3 hours to finish them off stream. I think it's going to take more than that, even if I'm doing it somewhat AFK, so it's not too bad. Yeah, 3 hours should take out whatever's left in there. Including the Suavies. Although the Suavies I will be banking, the tier 1 Suaves or tier 2 Suaves, whatever's in there. I think it's tier 1. It is... Yeah, it's tier 1 Suave, which is even more of a reason to keep it. Because that means you can make level 19s out of it. Which have a better rarity rate than 20 to 200. Or 200 to 500. 0 to 19 is the best rarity rate. I'm not sure if they're going to change that after the rework, though. If they do, I hope it goes all the way to level 60. Or to level 80. Which, if that is the case, that means tier 2s have some interesting implications. Because he didn't actually mention if he's changing it at all. Because given the plus 60, I wonder if he's going to raise it to 79 instead of 19. Because they actually haven't specified that yet or not. Are they going to be keeping it at level 19 for the better rarity, or are they going to raise it all the way to 79? Which is basically just the 19 with a plus 60 on it. Because they never specified that at any point. Which, if that is the case and applies to everything, that means 259s would be the new 199s as well. Which somewhat changes what materials you would need. That basically kills a lot of tier 4s as being viable. It means a lot of the times you'll actually need a tier 5. Though some of the tier 4s do reach that far, not all of them though. Depends which tier 4 it is. Yeah, that's something they never clarified with the change. We know we're getting 60 extra smithing levels, but we don't know if the better rarity rates are going to shift by 60. Because right now it's 0 to 19, 20 to 199, and then 200 to max. Or, 200 to 500. But even though they haven't clarified it, there's a chance they change that to 60 off. Where the lower range goes all the way to 79. The mid range goes all the way to 259. And then obviously the higher range would stay the same from 260 onward. But we don't know if they're extending it by 60 or not. Because we know you're going to get 60 extra crafting levels. We just don't know if the rarity ranges are also shifting by 60. Yeah, 4,864 iron today? Oh gosh, that's a lot of iron. I still got like 3,000 in the bank I gotta go do. Actually like 2,000 something. I forgot I did some the other day. Yeah, I still have so much iron banked that I need to go do. It's like 3 hours of iron. I need to go smelt. It's just the AFK is just so much more chill. Just constantly running that every day. Because I don't really plan to get back to normal smithing until like Platinum's at 262. Because I think we need 262 for both. Yeah, it's 267 for smithing and 262 for mining, I believe it is. And then I can get back to training, yeah, 262 in mining and 267 in smithing. And then we can go back to training them properly. Because we're going to need a lot of Platinums. In the current state of the game, Longsword is generally our best option for almost everything. But after the rework, I feel like our Ice Sword's going to get used a lot. The two-hand Ice Sword. It's already half decent right now, but it's going to become like really, really good after that. There's just no way the thing's special attack is bad. Because it's basically one of the 3 premier class weapons. Because every class has 3 that's just better than like everything else. The 3 of their element. And that's the 2-hand for Cryonite. As well as for blue weapons in general. Because that's the one weapon we're really going to need from Hammer Mage, since we don't have it on our own class. The 2-hand yellow weapon, which requires that annoying Deathstone and everything, and a U-pole. It's probably like the most annoying thing to make out of anything. Honestly, like Bone Right is always pointed at as being annoying. I don't think anything is more annoying to make than Stonemason's 2-hand yellow weapon, as it requires Deathstone and U-poles. Which is like double horrifically bad. Not that U's are too bad to go get, but the level requirement for them is really high relative to other carpentry supplies. As it's the final one out of any of them. And Deathstone because you have to go out of your way to do blast mining. Which how many you can get from that is really slow per hour. The XP for it's not awful though. But your knowledge per hour from it as well as your amount of material per hour is pretty low. Forget the exact number, but it's definitely lower than other mining methods by quite a bit. Yeah, I definitely used a lot of knowledge on Bone Right to get it up. It requires a lot of components, which gets really annoying. Alright, we were just talking about the other thing earlier. Let me go get everything set up for it. Let me go sell all this. Let me go grab, what are we looking for? I'm looking for Hope Port so I can get an AFK pot. Probably only one of them. Not gonna take that long to go grab something to eat. As I do want to go finish all those logs tonight if we can. At bare minimum, the good ones. But ideally all of them, just so we have a nice, clean, empty bank to go into tomorrow with. But let me go get the 1 XP pot. I'm not sure if it's even worth coming here just for one, but better than nothing, I guess. While I'm here, I guess I should go check the cooking contract just to get a little bit better value while we're here. I'll keep these 2 here because we're going to need them anyways. AFK's too far away. I'm probably not even going for it tonight. I highly doubt I'll be up in 7.5 hours from now. I'm looking for the 1 AFK pot for mining. I'm running low on these 2. I'm only going to run 1 for now. And while we're here, let's grab the cooking contracts just so we didn't come here just for that. Because otherwise I pretty much did. And then we'll go buy like 20 of the other material. Actually, since we drank this, I guess I could technically buy 21. Alright, did we get anything good here? No. Well, these 2, I guess, aren't horrific. Alright, and we'll do the rest of those later. Alright, let's go tele over. Teleport over to Mine Deep. Oh, no, not Mine Deep. I need to buy them first. Mine Southwest. Yeah, we finally got this unlocked as of today. We technically got it last night. Or, you know, the AFK from last night. But since we haven't actually slept, since then, or since last night, we have not had the opportunity to actually do this AFK yet. So let's go get it rolling. This is the 247 smithing AFK, which I don't even want to see how much money we're about to be burning, because it's probably way too much. I don't even want to know the number. Well, they cost 60.2 each. Oh, that is a lot of money being burned. Let me check the wiki real quick. How much are we really burning? Up. Alright, we're out here. Found Conqueror. We're both teleporting away. I wonder if he's doing the same thing we're doing right now. Let's see. That'd be funny. He is! That's funny. I think he's setting up a smithing AFK as well. Good old Cryo Knights always. This place is such a bad location, by the way. Smithing in every single way for the AFK is so horrifically bad compared to Stonemason and Bone Rate. There's like the worst thing smithing has going for it is how horrifically bad its AFK is the whole time. Not only does it burn money, but it is a mile away compared to the other two AFKs. Alright, let me go check the wiki real quick. How much money do we burn from this? Because the number is not nice. This is called Orchid Purpaldium. Let's go to Purpaldium. Purpaldium. Orchid. How much money do you burn per hour? It costs 60. How much is a jewelry? Does not show the full thing. Oh! Oh, it burns like 38 an hour. Ouch. But it must be done. Oh, he's doing the Purpaldium too. Wait, are we at the exact same AFK right now? Wait. What's Conqueror's? Wait. That's funny. I'm pretty sure he's doing it at a lower level range. Is he doing it at the same range as us two? Not only did we do the same thing at the same time, but it might be the same level range. Wait, how do you check friends? Smithing. Oh, that is funny. He might be doing it for the one tier up, though. That's really funny. But anyways, guys, we're going to be ending it here for now. We will be back tomorrow, same time, around noon Eastern Standard Time. Main goal for tomorrow is pretty much the same goal we had for today. Get 2 extra tiers of logs for both woodcutting and carpentry, while having the additional goal of hopefully getting 120 chef. That is the game plan for tomorrow. Get 2 log upgrades for both woodcutting and carpenter, and get 120 chef, and hopefully off stream I can go do all the logs we got from today. I think we still have like 500-ish banked, 400 something. So I do want to try doing those over a few hours tonight and hopefully have them by tomorrow. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. Feel free to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Helps out a lot as well. And I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, by the way, also on the poll, it's actually still even, by the way. After 46 votes, when finishing the 200 all non-combat grind in Brighter Shores, should we focus on 1 or 2 or all 5 at once? Focusing on 1 or 2 seems to be winning at 52%, barely. And get all 5 to semi-evenly is at 48%. But it seems like what our game plan is a bit of a mix of both, where we're going to be mostly focusing on woodcutting carpentry while doing cooking, and then we'll be focusing on forager fisherman while doing cooking. And then after all that, we'll need to do cooking, because that still won't be enough cooking to get cooking to 200. Even though we'll be doing cooking the whole time while doing the other 2. It still will not be enough for 200, probably. And as our game plan. So that's where the poll basically concluded at. But it was almost a 50-50, surprisingly. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.